Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining to you. Right? You guys having fun? All aboard the toxic gossip train. Dragging down the tracks of disinformation, the toxic gossip train. You got one-way ticket to manipulation station. Toxic gossip train. Tie me to the tracks and harass me for my past. These rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crash. But hey, at least you're having fun. Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say. So, I am, and today I only want to talk about the facts. So I hope that you'll be willing to listen. Many years ago, I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It was more of a loser kind of way. I was just trying to be besties at everybody. It's kind of like when you go to like a family gathering now and there's a weird aunt there, keeps coming up to you and being like, "Hey Carl, what's the tea about?" That was me, but in group chats with my fans. It was weird. I've been sharing my life online for over 15 years. I've poured my heart out to you, and because of that, I feel like I'm talking to my friends. But in the beginning of my career, I didn't really understand that maybe there should be some boundaries there. There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which is really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability. That's not very interesting, is it? So let's go on. The toxic gossip train. Locomotives fueled with hateful accusations. The toxic gossip train. Steam all over someone's reputation. Toxic gossip train. Hop on board but close your eyes. Otherwise you realize the train is made of lies. And that person you despise and he didn't deserve to die. But hey, at least you're having fun. In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. We should hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. And this is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes. And it's something that I continue to try to... What? Oh, you don't care? Thought you wanted me to take accountability. But that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No. Your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize your lies and monetize their demise. I know you wanted me to say that I was 100% in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take that route of admitting to lies and rumors that you meet up for clout. And everybody I thought someone new to harass. She did some things that I do not like in her past. So everybody gather around, cause we're about to attack. But not based on facts, oh no. Your loaded lethal weapon is your fingers on the keys. You don't need any armor when you can hide behind a screen. So shoot me down quick with a click and bam. A reputation's deceased. That's right. Toxic gossip train. You jogging down the tracks, so this information. Toxic gossip train. Got a one-way ticket to manipulation station. Toxic gossip train. You tie me to the tracks and harass me for my past. Rumors look like facts when you don't mind the gaps. I won't survive in the crash like hate. At least you're having fun. Hope, yeah. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We're live and alive. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. That was the AI rendition of HasanAbi Singh's Toxic Gossip Train by Colleen Ballinger, also known as Miranda Sings. Live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic time, especially on the Toxic Gossip Train. That's right. One-way ticket to manipulation station, folks. I'm live, I'm alive, and we're here. Now, it's a beautiful day here in sunny California, Los Angeles. It is 72 degrees and wonderfully sunny. As a matter of fact, I spent the morning doing some cool shit. I'm going to tell you exactly what in a little bit, but before we get there, and there's a lot of news to cover today, folks. You already know. You already freaking know there's a lot of news to cover. I'm going to get to all of that. But before we go there, before we talk about all of that good stuff and all the bad stuff, because there's a lot of bad news, unfortunately, I'm alive, and it's a special day today. Now, a lot of you know why it's a special day, but some of you might not. Well, it's because it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We are officially in
Sunday, what?
July 4th weekend, baby. What? That's right. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Okay Buddy Friday. It's the motherfucking weekend. That's right. And it's not just any weekend. It's the weekend where America was created and celebrated. That's right. It's the most important weekend of all time that goes directly into a Tuesday, as a matter of fact. It's July 4th weekend, and the festivities are on, ladies and gentlemen. Boys, girls, MBs, I hope you're having a fucking great one. But he did, Mufasa. We motherfucking did. That's right. Folks, it's this is the part of the broadcast. For those of you who don't know, I guess, if you're in here at this point and you still don't know. For those of you who don't know, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you guys about my personal news. For all my parasocialists out there, this is the parasocialist hour, where I tell you what I did in between the time frame where I wasn't on camera, between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. It's also a day of celebration today, not just because it's a Friday, but it's because it's the last gay day that you all have. Once Pride Month is over, dude, I am switching it up faster than these corporations did. I mean, holy fuck, they literally swapped it 4 days in for the most part. Most corporations gave up on you gays, okay? They said, yeah, I don't want any of that shit like 4 days in the Pride Month. I at least stood strong for 30 fucking days, but you know, once Pride Month is over, no more of that gay stuff. Do you understand? We're not doing anything. We're not doing any of that queer shit. None of that is happening here, okay? None of that. None of that. I'm gonna be talking about how all of y'all are going to hell, okay? Get back in the closet. Anyway. But of course, this is the last day. This is the last day where I will not be saying that. Okay, none of that shit in public. You know, I don't want to see that. Systems overload. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, as a matter of fact. Won't be running that right now because I'm only 20 minutes in. So, anyway, where was I? Okay, so like I said, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And yesterday, I only had a 3-hour slot. I started off at 11, and I did for like, I streamed for like 3 hours, a little bit give and take. Glizzy Gobbler, thank you for the 10 gifted. And I ended the broadcast early. Now, many of you probably thought, Hasan, what the fuck are you doing? You changed up. You're acting different. You're acting brand new. Why are you not streaming? Money changed you. And to them, I say, yes, it's because I was doing charity, which is one of my favorite things to do. Let me just look at something real quick. Okay, perfect. That's right. I was doing charity, folks. You popped off at the auction raising the price on some of the items, to be honest. I did. I had two goals. One, to actually buy some of the shit. And two, to like raise the prices. Because like I had a limit. I don't know how you do auctions. Like that's like, you know, advanced rich guy shit. I've never participated in stuff like this before. But I had like an idea of how I would conduct this. How I would conduct this auction. I had a hard cap on like the amount of money that I was willing to spend on a particular item. And then if it didn't go that far, or if I knew that someone else was definitely more interested and I wanted to up the price a little bit, I was like, you know what, I'll dance around a little bit. It's all good. But yeah, I almost got Ludwig's Vespa. You could have bought Saikuna's shorts. Yeah, we'll talk about all that. I heard you did an Aiden Ross on stream yesterday. What the fuck happened? An Aiden Ross on stream? What does that mean? Systems overloaded with another 50. What is going on right now? My systems are overloaded. What is an Aiden Ross? Everyone hated you for not getting the Vespa. You should have bought the Vespa and blown it up for content. They raised the price of the Vespa by $51 and you backed out. What the fuck? I knew that Ludwig would not let me have it for anything less than 20K. There was a couple things that I wanted, that I definitely would spend money on. I wanted the Legal Eagle gavel because I like Legal Eagle. I wanted... Yeah, we'll cover the French riots as well. Don't worry. I wanted the Legal Eagle gavel. For those of you who don't know what's going on, by the way, yesterday I went on a charity stream that my friend put together. Connor Dog VA. Wonderful guy. Wonderful Welshman who I have had the privilege to hang out with from time to time. You might recognize him from the famous Japan streams. Connor Dog Veterans Affairs. Connor Dog Virginia. He is in Los Angeles. He conducted this charity stream. He's here for Anime Expo. I'll see him tomorrow. You guys can also see him at Anime Expo alongside myself tomorrow. I'm going to try to stream from the Anime Expo tomorrow. Anyway. Yeah, he's a bit of a snack and a bit of a legend and also the IDF's greatest supporter. Now, by the IDF, I do not mean that Connor Dog is, an evangelical Christian in the South in a mega church spending money on the Israeli Defense Force. I am, of course, talking about the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which happens to have the same letters. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with the nation state, or rather the theocratic ethno-state engaging in mass ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Unless they have some kind of immunodeficiency in Israel, in which case then the IDF could be helping some Israeli citizens. But, there's nothing wrong with that, obviously. But not the same IDF that you think. But it still gave me a little bit of whiplash. It certainly did. It certainly gave me a little whiplash when every time they were like, well, we want to congratulate the IDF for, doing a wonderful job. And I always just kept thinking like, what? Oh God. Oh man. Okay. It kept messing with me, but Connor is a great guy. Yeah. And Iron Mouse is great. And all the other content creators that participated, they were all great. They're all wonderful people. I'm a little, I won't lie to you. I felt a little shitty. Like, it's not about me at all, but I really did think that the ethnic Santa, which is important to me and important to this community, I really thought that someone would want to pick that up. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that was not necessarily going to be something that people are not interested in. The Oiler chatters did not want it. Bro, you followed up Germa. There was no way. I know. I was sitting in the back thinking, dude, I'm following this guy. Like, I was shaking my fist in the air going, Ludwig, you did this. Which I know he didn't. He's not that hands-on, but still.
Second. I think it was because it was super late for Europeans. Okay, guys, every time I say something, you don't have to engage in like copium. I mean, you said you could get it at Home Depot. It's $99. Also, there was the drama about the missed bid, which I think cooled the excitement. You said you got it from Home Depot that wasn't selling it. What do you mean? Chatters, there was a copy of FIFA 17 that Connor signed that went for like almost the same amount of money that the Ethnic Santa went for. What are you talking about? You should have put Kaya up for auction for peeing all over your house. I would have in a separate timeline, but in this one, not anymore, which I will get to. My friend said all your fans are poor socialists. I mean, they're not. There's some juicers. There's some Oilers in here, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, listen. Overall, it was a great event. I spent $7,000 on this charity to purchase Systems Overlord with another 100 gifted subs. What the hell's going on? God damn. When are you doing Iron Mouse show? I gotta set up a time for that as well. Almost everything that was auctioned you can get at Home Depot. I know, yeah. F's in the chat for Ethnic Santa. Gone but not forgotten. I know. You know what? Let's do that right now. F's in the chat for this big, beautiful Italian man, okay?
Tell you when I see you again. When I see you again. Tell you when I
Italian man. We gave up our big, beautiful Italian man. We gave our big, beautiful Italian man up for a great cause last night. I hope he finds happiness in his new forever home. You can do anything with that video. That video that we just watched, with that sound, and it will make me sad. I don't know what it is. It can be like the most fun thing that you've ever seen, but if you put that sound behind it, it just like automatically makes it sad. It's so weird. I don't know why it has this kind of like, yeah, immediately you go RIP Paul Walker. Like, I don't know why I'm so fucking conditioned, you know? Play that over the dude farting on the dog. Oh my God. You said you should auction the Eat the Rich shirt or a Gucci one. I don't even know where the Eat the Rich shirt is. It's not Eat the Rich, by the way. That's a Berenstein Bear moment, okay? The shirt says Tax the Rich, even though a lot of dumb motherfuckers think it says Eat the Rich. But it's not your fault. You better steal the hammer from Elwig. I will not be able to because he's very upset about it. He was very upset that I cooked him on that when I just like let him hang on a meme, which was infinitely funnier than actually getting the gavel. Part of the reason why I wanted to get the gavel was so that I could like have a line of communication open with Legal Eagle so I could inevitably have him on the show. always gets me, dude. When he put me in the fucking, when he put my head as the Vietnamese baby, I love that one so much. The little baby. Better? No, I mean, in my mind, I thought I sang it better, but I certainly didn't. All right, let's get back into it. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, the baby. The baby makes you pause and go back every fucking time. Yeah. Where was I? Oh yeah, so I spent $7,000 on a sword because we didn't end up completing a blacksmithing, swordsmithing stream alongside Valkyrie. So I bought her first sword as revenge, first sword that she's ever purchased, which I will be prominently featuring. It's a cutlass. Yeah, I was walking around everywhere downtown Los Angeles last night, wearing my fucking Yoji fit with the sword by my side, looking like the coolest weeb, to be fair. When are we going to decide on a personal message? Yeah, I think we should, as a community, get ready to say cracker. Anyway, you will never be Roronoa Zoro. Excuse me. I now literally have 2 swords. I have 1 katana and 1 cutlass. All I need is a 3rd katana, okay? And then I'm quite literally Roronoa Zoro, okay? You should take it to the Anime Expo. Are you going to Anime Expo LA? Yes. I will not be this to the actual sword of the Anime Expo, but you know, we'll see. Get a big ass claymore, dude. Bolsonaro's out until 2030. Oh, dude, what? You hate to see political corruption in Brazil like this. They're just taking down an honest man. I know what it is, and I don't like it. Embrace your inner weeb and cosplay. I want to, but we don't really have that much time, unfortunately. So we'll see. I might be able to pull something together on short notice for tomorrow. So go to the Fucku booth and meet my homies. I did that last time. There's so much news to cover. Wearing a Jinbei to the Anime Expo cringe, Lamau. I mean, I don't know. It's just the most anime you can be is be Japanese. You know what I mean? So technically, no. I don't think so. What about this morning in the bird story? I'm going to get to that in a second. So yeah, last night we went to a shabu shabu place that Ludwig chose, and I partook in my favorite experience of all time, which is making Ludwig foot the bill by talking about how rich he is and how he's the coolest, which is precisely what I did. It was a fat one too, which made me feel great. Now, part of the problem with the fat bill was that the shabu shabu place is like, for those of you who don't know, it's like a meat. There's a broth, and then you dip your little meat in there, and then you dip it into a sauce, and you eat it. It's fine. It's great. It's whatever. It's not the end of the world, right? So I looked at the menu, and I was like, we're all ordering the most expensive thing. And guess what? I was wrong to do that. Not because I wanted to cook Ludwig as hard as possible, but I was wrong to do that because the most expensive thing on the menu, turns out, was just expensive because it had seafood in it. So I ended up getting like a bucket of like crab legs and all different kinds of like sushi and all this shit that I can't even eat. And obviously Carl loves that. Whenever Carl and I go out to dinner, he will sit next to me or across from me so that we can do a swap. He's not the biggest fan of red meat, even though he does partake in it, but he loves sushi and seafood, and I don't eat any seafood at all. So he ended up going on a journey of decadent sushi experiences, and then the crab legs were almost entirely consumed by Alex, who I think ate like around 8 to maybe 16 crabs total. It was wild. But anyway, the reason why I'm explaining this story is not just because it was seafood, but also because everyone got their fucking food, but because we got the most expensive menu, okay? Because we got the most expensive menu, the fucking they didn't bring it. They didn't bring it until later. Like everyone was eating and we were just like sitting there. Systems overload. Jesus Christ, another 20, and then another 50. What is happening, bro? And a 15. Guy's going crazy with it. And then a 5? Make no sense. The Chick-fil-A during the auction was killing me. Dude, I was dying. I was so hungry because I ate so much. Or not ate. I worked out so much before I streamed this morning. And then I was starving. This motherfucker won't open my chat logs. You all have a good day and enjoy. Finally, I wanted to say thank you for doing what you do and having more patience than me doing it. You make sure to take care of yourself as well. Love you. I'm a YouTube type, so won't be here all the time. Yeah, a lot of idiots, but a lot of love too. You may not see it or feel it, but we there with you. And if some of y'all know me, you know what's coming, lol. Wait, what do you mean? What is systems overload? Money changed, yeah, so take mine. Won't read my past messages neither. Wow, no cap, lol, love you. I don't know what's going on. What is coming? Bro, you made a joke about chat telling you that you won't be hungry at the auction, and you were right. I mean, I knew I was going to be fucking hungry at the auction. Overload. I think it's supposed to be wholesome. Oh, he meant like the gifts. Gifted. But started laughing when he said the most expensive thing had seafood. My coworker looked at me like I was crazy, laughing to myself. Another 100. What the fuck? This man does not want y'all to see any ads at the top of the hour where there's a 3-minute ad break. He doesn't want you to see that at all. That's why he's gifted like 500 fucking subs at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's continue. Also, I gotta hold on. Let me also run the let me also run my my blast off tweet. It's SCOTUS Friday, talking student loan debt relief. France is on fire with police brutality. Dylan Mulvaney's response to Bud Light and more. Get in now. I also saved so 2 things. One, Kaya was incredible. I want to give a shout out to Kaya. Wow, the nerve lol. God forced me to sub. The nerve lol. What? Are you okay? Someone made a video of Kaya's progress. It's not the same dog. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure it's not. Does anyone have a good blast off meme? All right, I'll use the bomb lefts one. I also saved a hummingbird, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Blast off video. Oh my God, that video is sick. Okay, sorry, bomb lefts. I love your meme, but I think we're going to use that video instead. God damn it. That video is sick. Right click and save video. Okay. Sorry, bomb lefts. That video is incredible. HasanAbi Eras Tour when? Soon. Okay. All right, let me tweet this out. When are you getting your own bear? I have my own bear. Her name is Kaya. This was the bomb lefts meme that I was going to use originally, but unfortunately, this video came in through Little Bear and it was fire, so I used it instead. I'll use a bomb lefts tweet soon. Anyway, here it is, folks. There we go. Starting strong with the Supreme Court takes. This was the bomb lefts meme, by the way, which was great. The bird whisperer. Because I am the bird whisperer. I am the fucking bird whisperer. Mate, I'm the fucking bird whisperer. You don't understand it, mate. I'm fucking the bird whisperer. We're going to talk about that in a second. I'm the dog whisperer too. Why am I the dog whisperer? Well, it's because Kaya is perhaps the best behaved dog you've ever seen. Perhaps the best behaved dog. She's got a fucking PhD. Right? Incredibly well behaved. And let me tell you why. So yesterday I had to be away from camera, or I had to be away from home, be away from Kaya for a long ass time. I left the house at around 3, and I got back home at around 11:30. Okay, so that's a tremendous amount of time to be away from a puppy. Luckily, my brother was home, so he came in. I created Kaya originally, and if you guys remember, she had a big problem with like being in the crate. She had separation anxiety. I worked with a trainer on combating this separation anxiety. Basically, what he told me was get one of those crate covers and use it when she's sleeping next to you. Right? Use the crate cover when she's even sleeping next to you at night, so that there is no real difference between like you being there. She can't see, but she can feel you being there. But there's no real difference between like you being there versus you not being there. So I started doing that. Okay. I started putting a crate cover, which was perfectly fine. And then I started slowly but surely, you know, when I was in the shower, for example, putting her in the crate for like 20 minutes, because anytime I would leave her in the crate for like more than 25 minutes, she would freak the fuck out, right? Like she just didn't like it. I think she thought that I would like leave her, right? And that was becoming a major issue. And it's like an important part of training a dog is crate training, right? So motherfucker super chatted a promo. What is happening? I don't know what's going on. I didn't see the super chat. Why is everybody fucking freaking out about it? I've abandoned my child. Okay, have fun with that. Anyway. No, because I'd never put a dog in a crate. Yeah, I don't care, man. Like, okay, great. Like, you don't understand how this works, and that's fine. I don't give a shit about your progressive training techniques or whatever the fuck. Okay, crate training is widely utilized by pretty much every fucking professional trainer and vet in the United States of America. Okay? dogs like the comfort of having a space for themselves. Okay. And we've already talked about crate training a lot before. A big part of the reason why she's behind me in a pen the entire fucking day, as I do let her out throughout the day, and I do also get a lot of her exercise in the morning, is specifically so that I can control her environment as best as possible, keep her entertained, keep her interested, but also make sure that she doesn't end up chewing on shit that she's not supposed to, developing bad habits, building too much of an autonomous or building attitude, I guess, because when dogs can make their own fun, they end up developing bad habits that are going to be much harder to train down the line. That's the whole purpose. It's like raising a child. You're supposed to fucking make sure that your child is not out there trying to kill themselves. Okay? That's the reality. My dog also doesn't really like taking showers that much, but I still groom her. Okay? Because I'm not a fucking anarchist. Okay? I subject her to unjustifiable hierarchies all the time because she is a child. She's a baby and she's trying to fucking die at any given moment, right? Especially when she was even younger, where she would like eat a bunch of shit that could get lodged in her goddamn throat very easily. Anyway, hold on one second. I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna play how much she's grown. The Kaya progress timeline while I go grab something. I'll be back. I went on Craigslist and I looked for big breeds. And I found a Mastiff breed. This was the Mastiff breed. She comes from a family. We don't know what her mom is.
Yes,
Oh my god.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much.
Bro, I'm not. She's grown. I swear to God.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. She's very big now.
That was the cooling pad that I will probably never be able to use because she immediately thinks because it's blue, just like her piss mats. Okay, well, the cooling pad is done. No. Who also has some chow chow in her. She notices a dog. I had a 1-pound puppy that ate an entire pen from my brand new Galaxy phone and had to get her taken to the emergency vet. They are actively trying to kill themselves at any given moment. Yeah. Exactly. Not fond of this. This is a big moment. This is like...
Okay, he goes for the yeah.
She's so good.
Good boy, Huxley. Be polite.
She looks like you, dog. I'm gonna cry. Do they? Do people say dogs resemble their owners? I don't know. That face is so funny because she just looks, she has so much attitude in that. Like, what's happening here? I don't know what's going on, but I don't know if I like it yet. Yeah, that's the gays go home tomorrow. The side eye, dude. I know what you are. I know what you are. Does look like you both have chill ass faces. Well, thank you. Treats over. All right. Oh, she moved it. Good job. Yay, Kaya. Good job. Keep it going, Kaya. Okay. Because it is. Oh. She loves it. Look at that. Look at how much she loves that shit, dude. Same dog that trapped herself behind the Master Chief helmet. Never forget Kaya's 9/11. Yeah. So yeah, last night, like I said, Murat was here while I was at the auction, right? And he left around like 7. And I didn't come home until 11:30. So basically, it was like 4 hours and 30 minutes that she spent in the crate by herself. And she was perfectly fine. She didn't shit in the crate. She wasn't even crying when I got home. She didn't shit in the crate. She didn't piss in the crate. And it was perfectly fine. I obviously leave some like special toys in the crate for her that she only gets to have in the crate. But, you know, all of that training is finally taking hold, which is really good. It's really, really good. It makes me very proud. One of the things that I started doing, of course, that I think is really good is she's finally going to get her last round of shots tomorrow. But even leading up to that, I took her, I've been taking her to the gym where, as you guys saw, there's 2 other dogs. My trainers have incredibly well-trained dogs. They're also, one of them is a puppy. The other one's like 2 or 3 years old. And they are so incredibly fucking well-trained. And especially the Belgian Malinois, Huxley, he's also very energetic. He himself is a puppy. He's like a year old. So they just go crazy together. They just like play all day, every day. And after tomorrow, once she gets fully vaccinated, I'll be more comfortable taking her to the dog park, and I'll start taking her out on walks. So this has been a wonderful thing because when she goes there, she's super well behaved. She plays around. And she gets very tired, and then she sleeps the entire day. She eats her breakfast. She plays around. She eats her breakfast, and then she's done. Out like a fucking light, okay? For the rest of the day, for the whole day, which is great. A well-trained Malinois, props to him, very driven breed. Yeah, I'm using the same trainer that my trainer used as well. And yeah, he's very good. I wish my dog was like that. My friend, every dog can be like that, especially if you've raised them from puppy age. It's just that it takes a tremendous amount of effort and repetition, okay? That's the problem. And a lot of people don't put in the effort, or a lot of people don't know how to do it and make mistakes without realizing, because like it's unintuitive. That is precisely the reason why a lot of people in the chat are constantly telling me stupid fucking things about like crate training, or why are you keeping your dog in a pen all day? You're a bad guy. Like I'm doing all of the right things, and more importantly, it's a tremendous amount of repetition. This is an incredibly stubborn dog, an incredibly intelligent dog, but an incredibly stubborn one. And What I learned in that class allowed me to train my other dogs, myself. I took a training class with my first dog. Yeah. You think Shredder is a well-trained dog? No, of course not. But Ethan knows that as well. You know what I mean? That's walking around with a Belgian Malinois is like open carrying an AR-15. Yeah. Will you take her to Alveus one day? I talked to Maya about it. Unfortunately, dogs cannot go to Alveus where there's like other kinds of animals. I guess there's like a law around it. So she said it would be fine to like keep her indoors, but not around the other like animals. How'd your training go with Fish? It was great, but Fish was a lot easier to train. He did everything right, and Chad indicted him. Exactly. Let your dog do whatever she wants, and also reward her for doing bad stuff. She's so cute. Exactly. One of the things that I think a lot of people, for example, miss about training a dog is that this is a very social dog, right? She has been, since day one, being socialized aggressively with humans and socialized aggressively with other dogs, right? So now when she meets a new dog, it's not like weird. It's not freaky. Like, she's perfectly capable of conducting herself in a reasonable manner in a situation like that. One thing a lot of people forget is that when you socialize your dog with humans, you have to not only train your dog, you have to train the fucking humans that are around your dog. Okay? I think the hardest part about training Kaya in the beginning wasn't necessarily training her. It was training my mom. Okay? Who quite literally was like unwinding every protocol that I was trying to rigorously establish without even knowing that she was doing so. So, not, like, for example, the Aussies are staying in my house. I told him right off the bat, I was like, do not pet her when she's like unruly. Do not pet her when she bites. If she tries to get nippy with you, do not pet her immediately. Redirect, stop, tell her no and redirect and don't play with her at all. If she jumps at you when you first come in, don't pet her. So now, slowly but surely you establish that like every person that this dog sees is going to behave like this. So then she learns how to behave around humans. It's quite literally more important to train the humans that your dog encounters on a daily basis than just your dog, right? That way she gets to be properly socialized, and also on top of that, you completely train out all the bad behavior. Will she transition into free roaming in the house when she gets older and continue in the pen? Of course she's going to be free roaming. What are you, crazy? Absolutely. This is just the most formative years. So I want to make sure that she never even develops a taste for delicious chords. You know what I mean? Or the shelf, for example, or the couch. These are some of the more important reasons as to why you have to constantly keep her in an area, in an environment that you have an eye on. Okay? I mean, she's already like pretty much bigger than the pen, right? Can we go to SCOTUS now? You blast it off. I'm going to get there, man. It's going to happen. Don't fucking worry. Jesus Christ. It's just like so wild when people are just like, wow, dude, can you get to the news now? Please. The biggest news story of the day. Yes, of course I'm going to get to it. Why can us little people never get ahead, dude? I have lost hope. Wait, what do you mean? Little people? So that's the Kaya updates. It's been really wonderful having her socialize with other dogs. So that's great. And then the other update I wanted to give you guys is that this morning I'm on a fucking phone call with this guy who is I think he's a film professor, but he also is like doing indie movies, right? And he wants me to be in one of his projects, and I was like, sure, whatever. And while I'm having the phone call, I'm walking around barefoot in the backyard with Kaya out, running around with the Aussie boys eating their breakfast burritos. And I look down and I see this tiny little thing. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Turns out it's a goddamn bird. It's a fucking hummingbird. Okay? And it's not moving. And I'm like, oh, fuck, what is happening here? This is scary. Is it dying? What the fuck's going on? We find out that it's a hummingbird. Luckily, I didn't step on it, right? Alex immediately picks the fucking bird up. Very Australian. They were also making fun of me for saying a spider that we saw was large. They're like, yeah, you think it's a large spider? Not a large spider. I'll show you what a fucking large spider looks like. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. So, we thought the bird was fucking dying. Immediately, I take a couple photos and send it to, obviously, my bird person. Everyone's got to have one in a pinch, you know? And the person I'm, of course, referencing is Maya. Immediately, I'm like, Maya, what the fuck do I do? This bird is like, is it dying? How do I fix this? She puts me in contact with a bird sanctuary, and I get in contact with them. And, I was like, Maya, help. She's like, I can help you, but you should probably reach out to like a bird sanctuary in your area. And I did. And I sent them this photo, the photos that I took, some of which you saw. They said that this was, they said that we shouldn't be fearful and that we shouldn't be worried at all. As a matter of fact, that this is a baby bird. It's a baby hummingbird. It's a male baby hummingbird, as a matter of fact. And Alex had taken the bird and put him near the hedges in my backyard because we thought maybe he's just like paralyzed with fear and he'll like chill out if he's in an elevated area away from us. Turns out that's not like the super best thing to do. Here's the photo of that as well. Here you go. Thank you, Fizz. This is how I found the bird. This is Alex holding the bird with his fucking gross-ass thumbs, worse than mine. Did you know you're not supposed to touch baby birds? Bunch of fucking bird experts in here, I guess. Yeah. So, we put the bird there. Now, notice how the bird is actually alert right there. The bird is actually very, very alert. Turns out I sent this photo to the sanctuary, and she was like, oh, this is great news. This means that the bird is not crying right now. This means that the mother actually is able to feed her. But she still told me to get a shoebox that's open up top, lay down a bunch of flat paper towels in the toolbox or shoebox, and then leave it on a ladder, like on a elevated area. So that's precisely what I did. I put her in the shoebox. I had to like pick her up, which was like very scary. Kind of gross, really, because like it's a hummingbird, but it still has like a almost bug-like quality, and I can't really. I'm great at killing bugs. I'm not necessarily great at like picking them up. So that's what I did. I took a shoebox. And with a bunch of flat paper towels in the bottom, put the bird in it, and now the mother can very easily come and feed her. I'm going to check in periodically throughout the day. Bug-like quality. Yeah, the hummingbird is like very small. They look like fucking bugs. There are bugs that are larger than hummingbirds, so especially a baby hummingbird. So that's what I did. I put her in the fucking shoebox, and now the mother can easily fly down and feed her. Skittish, unpredictable, bug-like. Yeah. So for those of you didn't know this, of course, but it's a teachable moment to chatters. The mother won't interact with a baby that a human touches. You're just not right about that at all. According to the Hummingbird Sanctuary, you are just wrong. That is apparently not true. So, I thought you said it was a male baby bird. It is a male baby bird. I might be misgendering the bird because the bird has like very feminine air to her, to him. Fuck. Whatever. The bird is trans. I've decided. Okay. So teachable moment for you. You're not supposed to feed the bird. If the mother is already feeding the bird, but if the mother is not feeding the bird and the bird is like constantly crying, here's another thing. You should always call a bird sanctuary, like bird rescue, a place first, but they will tell you what to do. And what you're supposed to do in that situation, I think is like 4 parts water, 1 part sugar, and then like feed the baby bird with like a drip feeder, or potentially with, if you have a drip feeder, or potentially with like a teaspoon, basically. That gives the bird some momentum, some life, basically, so that he can survive. Oh, Q-tip, sorry, not even a teaspoon, a Q-tip. Drip it on from off of a teaspoon, and that mimics nectar, and that's basically what the mother is feeding the bird anyway. Baby birds are. Baby bird thing is what parents say to kids so they don't touch them, aka chatters or kids. Yeah, probably. What if the bird is doing keto? The original urban myth was birds can smell you and abandon their nest, but unfortunately for the people who came up with this myth, birds just do that sometimes for no apparent reason. They cannot smell very well, lol. Yeah. Why didn't you feed her to Kaya? Because I don't want her to establish a taste for blood, dude. What the fuck do you mean? I don't want her to like... I've seen what this freak does to a cricket before, like a big cricket. So I did not want her to do that to the fucking little baby bird, okay? That's why. There was certainly a cricket that was on my balcony that Kaya literally pounced on and was like playing with her gigantic fucking paws that are capable of concussing someone like myself. And she was just fucking boom, boom, boom, slamming into this fucking cricket, which shocked me a little bit. She does have very cat-like qualities. My beagle took down a huge fucking cardinal a few years ago. I was never so proud and disgusted at the same time. Yeah. Did you hear they might cancel TwitchCon EU? Why? Because of the fucking riots? That would be lame because I kind of want to go now just to experience the riots. But I don't know if that's the case. Like, I didn't even want to go to France, but now that there are riots happening, I kind of do want to go to France. They're throwing grenades at cops, apparently. You didn't raise Kaya right? Playing with crickets is British coded? Fuck, I didn't think of that. Well, maybe Pakistan coded, so then that's fair and good. Kaya is actually Pakistani. My dog ate a ground nest of birds before I could stop him. I was so mad. My black lab pounced on a baby quail the other day, and it was too late to save the burb. Yeah, there's a lot of dog stories. But anyway, yeah, Pakistan mentioned. The amount of Islamophobia I've seen just scrolling through the Twitter timeline is actually scary. Wait, what about what Islamophobia is going on? So, anyway, that's the story. That's the updates we worked out this morning. Me, Alex, and Alexa. They're out doing some stuff. They're doing meetings and shit. I'm here. I'm live. I think the one you found is a juvenile Rufus hummingbird, but you also have these bad boys in your area, Costa's hummingbird. Yeah, apparently Los Angeles is like ripe with hummingbirds. Oh, LA literally has parrots. Did you guys know that LA has wild parrots? It's not even a joke. There's just straight up wild parrots. Like, the Aussie boys were like, that's a fucking parrot. I'm like, no, it's not. Get the fuck out of here. And I found out that, like, literally there are wild parrots in Los Angeles, which is sick. Yes, the Pasadena parrots. Most of them are in Pasadena. Well, some of them are in West Hollywood. Not native, but yes. Yeah, well, regardless, I did not know that. Yeah, it's fucking sick. It's so cool. They're not native, but naturalized. Bird sanctuary fire a long time ago. Okay. What? A rich guy imported them after he dammed a river and got a bag in Pasadena. Yeah, the 1,800 parrots in a tree in my backyard wake me up every day. I mean, that's kind of cool. Big parrot population in San Francisco as well. California is great for wild birds. Los Angeles has flocks of wild parrots. They're awesome, so chatty and fun. WeHo gets a lot of them. Yeah. It's like the Hearst zebras. They're still here. Do not rub the birds back. I repeat, do not rub the birds back. It's sexually pleasuring for them, lol. Yeah, don't worry. I am not anywhere. I am not interested in touching this bird, okay? Like I established, my contact with this fucking bird was very limited because, let's be real, I still, in my mind, it still has like a very bug-like quality to it. Which is the reason why I was like, I'm not trying to touch this fucking thing, okay? İstanbul'da yabani papağanlar var mı? Hamabet kuşları vardı sanırım. Anyway, I'll keep you guys posted on the bird updates. I'll give you guys bird updates. Chatters be like, hey, don't jack off that bird in case you were thinking about it. Yeah, literally, just... They think it's a fucking normal thing to say. But anyway, those are all the updates. There's just peacocks walking around the streets of Pasadena too. That's insane. But let's get to the news. We're obviously going to get started with the Supreme Court decision. We're expecting Biden to also be live. He was supposed to be live 15 minutes ago to give remarks on the student debt ruling. But, you know, we got a statement from them so far. But let's get started with the Supreme Court striking down Biden's student loan forgiveness, which is fucking awful.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Nate Burleson. Breaking news out of the Supreme Court. The court just ruled that the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness plan is unconstitutional. The White House estimates the plan would have affected 37 million Americans.
For the record, there was no standing and no genuine harm established in this situation. And in another situation involving the gay graphic design story. And yet both of these rulings were completely partisan, were completely ridiculous, and also, I would even say, unconstitutional. But it doesn't matter because that's the Supreme Court, baby. They get to decide on whatever the fuck they want to, however they want to, and you can't do a fucking thing about it. 120 million people will be impacted by this decision because they decided to do so. Well, guess what? Doesn't matter. Sucks to suck.
And was set to forgive up to $20,000 in federal loans per qualifying borrower. The plan has been on hold since 6 Republican-led states who claimed the program violated President Biden's executive power took the administration to court. But the Biden administration argued the plan is permitted within the law and cited the HEROES Act, which allows the Secretary of Education to make changes related to student loans during national emergencies like the COVID pandemic. Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett is outside the Supreme Court. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Nate, and welcome to the Supreme Court Plaza. As you said, in a 6-3 decision from the Supreme Court, writing on behalf of that majority, Chief Justice John Roberts addresses that question you raised right at the top, Nate. Did the HEROES Act, passed by Congress in 2003, give the Biden administration's Education Department the right to modify or amend that act to provide this student loan forgiveness? The court, through a 6-3 majority, says absolutely not. Let me read the main paragraph from the decision.
Let me just explain something to you guys, okay? One thing that's like exceptional about this, it was expected, it was awful, but you know, such is the nature of the United States Supreme Court, okay? But what is particularly frustrating to me, at least, as someone who is a politics watcher, politics enjoyer, Brett Kavanaugh, he has a lot of experience with debt relief, okay? As a matter of fact, when he was running or when he was slated to be appointed to the United States Supreme Court, obviously you do a background check. And in that background check, certain things popped up. Brett Kavanaugh had a tremendous, mountainous amount of debt that may or may not be related to his gambling addiction, his sports book. And that debt was wiped out suspiciously. Very odd. Very odd. And we also completely stopped talking about that. It kind of got lost in the sauce with the other stuff, the Me Too stuff that he was involved in. And for some reason, nobody really mentioned that. I think it's a good time to bring that back in the especially coming on the heels of this ridiculous, absolutely unimaginably cruel decision that the Supreme Court made that basically favored a couple corporations who claimed that they could be potentially harmed financially by this decision and put their interest, their financial interest, over the interest of 120 million Americans. Okay? So yeah, I said somebody should ask how Brett Kavanaugh had his gambling debt forgiven. Debt disappeared or the debt was transferred to somewhere under the table? We don't know. We don't know what happened.
And
We'll cover it with David Dane in a second. David Dane went and talked to Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! But just think about that. Debate me, dude, please, God, please. I mean, that's like a famous gay Republican, I think, that wants to debate me on the issue, but I don't really care. Justice Roberts also said everyone talking shit is being toxic. Chief Justice Roberts calls out Democrats demonizing Supreme Court opinions they don't like. It has become a disturbing feature of some recent opinions to criticize the decisions with which they disagree. That's interesting. So, you know, that's the situation. 43 million Americans who were promised relief by an elected president just got screwed over by an unelected group of justices, half of whom were appointed by a president who lost a popular vote and benefited from a stolen seat. Yep, it's totally fine. Nothing to see here, says Mehdi Hasan. Very wild. Very, very wild decision. Justice Alito accepted tens of thousands of dollars in lavish vacation gifts from a billionaire who lobbied to cancel student loan forgiveness. After the gifts, Alito voted to overturn. This SCOTUS' corruption undercuts its legitimacy by putting its rulings up for sale. New York Times useful life hack on how to escape student debt. All right, we'll get to all the fun memes that are coming out of this like horrifying story that is basically yet another demonstration of the banality of evil, the evil that you experience in your everyday as an American citizen in a system that is completely corrupt and does not have your best interest at heart. What even makes this unconstitutional? I don't think anything makes this unconstitutional. It's very much within the boundaries and power of the United States president. Okay, this is anyone that tells you that this is like unacceptable or like we gotta fucking defer to the Supreme Court on this is fucking ridiculous. They are lying to you. Okay, they have been duped At least some of the other people are like, well, this is unfair that it's happening to begin with. Like, those guys are fucking assholes, but at least they're not like, I don't know, completely in the wrong. They're still wrong. They have the wrong opinion, but they're not like wrong about the law, at least. You know what I mean? As long as they don't say that it is illegal for the president to do this. Because it is perfectly legal for the president to do this.
Decision. The HEROES Act provides no authorization for the Secretary's plan when examined using the ordinary tools of statutory interpretation, let alone clear congressional authorization for such a program, meaning the court said Congress never intended for any administration to use the HEROES Act to waive all of this, or grant, rather, this loan forgiveness. What is interesting about this, Nate,
Dude, what's up with the PPP loan forgiveness? Why the fuck is nobody talking about the PPP loan forgiveness? Oh, no, that's constitutionally apt. That's totally something within the power of Congress. Like, well, you know, why did that happen? Oh, that's right. It's because that was for, you know, small businesses and mega corporations for the most part. So that was okay. That was like the upper middle class to like wealthy Americans that benefited from that. So fuck you to the student workers. You do not get even a little bit of financial restitution, which you shouldn't even need to begin with, because there should be no debt incurred to get educated, okay? It is fucking insane. It is so stupid. The idea that you need to be saddled with debt to become a more productive laborer when alternatives exist, where other countries that are also developed nations, not only in most instances pay for the college education, but sometimes pay you to go to college, it blows my fucking mind. Stop saying worthless degrees. You're a fucking idiot, okay? You are a dumbass. I'm just going to tell you right now, there's no such thing as a worthless degree. It does not fucking matter that you consider something to be worthless. You would not have a stupid take like this, perhaps if you had a degree or if you learned how to read, okay? There's no such thing as a fucking worthless degree. I don't give a fuck what kind of like gender queer theory you're learning in college. It does not matter, okay? Every single instance of education, which is usually comprehensive to begin with, because even if you're getting a fucking a degree in gender science or whatever, you're still learning a lot more basics. You're still learning critical thinking. It's advancing society regardless, okay? Fuck. Very frustrating. People forget science requires language, ethics, literally everything people consider useless. Yeah, I don't care about how stupid people are self-serving much. Self-serving much in what respect? If you think it's self-serving for me to say that every single American deserves to get a college education for free because that would objectively make this country a better place, and you think that that's somehow self-serving to me, then newsflash, you're right. It is self-serving to me. It's self-serving to you as well. You're just too stupid to recognize it's self-serving to you as well. We would all be better off if everyone was able to get a free education, okay? That's it. The idea that this is like self-serving much, like you think that's an own, dude? Yeah, I want everyone to be educated so there are less dumb fucks like you, okay? How about that? You're right. Including you, by the way. The fact that college is as expensive as it is fucking ridiculous. Okay? What? I personally doubt even if this passed the Supreme Court, it wouldn't have improved Biden's approval rating and popularity. Both Biden and Trump just feel like cloudy candidates. You're absolutely wrong. Okay? You're absolutely wrong. $10,000 of debt being wiped out for millions of Americans? Are you crazy? That's such an easy thing. That is such an easy thing to message around, like the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That's easy messaging. Okay? If you get gifted a sub, and you were lucky enough to receive one, then you also get to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. But if you can't get gifted a sub, even though thousands have been gifted in the chat over the course of the past week, then you should buy one for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Lord of Peacocks, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh, here's the other one, by the way. There was no standing. There was no fucking standing for the actual Arkansas and what was it, Wisconsin companies that brought this up the courts all the way to the Supreme Court. Like, they weren't even fucking financially impacted by this. There are 2 situations where in 2 major decisions today, the Supreme Court ruled on issues where there was no standing to begin with. Missouri. Oh, not Wisconsin. Missouri. Absolutely unimaginably cruel for no particular reason other than the financial interests of those that engage in debt refinancing, like SoFi, people that actually spend a lot of money to make sure that these Supreme Court justices are put in positions of power, positions of prominence to, to dish out decisions like the ones that they just did and lobby the government, both the Democrats and the Republicans, right? The company had another email that said they actually would be more damaged if the forgiveness was struck down because a lot of people won't pay and that cost them money to try to track them down, and it's a loss. It was literally Republican politicians acting at the behest of corporations that did not necessarily ask for it in this circumstance. It still certainly helps corporations, especially big ones like SoFi, but like they literally moved on their own pretty much.
Is that this is an intent. No one has currently received any debt loan forgiveness. So the 37 million Americans who would benefit from this took out loans or received Pell Grants with the expectation they would have to repay them. That expectation that will now be realized yet again. There will be no forgiveness of this debt, even though the Biden administration argued strenuously before the court it had the right under the HEROES Act to do so, reading that law specifically, and the court said directly, it said it found no authorization for a debt forgiveness of this side. The financial implications of it, Nate, $400 billion, the estimated cost of this debt loan forgiveness, and about 16 million Americans would have qualified almost immediately to have their debt forgiven, at least in part or total. That will not happen, and the court has so ruled. Nate, back to you.
Major Garrett, we'll check back in with you on another Supreme Court ruling in just a bit. Thank you. Joining us now, CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson. Did any of the plaintiffs have the legal standing to bring this suit? In one case, the plaintiffs were 6 GOP-led states. In another, the plaintiffs were 2 student loan borrowers.
Yes, and that's how we got to the opinion that Major just described. If nobody had standing, then the student loan forgiveness program would have remained because nobody would have been able to challenge it. Well, the court said today.
Bro, this dog is crazy right now. Look at this. She won't get up. She's so fucking tired. It's nuts. Come on, Kaya. You lazy ass.
Is at least Missouri, through a public corporation named Mohila that it created to oversee the student loans, at least Missouri had standing. The court said, we don't have to look at the other states, and they proceeded to look at the merits. Exactly as Major said, they're looking at this 2003 statute, the HEROES Act, and they're looking at 2 very specific words, waiver and modification, and they're trying to figure out if this big student loan forgiveness program falls within either one of those words. And the court said today in a 6-3 decision by the chief, no, this is a big program. You need specific authorization from Congress. You can't try and shoehorn it into waiver or modification in the HEROES Act.
Jessica, thank you. Let's bring in Christina Ruffini at the White House. Christina, what's the reaction from the Biden administration?
Well, Nate, the administration was clearly prepared for this eventuality, and although sources at the White House say they strongly disagree with this opinion, the president, they say, will have more to say on this today. But just moments after that opinion came across, we received this statement. It says the president will make clear later today he's not done fighting yet and will announce new actions to protect student loan borrowers. It also says we'll be making it crystal clear to borrowers and their families that Republicans are responsible for denying them the relief that President Biden has been fighting to get them. And that last paragraph really goes to the crux of this. Look, President Biden said in November this was a campaign issue for him. He said he was going to do it. He did it. Nobody should have been surprised by that. And yet there was opposition from Republicans almost immediately to try to overturn that. And we saw that was successful today in the court. Look, the other issue here is one of the biggest borrowers, the biggest borrowers, the biggest holders of student debt are black women. And black women voted overwhelmingly for President Biden. This was one of the things he wanted to do for his constituents, for these people who helped get him in office. So as we heard from the White House, the fight isn't over yet. But as we've seen with this administration, with a split Congress and with a conservative court, it is increasingly difficult for the Biden administration to take executive actions to try to make policy when it keeps getting bounced back by the guys in that big building a little bit down the road.
So what are the possible next steps for the president?
We'll have to see. They could try to do another executive action. You know, in those arguments, one of the justices mentioned this is something that really should come from Congress. But with a divided House and Senate, that seems unlikely. So it's unclear what recourses the White House will really have. But I guess we'll have to hear what the president says later this afternoon.
All right, Christina, we appreciate you. Seems like 1 in 8 Americans will have to restart those payments. The money they were saving for possibly cars or even homes will have to be put on hold if this is indeed the case. We'll check back in with you later. Let's go back to Major Garrett, who I called Chief a little bit earlier at the Supreme Court. Major, there was a big decision that was released today, another one as well. Let's get to that. What do we know?
So this case, Nate, was about the tension between First Amendment rights and LGBTQ rights in the state of Colorado. Lori Smith, who is a web designer, wanted to design websites specifically for marriages, but she only wanted to design those websites for heterosexual couples seeking to be married. She described herself as an artist. She said that these websites would be unique and artistic. And she wanted to post on her business, which doesn't exist yet but is aspirational, that she would not provide any of her web services, her creative web services, for same-sex marriage couples. The state of Colorado informed Lori Smith that she would be violating the state's anti-discrimination law. She sued because she said her First Amendment rights were being violated, and by a 6-3 majority written by Justice Neil Gorsuch, the court sided with Lori Smith, saying that anti-discrimination public accommodations law in Colorado prohibits her from exercising her First Amendment right to say, I oppose same-sex marriage. Let me read to you a portion of Neil Gorsuch's decision and opinion. Quote, the First Amendment's protections belong to all, not just to speakers whose motives the government finds worthy. In this case, Colorado.
Biden's live on the SCOTUS decision. Let's go to Biden right now.
It was a worthy program, but let's be clear. Some of the same elected Republicans, members of Congress who strongly oppose giving release to students.
Let's see what he's going to do about
hundreds
this.
of thousands of dollars themselves in relief, members of Congress, because of the businesses they were able to keep open. Several members of Congress got over $1 million. All those loans were forgiven. You know how much that program cost? $760 billion. My program's too expensive. $360 billion more than I proposed in my student debt relief program. I was trying to provide students with $10,000 to $20,000 in relief. By comparison, the average amount forgiven in the PPP, the pandemic loan program, average amount forgiven was $70,000. Now a kid making $60,000, trying to pay back his bills, asking for $10,000 in relief? Come on. The hypocrisy is stunning. You can't help a family making 75 grand a year, but you can help a millionaire and you have your debt forgiven? My plan would not only have been life-changing for millions of Americans, it would have been good for the American economy. Freeing millions of Americans from the crushing burden of student debt. More homes would have been bought, more businesses would have been started, more couples would have had the confidence to start a family. Millions of people would have felt they could get on with their lives. These Republicans blocked all that. Now, in addition to the hypocrisy, some of these Republican Congress are shamelessly pushing to advance a bill in the coming weeks that gives hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks and handouts to the wealthiest Americans. They still haven't given up on making permanent a $2 trillion tax cut that they never paid for. Never paid for. $2 trillion. So let me be clear. For Republicans in Congress, it's not about reducing the deficit. It's not about fairness in forgiving loans. It's only about forgiving loans they have to pay. Today, the Supreme Court sided with them. I believe the court's decision to strike down my student debt relief program was a mistake, was wrong. I'm not going to stop fighting to deliver borrowers what they need, particularly those at the bottom end of the economic scale. So we need to find a new way, and we're moving as fast as we can. First, I'm announcing today a new path consistent with today's ruling to provide student debt relief to as many borrowers as possible, as quickly as possible. We will ground this new approach in a different law than my original plan, the so-called Higher Education Act. That will allow Secretary Cardona, who's with me today, to compromise, waive, or release loans under certain circumstances. This new path is legally sound. It's going to take longer, but in my view, it's the best path that remains to providing for as many borrowers as possible with debt relief. I've directed my team to move as quickly as possible under the law. Just moments ago, Secretary Cardona took the first step to initiate that new approach. We're not going to waste any time on this. We're getting moving on it. It's going to take longer, but we're getting at it right away. Second, we know what many borrowers will need to make their hard choices, which their budgets are being strained now when they start to repay their monthly loan payments this fall. You know, we know that figuring out how to pay these added expenses can take time for borrowers, and they might miss payments at the front end as they get back into repayment. Normally, this could lead borrowers to fall into delinquency and default. But without their it will hurt their financial security, and that's not good for them or the economy. That's why we're creating a temporary 12-month, what we're calling on-ramp repayment program. And now, this is not the same as a student loan pause. It's been in effect for the past 3 years. Monthly payments will be due. Bills will not go out, and interest will be accruing. And during this period, if you can pay your monthly bills, you should. But if you cannot, if you miss payments, this on-ramp will temporarily remove the threat of default or having your credit harmed, which can hurt borrowers for years to come. Because the Department of Education won't refer borrowers. And the reason why that will work, they won't refer borrowers who miss payments to credit agencies for 12 months to give them a chance to get back up and running. Let me close with this. Our Republican officials say student loan relief is a giveaway to the privileged. You hear that loud now, the privileged. I love their concern for the privileged. But I know who student loan borrowers are in this country. So do all you. The couple putting off having a child until they can find their way to deal with their debt. That's who they are. They're young putting off buying their first home so they can get out from under student loans. Hope on the horizon, thanks to relief that I planned last year. Today's court decision snatches it away from them. I get it. I get it. I hear this. And I'm concerned about it. But today's decision has closed one path. Now we're going to pursue another. I'm never going to stop fighting for you. We'll use every tool at our disposal to get you the student debt relief you need and reach your dreams. It's good for the economy. It's good for the country. It's going to be good for you. Thank you very, very much for listening. We're going to get this done, God willing. Thank you.
Mr. President, why did you give millions of borrowers false hope? You've doubted your own authority here in the past.
I didn't give any false hope. The question was whether or not I would do even more than was requested. What I did, I thought was appropriate and was able to be done and would get done. I didn't give borrowers false hope, but the Republicans snatched away the hope that they were given, and it's real hope. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you cancel student debt?
Your authority. Did you overstep your authority?
I think the court misinterpreted the Constitution.
Mr. President, do you admit failure in Afghanistan? Mistakes. There was a report on Afghanistan withdrawal saying there was failure, mistakes. Do you admit?
the
there
fuck?
was mistakes during the withdrawal and before.
No, all the evidence is coming back.
All right, we'll go to CNN to see what they're saying about this after, to hear what the mouthpieces are saying.
I get it.
What the fuck? I don't give a shit about the Afghanistan thing.
And I'm concerned about it. But today's decision has closed one path. Now we're going to pursue another. I'm never going to stop fighting for you. We'll use every tool at our disposal.
Motherfucker got stun locked like he's me.
And reach your dreams. It's good for the economy. It's good for the country. It's going to be good for you. Thank you very, very much for listening. We're going to get this done, God willing. Thank you.
Mr. President, why did you give millions of borrowers false hope? You've doubted your own authority here in the past.
I didn't give any false hope. The question was whether or not I would do even more than was requested. What I did, I thought was appropriate and was able to be done and would get done. I didn't give borrowers false hope, but the Republicans snatched away the hope that they were given, and it's real hope. Thank you.
Mr. President, when you
Overstep
cancel
your authority. Did you overstep your authority?
I think the court misinterpreted the Constitution.
Mr. President, do you admit failure in Afghanistan? Mistakes. There was a report on Afghanistan withdrawal saying there was failure, mistakes. Do you admit there was mistakes during the withdrawal and before?
No, all the evidence coming back there. Remember what I said about Afghanistan? I said Al-Qaeda would not be there. I said it wouldn't be there. I said we'd get help from the Taliban. What's happening now? What's going on? Read your press. I was right. Thanks.
Bro, he's like
report is from the State Department.
gray name reporter. He got stun locked. He came back for more. I think he's on that good crank. But let's see what the CNN people have to say about it.
Student loan debt forgiveness that was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court today. Let's go straight to Jeremy Diamond, who's over at the White House for us. So, Jeremy, the purpose for President Biden coming out this afternoon was to show the way forward on student loans now that this has happened. What was your big takeaway?
Yeah, I think the headline here is that the president is not giving up on student loan forgiveness, and he is saying at the end of his remarks, he said, one path closed, and now we are pursuing another one. And that other path, the president says, is based on the Higher Education Act of 1965. He says that this is a process that will take longer, but one that the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, has now initiated today to try and release loans, the president said, under certain circumstances. It's not clear exactly what that mechanism is or what those circumstances will be, but the president's message here is to say that we are going to try and find another way to forgive student debt and make good, of course, Abby, crucially, on a key campaign promise that he made in 2020. Now, the president opened his remarks by talking about the anger and disappointment that many Americans are feeling today. 26 million Americans had applied for this program. The president said that as many as 40 million Americans would have been eligible to benefit from some of this student debt relief. And the president's primary purpose here, beyond laying out how he would act, was to try and harness some of that anger and disappointment and direct it at Republicans. You heard the president say there that he was trying to extend a lifeline to many Americans, something that would have not only benefited the financial situation of individual Americans, but stimulated the economy by freeing millions of Americans from some of that student debt burden and allow them to go out and buy homes, for example, and stimulate and grow the economy. And the president here is saying that it was Republicans, he said, Republicans who, quote, stepped in and snatched from the hands of Americans billions of dollars in student debt relief. And so there is obviously a political strategy at work here as well, Abby, as you know, because the president made this essential campaign promise. He tried to make good on it. But you also heard that question at the end. Did you give Americans false hope by pursuing this action under an authority that the Supreme Court has now ruled that the president did not have? The president there very firmly saying, I didn't give any false hope. And he said it was Republicans who snatched away very real hope that he was trying to give the public.
What is this? I may be stupid, but why should a student be forgiven for student loans? Like, you knew what you were getting into, so why you should get off paying it back? Now I get the interest is a bit problem, but at least pay back what you borrowed. I think ultimately the way what I believe in this situation is that college should be free. And the idea that like you have to take a loan out to go to college is already a ridiculous one. So any kind of effort that eases even a margin of that burden on the population that went to college is a good one. I am someone who not only paid his own student loans because I was very fortunate, but paid off my brother's student loans as well. And obviously not many are as fortunate. So I look at that situation and I go, it's great that the government is actually taking action on this. It should not even exist to begin with. This student loan debt relief should not have to exist because student loan debt relief should not even be a thing. Student loans should not be a thing because college education should be either tremendously affordable or just completely free like it is in many other countries, right? It's that simple. It's not more complicated than that because this is not a loan that people are taking on to buy a car, which, by the way, in many instances would be subsidized by the government in the form of not even needing a fucking car because you would have adequate public transit as a completely viable alternative, right? But in America, everything is so decentralized and left up to the individual because this hyper-libertarian, hyper-individualist, American exceptionalist mentality has rotted everyone to the fucking core that they think like, oh no, like everything's up to me. I'm going to do it on my own. I'm going to do everything on my own. Meanwhile, the real reason why such mentality exists in America is so that massive corporations can continue benefiting from shafting you. Because they are the ones who provide the alternative, and they're the ones who usually can get away with, they can get away with getting you to pay for it because you have no other alternative. I have not talked about the French riots yet. Please stop asking me about the French riots right now. This is the most important news story of the day. I have just started covering the news. I will get to the French riots inevitably, but before I get to the French riots, I have to talk about the student loan debt relief and the other decisions that came down in the past 2 days. Okay, you knew what you were getting yourself into, brother. Get a job with even a slight living wage. You have to have college degree unless you're like skilled in a trade, which obviously is not realistic for the majority of the U.S. population. It's required. What choice do we have? Fuck yourself. I mean, I can get away with not being as aggro in this situation, but the reality is that even countries, developing nations that do not have as much wealth and have the finances can offer a free alternative in the form of higher education, a public institution that you can go to. Okay? In some countries, they quite literally pay you to go to college because college is a good thing. Okay, no matter how much people say, oh, it's stupid, it's dumb, whatever, why are you fucking going? It's like, or no matter how many people talk about like how silly it is to get like ridiculous degrees or whatever, ultimately, college is a good thing. It's a good experience to have. You learn more critical thinking skills. You learn a lot in college. Even if you're not paying that much attention, you still learn a bunch of things in college. You get to be in a diverse environment, a walkable city, enjoy some level of adequate public transit. You know, these are all things that you get to experience in college, okay? It's a good thing. I never got a degree, but went for a year and I have a corporate job that requires a degree. There's always a way. I know, but what you're describing is like an alternative, right? Which you don't need to if there is actually free college, right? You don't need to like engage in this kind of thing, or you can if you want to, but ultimately people should have the option. That's my mentality. Okay? Is college the same as university for you? Yes, college is university. That's what we're talking about. University, higher education. A bachelor's degree or higher. So it's you'll in the upcoming days you're going to hear a lot about this decision and why it was a good thing and how it's unfair to do this loan debt relief to begin with, and it's bullshit. The argument that has stood the test of time still applies here. If you had to get chemotherapy and that's the only way you could get through cancer treatment, okay? if there was a better alternative to chemotherapy and it was invented, you would never turn around and go, no, everyone should go through chemotherapy because I went through chemotherapy and that was really fucking unfair for other people to go through, skirt along without any sort of chemo and the pain that comes along with it to get rid of the cancer in their bodies. If someone were to make that argument, you would consider that to be absolutely fucking insane. Now, I agree it should be affordable, but you should still pay it back because of a choice made by a person going to college, or there should be an alternative to higher education for people who want to go but are less fortunate and can't afford it. You are quite literally describing the alternative to the higher education people that want to get that, which, by the way, education is the most important form of upward social mobility, most important ladder for upward social mobility, for the record. But you are describing the alternative and still going, but I still think people should pay it back. It does not matter. There is no fairness conversation here. If some harm was done to you, are you a good person or a bad person? Let's say harm was done to you. Okay? And now there's a way to avoid that harm. For others, would you say, well, harm was done to me, other people should go through it as well? No, right? I don't think you would agree with that. So explain your position from that perspective. Hopefully you can develop a newfound one. My anecdotal outlier has provided me with a barely survivable living situation, so why should anyone be provided with an alternative? Yeah. Ask chatters if they want to live in a country full of morons or not. That's why we need a free education. I think a lot of chatters would rather live in a country that resembles their own fucking idiocy. So those are the ones who are chirping right now. If you went to public institutions, should you pay back your kindergarten all the way to 12th grade? Because private alternatives to that exist. Tomorrow, it could be privatized. The government currently at least offers some level of income and some level of funds to the public institutions so you can get a K through 12 education. Should you start paying back that too? Is that what libertarians are going to do? You do, through taxes. Yeah, you'd be maybe your perspective would shift a little bit if you realize that you also pay for public institutions of higher learning as well in your taxes and get pretty much nothing in return, for the record. Great. I agree. You and I both agree. We already pay for it, and we pay a fuckload more in taxes that goes God knows where, most of the time to the military-industrial complex. Maybe you should go to the colleges. You just described a pivotal part of Bernie Sanders' 2016 and 2020 platform for free college. The irony also is that you already have been paying your taxes, and the federal government absolutely has the opportunity to abolish this debt. If we're going to talk about the constitutional viability or whether or not the president has this power to begin with, the answer is yes. The president does have this power. Okay? That's the other side of the story. The president absolutely has the power to abolish student loan debt. It's literally debt that the government technically paid for already. Okay? Department of Education, which is controlled by the president, has the capacity to forgive all matter of debt. It's already been paid for. Don't say no as the Secretary of Education. Who appointed the Secretary of Education? What are you talking about? It's still the president that has final say on the matter if he wants to, if he has enough energy. It is perfectly constitutional, and anyone who says that it's not constitutional is out of their minds. They're wrong. They're absolutely wrong. I really, really, really love watching American brain dummies make any argument for why free education is a bad thing. Same guys who quote tweet other dog brains like Elijah Schaffer when he posts some video from China with a guy making soup very fast and saying something like, "We are falling behind as a nation." Yeah. Yeah, we should go to college to learn how to make soup very fast. So, before we continue with the CNN panelists, let's get to our friend of the show, David Dayen, describe the student loan forgiveness plan that was ended
end today's show.
And why it
looking
was a
at the
ridiculous
other
court
decision
case to begin
The Supreme
with.
Court is issuing today to decide the fate of President Biden's student debt relief plan. We're joined by David Dayen, executive director, executive editor of the American Prospect, where he has a piece headlined "The Student Loan Case's Unwilling Participant." David, coming out of what we just heard with Melissa around the fake gay marriage website, talk about what you found in this other Supreme Court case.
Yeah, it's a remarkable amount of similarity here, really. So in the student loan case, the key issue is standing. Is someone injured by the fact that people are getting this debt relief from the government on their student loans? And the state of Missouri, along with several other states, brought this lawsuit, and they claim that because there's a thing called the Missouri Higher Education Loan Authority, which is a servicer, they do the day-to-day operations on the loans, that because they will be harmed, allegedly, actually they won't be harmed, but because they will allegedly be harmed by losing a number of student loans to service, then because they owe the state of Missouri money, they might not be able to pay it back. And there are just enormous amounts of reasons why this is problematic. First of all, the loan fund that allegedly the Missouri Higher Education Loan Authority won't be able to pay back to the state of Missouri. They haven't made a payment on it in the last 15 years, and internal documents show that they have no intention of paying into this fund. The second thing is internal emails have shown that the Missouri Higher Education Loan Authority had nothing to do with this case, didn't file it, didn't solicit it.
Here it is. Internal emails from Mohala show that even Mohala says a lawsuit in front of SCOTUS to kill student debt cancellation should be dismissed for lack of standing, and that Mohala isn't harmed by this cancellation. Here are the internal emails. I saw that already yesterday. Mohala isn't technically a part of the lawsuit. The Missouri Attorney General is suing on their behalf. However, it's all about the FFEL stuff, and since they changed the rules, that lawsuit should be ruled as lacking standing. For those of you who don't know what this means, it means that there's no genuine harm in the situation, okay? Because normally, for you to be able to sue someone, you have to prove that this person is harming you in some way, okay? In a financial way, emotional way, whatever, right? No harm, no foul. Technically, the institutions that are being brought up in this regard are being used as a political pawn by Republican appointed freaks. No, I think Mohala was opposed to this move, but couldn't do anything about it. The Missouri State Attorney General needed to claim that our borrowers were harmed for standing, so they're making us look bad by filing this, not only with Missouri on it, but especially bad because they filed it in MO. There was another one out of Arkansas as well. Okay, there was another one out of Arkansas on top of this. But the reality here is that there was no real fucking harm being done to anybody, and they still went along with it for political purposes, for political reason, to take out a campaign promise that Biden had made, that he had every right to do so, that he could have easily followed on. Are you going to cover how they used Nancy Pelosi to prove the case against Biden? There is no proof against Biden, for the record. There is no proof against Biden in this situation. Nancy Pelosi, who is backed by big donors that also are in debt refinancing, in the debt refinancing business, doesn't prove anything. That just proves that she's a fucking awful demon, okay? Which we all knew. There's no proof there. They did do that, though. It doesn't matter, but it's not proof of anything, guys. It just means that she's a fucking demon. Who cares about her big donors? That's it. Yeah. Anyway, we're not going to get into the fucking Missouri Attorney General and his own, personal experiences. Let's keep talking about the situation.
Didn't know it was happening and didn't know they were being used as a substitute for standing for the state of Missouri until they read about it in news reports. And there are internal emails between employees of Mohala saying, we were opposed to this move, but we couldn't do anything about it. The Missouri State Attorney General needed to claim that our borrowers were harmed so that they could have standing in the case. So, a real similarity of we talk about the Supreme Court's corruption in terms of, going on junkets and things like this. But maybe a deeper corruption is the fact that they seem to not check the basic facts in these various cases, and they're ruling on things that aren't legitimate in some way.
How are these not being fact checked?
It really
talk about how you found it. Talk about how you found it.
It was through state sunshine laws. The Missouri Higher Education Loan Authority.
It's called Mohala?
Mohala is sort of a state instrumentality, and they, in fact, the only way that the state of Missouri could get information from Mohala is that they had to use state sunshine laws to extract that information. And so advocates at the Student Borrower Protection Center did the same thing, looking up whether they were talking about this case, and they found this tranche of emails that shows that they had nothing to do about it. And in one case, one employee asks, are we involved in this case? Are we the bad guys? Is the direct quote that the Mohala employee makes. So it's a situation where by the time it gets to the Supreme Court, they sort of assume facts, as Melissa said, they assume the facts as legitimate. But in this case, if the court in fact rules to deny 43 million borrowers reductions in their loan balances, they'll be doing it based on a standing argument on behalf of a plaintiff that was a complete unwilling participant in this case.
And if the court does rule that way, can President Biden still cancel student debt?
A lot of advocacy groups say that the president could use other means. Right now, they are using the authority granted under something called the HEROES Act, which allows them in the cases of emergency like the pandemic to ensure that borrowers aren't made worse by that situation. They could also use the 1965 Higher Education Act and its compromise and settlement authority to reduce loan balances. It certainly remains to be seen if the Supreme Court sort of slaps down the president, whether he would be willing to use another authority to try to do it in a different way.
David Dayen, before we end the show, I want to ask you about another SCOTUS point. And for people who are not familiar, SCOTUS is Supreme Court of the United States. As we reported today in headlines, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito leased land to a fossil fuel company for oil and gas exploration around the same time the firm stood to benefit from a major environmental case before the High Court. The Intercept has just reported that Justice Alito did not recuse himself from the case, even though his family stood to profit from the outcome. And he ended up writing the 5-4 majority opinion in Sackett versus Environmental Protection Agency, which gutted protections for U.S. wetlands under the Clean Water Act. At the time, his wife, Martha Ann Baumgardner Alito, had an agreement with the firm Citizens Energy to earn revenue from any oil and gas produced on her land in Oklahoma, which she inherited from her father. And of course, this following the bombshell report in ProPublica that found that Justice Alito took this undisclosed luxury fishing vacation with Republican megadonor Paul Singer in 2000. 2008, then later ruled in Singer's favor in several cases. Singer, a major donor to the Manhattan Institute, the Republican think tank that supports blocking student debt relief. Members of the Debt Collective demanding Alito recuse himself from today's Supreme Court ruling on President Biden's plan to give 40 million student borrowers up to $20,000 each in debt relief. Your response to these latest revelations, which, of course, follow the revelations around Clarence Thomas and his relationship with the billionaire donor Harlan Crow?
Well, I mean, the fact is that the Supreme Court is really a rogue institution.
I know they put Nancy Pelosi in here, chat. I know. It doesn't matter. It's not proof of anything. As then Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi explained, this is on the opinion, people think that the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone, he can delay, but he does not have that power. That has to be an act of Congress in a press conference, said the office of the Speaker of the House. Okay? Yes. That is the nerdiest way to just like own the Biden administration. Okay? If Nancy Pelosi said this, well, I guess we can't fucking do it then. I guess it has to be true. It's not true. There are numerous different ways that Biden could eradicate this student loan debt, okay, that has been incurred by the Department of Education. And we shit on Nancy Pelosi back then. When are you going to cover the LGBTQ plus Supreme Court ruling? Dude, I'm not going to cover it, okay? I'm not, because I hate gay people, so I'm not going to cover it. Like, can we just go through this really fucking impactful story? Like, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up and wait. There you go. Another fucking clip out of context that, like, kick streamers can utilize and put the fucking LSF and be like, wow, it's really fucked up that this F word hates gay people by people who literally say horrifying shit on a daily fucking basis professionally. So they can, like, you know, do their pearl clutching. Fuck, man. Concerned trolling is so frustrating, like literally jailable. Then don't say shit. Man, shut the fuck up. Suck my cock, dude. Every goddamn day, it's like a new fucking thing by people who I know are just pure evil, you know? And then all these dummies that go along with it. It's just so frustrating, okay? Yeah, I should just stop fucking streaming because, like, a bunch of freaks will brigade Reddit posts to try to fucking create controversy. You know, fuck it. I should just stop my entire, lives mission. Let's continue. Mo, you so mad. Yeah, you got me, dude. Let's continue. Where the fuck were we?
It's an example of self-regulation. Justices decide on their own whether or not to recuse the documents that they file, while journalists can scrutinize those documents and maybe find other cases where they didn't disclose certain gifts or other personal financial windfalls. There's basically no sanction for it. These are lifetime appointments. I mean, this is what arrogance looks like in manifested form. And there's nothing much that the public can do about it except bring pressure to bear. And I think that some of the rulings that we've seen this year, which have been a little more moderate, could be a result of the legitimacy crisis sort of at the heart of the Supreme Court. And it's good that journalists and other people are paying more attention to this circumstance, but it's really frustrating.
Well, of course, we'll continue to follow all of these issues. David Dayen, executive editor of The American Prospect, his piece will link to the student.
Yeah, let's talk about what David has written, because he's written extensively on the subject. So after today's words, because Biden came out and spoke about what this new program and new cancellation methods were going to look like. So here's what he had to say. So according to the president's words, they're going to create a new program, I presume, with the same parameters under the Compromise and Settlement Authority of the Higher Education Act that we discussed as the main way to cancel student loan debt years ago. Because there are still ways to cancel this this student loan debt. He mentioned that it will take longer. I think this is what that means. There are a couple of regulatory hurdles. They are discussed in this letter. There's something called the Federal Claims Collection Standards that requires a rulemaking if an agency wants to cancel debt owed to the government. There are federal standards that govern this authority. Congress granted Education Secretary its own authority under the HEA, and these Harvard lawyers think it controls. But others have been wary of that interpretation. A 2016 amendment to these rules does reference the FCCS. In addition, late in George W. Bush's term, a regulation modified the Secretary of Education's authority to compromise or settle a debt, giving the Department of Justice a review and comment period on any proposed resolution of a claim that's over $1 million. At the very least, that review process would have to happen. At the most, the Secretary would have to go through the FCCS process. Either way, that would take time. That's why clearing this regulatory underbrush should have been done in January 20 or 2021, not 3 years in. Now, of course, the SCOTUS could then try and turn around and knock this down, because they also said that Title 4 of the Higher Education Act of 1965 governs federal financial aid mechanisms, including student loans. The act authorizes the Secretary of Education to cancel or reduce loans in certain limited circumstances. The Secretary may cancel a set amount of loans held by some public servants. He may also forgive the loans of borrowers who have died or become permanently and totally disabled, borrowers who are bankrupt, and borrowers whose schools falsely certify them, close down, or fail to pay their lenders. The issue presented in this case is whether the Secretary has authority under the Higher Education Relief Opportunities for Students, the HEROES Act of 2003, to depart from the existing provisions of the Education Act and establish a student loan forgiveness program that will cancel about $430 billion in debt, principal, and affect nearly all borrowers. Under the HEROES Act, the Secretary may waive or modify any statutory regulatory provision applicable to the Student Financial Assistance Program under Title IV, as the Secretary deems necessary in connection with a war or other military operation or national emergency. Okay? For those of you who are saying, why didn't Biden do this earlier? It's because it wasn't so close to the midterms. Okay? That's why. They like to trickle some of the more popular and easily doable forms of some of the easily doable campaign promises later in the race, so that the midterms pass already. I'm talking about why they didn't do it immediately when they had the majority as well. So they had like some kind of additional support from Congress that you could maybe tack on to a budget reconciliation or something. Okay? Which, by the way, who knows if they could have done that, because obviously there are plenty of spoilers within the party, and that was their goal. Their goal was to literally destroy Biden's agenda, which Biden himself is not all too keen on advancing. Can anyone get rid of these corrupt justices? No. As you have seen, ProPublica has done endless amounts of coverage on how corrupt the institution is and how corrupt these individual justices are over and over again. Every other week, there's like a new article that comes out where it's like a billionaire literally sucked the penis of Chief Justice. And then, you know, they brought a case that directly related to the billionaire to the Supreme Court, and it's totally fine. And then they come out and they're like, well, I didn't know I couldn't get my dick sucked off by a billionaire. Sorry, I thought this was America. And then it's fine. Okay? So there's not really much you can do. I guess you can expand the Supreme Court, but obviously Joseph Robinette Biden is not interested in that, and I have to go back and refresh my knowledge on how to legally be able to do that. But ultimately, it is it seems hopeless. Okay, that's it. It's just I don't know what else to say, because I don't think Biden is interested in making these changes. I mean, there might be some way to overcome these institutional hurdles. There's always a way to overcome institutional hurdles. You could just like do whatever you fucking want to do, but there's not really much you can do without serious organizing, without an actual worker-backed backbone. Okay, very difficult to make any kind of momentum stick. And if you're thinking like, oh, burn this shit down, one, you do not have the organizational capacity. Two, you do not have any genuine momentum behind it. And three, look to what happened in the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protests, in the immediate aftermath of George Floyd's execution. There were continued protests for almost a fucking year. Okay, it was a perfect moment, because it came at the heels of like being locked inside for an extended period of time. People wanted to spill out as best as they could, and yet no such systemic institutional changes came as a consequence of that. So even when you like quote unquote burn shit down, it still doesn't matter, because the only way you can genuinely enact change is if you have leverage. Okay? Revolt, unfortunately, is not leverage. Leverage only comes when you can strike at the core of capital. How do you strike at the core of capital? Through continued state protests, through strikes, through labor action. And as it stands, we do not have enough organizational momentum. Okay? Take your despair somewhere else, Boomer. This is not despair. This is realistic solutions. Feels like you need a billionaire backing on the left side right now to actually do something. That's not going to happen either, I don't think. Just so fucking stupid. Here, let's take a look at More Perfect Union's short video on the matter.
It happened. The Supreme Court just killed your student debt relief. But don't let anyone tell you this is the end of the story. The Biden administration still has the legal authority to cancel student debt because Congress already authorized it. Let me explain. President Biden's first attempt to cancel student debt, the one the Supreme Court just struck down, was based on a law called the HEROES Act of...
They had JFK in the 60s. We had Trump during George Floyd. That's interesting. Who came after George Floyd? Oh, yeah, that's right. Joseph Robinette Biden. What kind of changes were made to policing in this country when Biden became president? What did the Democrats want to do as far as change to begin with? Oh, surely they didn't just run on the same fucking crime wave narrative. all over the goddamn nation, right? I mean, certainly not, right? Oh yeah, that's right. That is what they ran on. More funding to cops. Crime wave is out of control. We need to suck and fuck our police force. We need to get down on our knees and fucking demand that they do their job and beg them to do their job. And that those who are hurting the feelings of the police force in this country are actually the evil ones that are responsible for this supposed crime wave happening everywhere.
Of 2003. This law gave the Education Department the power to waive or modify student loans for people affected by a national emergency. The Biden administration claimed the COVID pandemic was a national emergency, but the Supreme Court abused its power and rejected the president's argument. Thankfully, there is another law under which Biden can legally cancel student debt. We talked to Persis Yu, a lawyer at the Student Borrower Protection Center, to explain the legal mechanisms Biden can still utilize.
The administration's hands are absolutely not tied in this circumstance. There are many tools that the secretary can use. In particular, the secretary already has the authority, and the president can direct the secretary to use the authority to cancel student loans under the Higher Education Act, under the provisions which allow them to settle, compromise, modify, and waiver any of the debts in their portfolio. This is a tool that the Department of Education regularly uses in the maintenance of its portfolio. In fact, we've seen instances where, for example, Secretary Betsy DeVos canceled certain borrowers some amounts of student loan debt during the last administration. The president can direct the secretary to take these actions to ensure that student loan borrowers are still given the debt relief that they desperately need right now.
The nation today has a $1.78 trillion student debt burden.
Like, this should not exist. You understand? It should not. Why does this exist? There should be price controls set on institutions of higher learning, okay? Because they are out of control. This is a reality that Republicans only acknowledge as a way to deflect away from the student loan debt relief, as a way to attack the student loan debt relief, to say, oh, this doesn't tackle the problem. No, this tackles one of the consequences of the problem. The problem still persists. You need to also deal with the issue. But it's completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous that we are expected to subsidize our own labor force becoming more productive, okay? There's a reason why every other goddamn country has made this fucking free, or they literally pay you to get this educational training. It's so insane. The notion that we have to pay out of pocket for this is absolutely insane.
Burden owed to the federal government by about 45 million Americans. That's about 1 in 5 U.S. adults. It's no surprise that this far-right, corrupt Supreme Court has decided to strike down relief, deciding in favor of a plaintiff that doesn't have standing, a harm that never happened, and false claims that were never checked. This base.
I feel like, I feel like so many people don't understand what you said earlier. This debt is already paid for. The government isn't giving money they don't have. They quite literally use it as a way to make money. Exactly. Like, this is not, it's not coming out of your pockets. When so many people lied about it and they were like, well, who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? It's like, dude, you already paid for it. Okay? You already paid for it. You paid for it. Taxes paid for it. It's already funded. It doesn't matter. Debt that you took from the government, okay? Which is precisely the reason why Biden can just erase it. The education secretary could just tomorrow say, all right, no more debt. Fuck it, YOLO.
Baseless decision creates disastrous new legal precedents while striking down a completely legal policy that millions of people have planned their futures around.
Free college for everyone is incompatible with everyone being able to go to college. In lots of countries with fewer basically free college education, a college education is a limited resource only available to those who meet higher requirements than the average American student who is able to attend college from a German. Yeah, you're not right about that at all. You're not even remotely correct. What are you saying? Like, I don't even understand the argument that you're trying to make. Are you trying to say that, like, when people can pay their way to go to college, a lot of dumbasses can get this education, which is a good thing. Whereas if it's free, then you have to compete with others for limited resources. Is that the argument you're trying to make? Because that's not a very good argument. They put you on different tracks in 8th grade? Okay. I understand. They do that in Turkey as well. And there's still an opportunity for you to go to college regardless of the track you're on. So what does that make? What do you mean by this? So stays decide at that age more or less if you're on path to college. It's not, it doesn't matter. I don't even understand what argument you're trying to make. If you want to go to college, you can go to college. Financial burden is not all of a sudden a new way to stop you from attending college. And guess what? You could also not do this. You know what I mean? I'm German too. This guy's full of shit. There have never been more university students than now in Germany. Is a shit argument. Getting into uni in Germany is also way easier than the US. For most subjects, you can just apply and instantly get in. I pay 67 euros for a semester, by the way. Yeah. That's probably why you have more money to spend on the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break by subscribing. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account. Maybe this guy, Gregor Gussie, should go to a college and learn that so he can also get gifted a sub or potentially subscribe himself. Cracky McWestside, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. The education paradox. One needs higher education to climb the ranks in a capitalistic structure. However, one needs capital to get education in the first place. It makes no sense. If we believe that education leads to higher incomes and social mobility, putting a hurdle on it makes no sense. Yeah, except it does make sense. It makes sense from only one perspective. And that is the perspective of the capital owning class, especially when you consider their short-term gains. Let me explain. College being expensive benefits those institutions. They make more money. That's great for them. But it also benefits capital owners and business owners, because now when you have upward social mobility, you actually, or when you're supposedly, theoretically, a bachelor degree student, you should have upward social mobility, but don't actually have that. You want to know why? Because you're saddled with a shitload of debt. And when you have a shitload of debt, you take on whatever job you can, or even jobs that you want to, you'll take on without a second thought about whether or not it pays you adequately. Because you have to immediately start paying those debts. And even when you do that, even when you get a job, you have to maintain that job for not one, but 2 reasons now. One, because that job is the only way that you have health care, right? You have insurance, employment-based insurance in this country. So you can't really decide to leave your job because then you're kicked out of coverage, and that's fucking terrifying. And also on top of that, you have loans to pay off. That's it. That's what this system, that's who the system benefits. Law tip: when a Republican president talks about cutting taxes, do we ever hear from motherfuckers who paid taxes in the past saying that it's not fair to people who already paid those taxes? Well, no, because those people are paying less taxes now in the future, and they like that. And if people were not in debt, they would want more from their laws in society. The excuse that there used to be you need more education will be gone. Student loan debt took me down an entirely different career path than what my 4-year degree was for because I needed to pay them back and jobs in my field were not readily available. Yes, that is the goal. It is the design. That is by design, okay? That's the intent behind these kinds of actions that make no sense in the long term because you're like, well, in the long term, it seems like you're putting financial hurdles upon having a better educated populace, having a better educated workforce, having a more productive labor force. Isn't that bad? Well, not that bad from the short-term perspective. Even SCOTUS thinks the chirping from individuals is stupid in Department Education v. Brown, which is why they had to jump through hoops with Mohela and Missouri on the Biden v. Nebraska case. Respondents lack Article 3 standing to assert a procedural challenge to the student loan debt forgiveness plan adopted by the Secretary of Education pursuant to Higher Education Relief Opportunities for Students Act, HEROES Act. Yes, we covered this in the beginning. That is just insult to injury. Like, I don't even care about the procedural hurdles that they completely bouldered through, right? Because I don't think process is real. And this basically proves it. And that's why I showed you that there was no standing in this circumstance. And the victim, the quote-unquote victim in this situation, openly admitted in private correspondence that have been revealed since that there was no standing. That there was no harm being done to them, and yet they still took on this case and went forward with it. It's like if your brother borrowed money from you, let's say, okay, and then you were like, all right, you know what, it's fine. I don't really give a shit. Like, I don't need to get the money back. But then some cop was like, no, that's still theft. You're going to fucking jail. You know what I mean? Like, wait a minute. I don't want this. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's like, nah, that's theft, dog. Sorry. Rules are rules. You're going to fucking jail. Obviously, this is very reductive. There are multiple components that I did not mention in this story, in this analogy, but that's how it works. My apologies. Can you look at the last question? Sorry, came across as annoying. Not my intent. My last question. What is this? What exactly is our goal then? Not to sound pessimistic, but it feels like everything we do is useless and has no meaning at this point. No organization or political power. You just chip away at it, my friend. You can't have a defeatist mentality. Just because things are awful, just because things seem hopeless, doesn't change the reality that you shouldn't have revolutionary optimism in your heart. Ultimately, you're doing the right thing. Ultimately, you're working towards a unified goal to better people's lives, and that should give you all of the good feelings that you need to feel in your heart. Okay. Incrementalism, bat chess. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying incrementalism. Vote for the Democrats and shut the fuck up and go to brunch. Okay. The reality is, as pessimistic as I am, and, you know, being a fucking leftist, I am very used to taking L's. There's not really much you can do about it when all the cards in the deck are stacked against you, placed there by people with so much institutional power who literally designed the deck of cards to churn out results that favor them. But you can't You know, you can't stop yourself from picking away at the problem. There's not much else you can do. Motherfucker thinks I can afford brunch, lol. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, as I always say, society prospers when old men plant trees, the shades of which they will never sit in. Which I paraphrase all the time and quote all the time in the worst ways possible, but that's how it works. And for all the and for the record, for all of the people that say what would the French do in this case? What would the French do in this case? They would burn the streets down. It's like, what have the French done in and they have a much better they have a much longer history of just like violent revolt. What has the French government done in response to the on the ground retaliation? They didn't do shit. They didn't respond to it at all. They just bouldered through. They didn't give a fuck. So what did they get across? They got nothing. So even in France, that shit is no longer hitting in the way that it used to. How do you mentally cope with the fact that you'll never get to enjoy its shade as you bust your ass planting the tree? What? I don't give a fuck. My conscience is clear. I feel good. That's my selfish desire. And it makes me happy to know that I'm working away in a goal that might not immediately be realized, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing the right thing. That's how I feel. What chatters need to learn is they're living in some of the shade planted by old men who did the same thing. We must continue to plant trees for future generations. Yeah, I mean, a great example of this is quite literally what you are enjoying now, right? It's called the weekend. Some of you have the capacity to enjoy it. Some of you don't. But there's a lot of people who do. How do we get there? Well, there was a long and hard battle that was fought. I did. No, it's in the box. It's in a box next to the ledge. You didn't see the box? Okay, that was weird. All right, I gotta go. Bye. I am back. I don't know what just happened. I don't know how it happened, but I'm back. My internet just completely went out for no particular reason, no discernible reason, and then it came back. What's in the box? What box? Was it the box? Oh, I was telling the Aussie boys who just came back what was going on with the bird. Is it the bird in the box? The bird is gone? Oh, that's cool. That's good. All right, so we saved it. I took a photo of it. No, there's no cat, chat. The Aussies are here, and I was describing to them what happened. You guys already know what happened. So the bird was a baby. That's why it was on the ground. He was a male bird, and was a baby and needed to be fed. And that's like reason why it was like laying in place was because it hadn't been fed. It just somehow fell there or flew there. We don't know why. And yeah, it could have fallen out of a nest or something. So that's the other hummingbirds we saw around were probably the mom looking to feed the bird. So the wildlife, the hummingbird recovery group or whatever told me, get a shoebox, lay a bunch of flat pieces of paper or flat paper towels on the shoebox, and then put the bird in it near where it was, like nesting, near where it was, the ledge you put it on. That way, the mother will have easy access to the bird. And if you hear the bird like crying a lot and sleepy, like if you hear the bird sleeping, like see the bird sleeping later, that means like it's the mother could not get to it. But if you hear the bird quiet and alert, which it was, that means the mother is actually feeding it now. Yeah, it's just like periodically flying down and like giving it food. So that's what happened. The mother found the bird and was like feeding it even in the ledge, but she still told me to put it in the shoebox instead for easier access. So I guess the mother fed it a lot and then the baby bird flew away. Wait, yeah. Oh, there was nothing in the box? Yeah, yeah, there was a little bit of poos in there, I saw. Yeah, the bird was in there. Yeah, he got a TV and everything. Yeah, I gave the bird like a TV, a house. Yeah. There you go. Looks like he's watching TV. Yeah. It's a part of the process of learning to fly. They spend a day or so on the ground, fledgling phase. No, the bird could actually fly. The bird had the capability of flight, but like for short periods of time. But I guess like the mother flew the bird away. Yeah, but it's very tiring. They need to build up the muscles and such. Yeah. That bird is better accommodation than I have. Yeah, that bird doesn't also have to ever worry about student loan debts and having it be relieved only to be taken away again. Yeah, it's a happy ending. I should have just killed the bird though, honestly, because like other birds have been able to survive on their own. Like, why should I put this bird in a comfortable nest so that its mother can feed it? You know what I mean? Like this bird needed to fucking tough it out on its own. It's not meant for survival then, I guess. What if the bird is lazy, you know? What if the bird learned to be lazy now? It's a moral hazard. Yeah, the bird knew what it was getting into when it got birthed. Exactly. Why does the bird need a fucking bailout, dude? Huh? Why? Why should the bird get a fucking bailout? The bird should have picked itself up by its little bootstraps. So that's a great example in some ways. Like, why did I help this fucking little bird? Could have just easily died. You know, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Like, I could have never even, it's so little that I wouldn't have even seen it if I stepped on it on accident. You know what I mean? Why did I do it? I'm not a fucking bird. I don't expect kindness in return from these birds. Why did I do it? I did it because it's the right thing to do. You don't want this fucking thing to die, right? That's the point. That's why you do things throughout your day that you don't see any sort of immediate, tangible, or any benefit whatsoever. To clean up your reputation. My reputation is what? A bird murderer? You just do things throughout your day, especially when it's like not even that big of a deal for you. You do things without even thinking about it. Anyway. I love the vegans in the chat being like, you eat chickens every day. Oh my God, I know. I know. So you're right. The right thing I should have done in that situation is fucking murder that bird and eat it. It's so odd. It's such an odd thing for a vegan to be like, wow, you saved a hummingbird's life, but you eat fucking chicken every day. Yeah, I also adopted a chicken. You know what I mean? That was saved. That's great though. That's a great point. You know, you're right. I should just fucking kill that bird. I should kill every bird I see like I'm a goddamn cat. Holy fuck, dude. Stop being your own enemy. Like, you know that's not the point. That's bad faith. I'm responding in a bad faith way. I mean, you're demanding ethical consistency from me. I know the ethical consistency is going to be in the other direction, but I've told you already, like, I don't care. Like, I think eating chickens are delicious. We're not doing a vegan debate purgatory. I have time and time again explained that I'm a speciesist and I care about the utility to humans. I eat meat because it tastes awesome. The moment that like scientists find an alternative that looks and tastes that has the same macronutrient profile of poultry, I will swap out without even a care or consideration in the world. Well, I guess if you admit it's inconsistent, I mean, okay. Yeah, I admit it's inconsistent. What do you mean? Sure. Okay. I don't even think it's inconsistent because, like I said, there's no viable alternative, no substitute. I don't want to eat fucking soy or whatever. But even if you think it's inconsistent, like, I still don't care. You know? I don't care. So yeah, I'm inconsistent. You got me. The shoe house you gave the bird is really cute. Yeah. Can we go back to SCOTUS rulings? Who gives a fuck what some vegans are whining about? Other vegans, probably. What's consistent about abstaining from animal products but still consuming vegetables cultivated by fucking slaves? Good luck. I'm not opening that can of worms, okay? Because I'm not a bird. I love being proven right when xenophobic fearmongers are the ones proving wrong. Oh, look at that. A Chinese spy balloon shot down by the U.S. military did not collect information as it flew across the country, the Pentagon said. Yeah, because the fucking satellites on top of it were actually collecting all the information. You know what I mean? Still singing Toxic Gossip Train in my head. Please save me. Same. Fucked up, actually. All right, let's get back to this. Let's get back to the situation here.
But this doesn't have to be the end of the story. Regardless of this ruling, the law is clear. President Biden still has the legal authority to cancel student debt. He must do so right away.
Okay, let's close that. Here's a New York Times useful life hack on how to escape student debt. Student debt. Sorry. Death. This is not something that most people would choose as a solution to their debt burden. Still, if you're a young adult wondering about the federal plus loans your relatives took out to pay for your education, you may be wondering whether the debt dies with the person or people who take it on. It does. The federal government will not make a claim on their estate, and you will not inherit the balance. They changed it after people were like, what the fuck are you saying? This is insane. Well, turns out they were like, debt won't carry on. They changed it from death to debt won't carry on, so we're good now. Don't worry, guys. Just New York Times are like, just kill yourself. It's fine. Oh, that's funny. Just fucking die, dude. Fuck it. YOLO. Right? Yo-do. You only debt once. You only live once. You only die once.
What do we do? Argue with you? I'm not on the debate team. This isn't mock trial. Then die.
Oh, yeah, can't pay your student loan debt? Then die. Stephen Miller is seething.
Here, President of America First Legal. Today, we sent a warning letter to the deans of 200 law schools around America, telling them that they must obey the Supreme Court's ruling, striking down illegal racial discrimination and affirmative action. If they try to violate, circumvent, bypass, subvert, or otherwise...
They're like, if you even let in any black students, we're just going to automatically assume you're doing it for a racial quota, and we're going to literally put you under a mountain of legal paperwork, okay? It's like, what do you mean? How are you going to do that? How do you plan on stopping schools from not implementing a quota, which they never had, okay? They never openly had a racial quota, but like offering any kind of fucking approach to their applications process that they will continue utilizing, that they will continue fucking working with. This is what the Department of Education posted 3 days ago. We can all help prevent suicide. The collective is saying because he's not implementing the Plan B to be automatic, it's also doomed to fail. We are still assessing, the Biden administration with the regulatory process to enact student debt relief under the HEA, the Higher Education Act. The debt collective is stating that they're still assessing this, but on first blush, this looks like the nightmare scenario we told them not to do. This looks like it's designed to make sure we will never cancel a penny of debt. They're lobbying this to let the GOP and SCOTUS kill the HEA's authority to cancel. I hope it's not like that. I mean, the Department of Education posting this is pretty funny in a very tragic way. But it's also, it's no different than the Veterans Affairs office doing ads on veteran gun control or veteran suicide prevention by trying to sell you a fucking lock on your gun case with a photo of your loved ones inside of your gun case. So you think twice before killing yourself. You have like 30 extra seconds of like staring at your loved ones before you take the fucking case, the gun out of its case and shoot yourself in the fucking head. Why is that a solution to the suicide issue with veterans? Because there's no other alternative and there will never be gun control. You know what I mean? And if you think I'm fucking lying about this, let's take a look. Here. This ran on my broadcast. This ad ran on my broadcast for years, okay? God damn it. Every time I fucking Google shit like this, immediately it's like 988. No, man, I'm just trying to fucking Google something specific. I'm not trying to kill myself. Holy fuck, Google. Oh, here.
Crisis can happen unexpectedly to anyone. And though it may seem like a small barrier, a simple lock puts space between the thought and the trigger. Learn how securing your guns can help prevent suicide.
That's a real ad, bro. That's a real ad from the United States Department of Conner Dog Veterans Affairs. You know what I mean? A 10-second delay between you and the trigger could stop you from killing yourself. It's like, okay, what about any fucking other solution? Like, that is such a dire situation when this is presented as the solution to a problem, right? In my mind, there is no better representation of how Jover the situation is, how fucking insane the situation is, than this ad being run. Like, someone was like, listen, we can't get any gun control. We can't get adequate mental health treatment and all of the other reasons why fucking veterans killed themselves, right? So what's the next best thing? All right, fucking serve them a lock. And before people say, oh, well, Hasan, you don't understand how preventative this lock measure is. Like, I get it. But it shouldn't get there. Do you understand? That's the entire point, is that like it should not even be a thing. You think this is a thing in other countries? It's not. QRT, the Twitter post from them. Well, I can't see. Oh. Department of Education. No, don't kill yourself. You have so much debt to pay off. That's funny. Lock picking lawyer did a good video about how to pick that lock if you really need to blast yourself in a hurry. Yeah. Listen, content all the way down, baby. Someone's got to do it. What is this? Could have waited one day. That's so funny. That's a good fucking Prezzo tweet. Holy shit. That's fire.
Ken, it will.
Look at that. But CNN is already back to the fucking Ukrainian counteroffensive news. Yeah. Heads up, the Supreme Court just agreed to take up an issue of whether people accused of domestic violence can own firearms. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, brother. That's so sick. It's not like there is there's any prevention if you're a cop. It would be, you know, cops already own fucking firearms. What are you going to disarm the police by forcing domestic abusers to no longer have a gun? Good luck. SCOTUS about to be like, actually, we've decided you should have more guns if you're a domestic abuser because you clearly are some of the people that are using those guns. You know what I mean? And we need to get those guns to be used. Right? Like, we got to do that. Reuters, Biden will announce new action to protect student loan borrowers. White House source, use code Biden for 20% off your first visit at betterhelp.com. So there's another Supreme Court decision that we're going to talk about, but in between that, I just want to show the goat of posting, Donald J. Trump, resting after a good 25 minutes of work. Here he is, just absolutely eviscerating famed big boy, famed large chungus man, Christopher Jebediah Christie, who I like personally. I think he's great. Not the fupa, good lord. That fupa is so powerful, dude. I love that. Trump been saving all these pics. It's great. It's fire. I like it. I think he's on to something. The guy who's behind the case of the Supreme Court picked up with the domestic violence. New patriotic hero just dropped. The case was brought by a Texas man who was indicted by a federal grand jury for violating the 1994 law that prohibits gun ownership by a person subject to a domestic violence restraining order. The man, Zaki Rahimi, was under a restraining order granted to his former girlfriend in February 2020 when he threatened another woman with a gun and was involved in a series of 5 shootings in December 2020 and January 2021. Yeah. What do you mean? This guy needs a gun. He's using it. Some of you pussies have guns and you never use it. Duh. I think this guy, if anything, this guy should get a mandatory gun. Okay? Clearly, he's using the gun. Some of you motherfuckers go buy guns and then you never shoot it. This guy is shooting the guns. You know what that means? That means he's buying bullets. Okay? You know what that means? That means he's helping the economy. Motherfuckers who buy guns and then never use them do not help the gun economy. Okay? This is what we say when we say responsible gun ownership. He is using the gun. Duct tape it to his hands. He's earned it. The bullets are how they get you, like printer ink. Yeah. I don't understand. A lot of you are talking shit about this bold, beautiful patriot, and I don't appreciate that. Okay. Edward Blicky hands. True. All right. Let's get to the gay shit. Okay. Because, oh, this was really funny. This is not the gay shit, but it's a funny segue. As you guys know, MrBeast blessed the timeline yesterday with his beast. Okay. Mr. Cup and the Beast over here. You know, I love body transformations. I think it's great. I have gone through my own journey. I have a lot of respect for people who also do this. I also have a lot of respect who post thirst traps on the timeline. So good for him. Also, Jordan Peterson wants to kill him, I guess. Like, Jordan Peterson saw Mr. Beast, okay, and he said, you know, there's a way, Jimmy, for me to kill you, actually. Why is he gripping it like that? I don't know why he did that. But it's kind of funny because he's like, this could be fixed. And he's like, dog, what do you mean it can be fixed? He's showing you that it has been fixed. And he's on his journey that is like demonstrably worked. Also, I love the idea that the wealthiest YouTuber on the fucking planet, and like, you know, an incredibly wealthy person who probably has a personal trainer round the clock, private chefs and whatnot, who has demonstrably been able to change his body in a positive way, is going to benefit from Jordan Peterson's idiotic meat-only diet. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Hey, I see that your situation is working, but here's a situation where you could die if you have apple cider. It's so fucking stupid, man. Stop saying demonstrably. Shut the fuck up. I will not stop saying demonstrably. You should start saying demonstrably because it's demonstrably good. You think he's on Anavar? Fuck no. I do not for even a second think that he's on a single ounce of fucking steroids. Look at his body transformation over the course of... Dude, some of you motherfuckers don't know anything about fitness, and it shows, okay? There is no better representation that this is natty as fuck from his muscular development, okay? And how much weight loss has occurred so far. This is straight up just pure 100% rich guy shit. At most, maybe Ozempic, but even that is doubtful. Even that is doubtful. But I do not have a single, I do not have even a fraction of doubt that this is natty as fuck. And I'm pretty sure no plates or more plates, more dates would agree with me on this too. What do you mean with rich guy shit? Rich guy shit in the sense that he has enough money to have a personal trainer that is probably monitoring his activity on a daily basis, and also a private chef that is cooking him delicious meals that are also monitored by either a dietitian or either monitored by a dietitian or the personal trainer himself. Now, how do you explain Elon being so chunky? No, that kind of stuff, I mean, he probably doesn't, one, he probably doesn't care, and two, that is shittier for Elon. If you're that fucking wealthy and you're spending all your time tweeting and shit, the fact that you're not like absolutely a beefcake is certainly your own fault. $100 body versus $10,000 body. Yeah. Also, Elon is old too, so there's that as well. How are you a fat phony? I don't know. I just am. No offense to him, but people thinking that steroids is insane. No, a lot of people just don't understand anything about fitness. That's what it is, okay? That's literally it. That's the only thing that proves to me. Pecs need work, but good job. Everything needs work. Step 1 was to not be fat. Haha, now we get big. Yeah, why is anyone questioning if he's natty or not? He literally just lost weight. He doesn't have insane traps or shoulder hypertrophy. Steroids often overdevelop those muscles. He has a genetically good shoulder to waist ratio. Yes, you're absolutely correct. He is now down to like probably 14% body fat. And if he gets down to like 10% body fat, he would look a lot more shredded. But also on top of that, he's still very skinny. He needs to do more muscular development. I, on the other hand, need to do less muscular development and more fucking weight loss, fat loss specifically. And it's impossible for me. Nah, closer to 20? I don't think it's closer to 20. It's like maximum. I wouldn't go a percentage over 18. What percentage body fat are you at? Do you measure? I'm probably around over 20, a little bit over 20 still. I'm a big boy. I still have a little bit of belly fat. I still have the handles, the love handles. A little bit of tit meat. Rich and still fat? Yes, because I am streaming 8 to 10 hours a day. I'm on a similar journey, thanks in part to you, would guess 15% body fat. How low would you want to go? I want to get back down to like around 12 and then see if I can. At my lowest, I was around like 12% body fat and it was awesome, but it also wasn't great. Like I looked awesome, but I also didn't feel awesome. And you just got to spend some time there for your body to adjust to it so you can keep cutting if you want to or maintain at that level. And I never really maintained that level properly. How are you calculating your body fat percentage? It's just eyeballing it for the most part because the in-body shit that I use is inconsistent and stupid and entirely dependent on how much water weight you're holding on to. There is no 100% effective method that is conventional and easily accessible. That's why eyeballing it is not necessarily the worst way to do it. I'm not even kidding. I've gotten a DEXA scan. That shit is, I'm telling you. In order to fully look at, DEXA is trash. The best, most effective measure, the best way to do it is like water displacement and literally measuring fat in areas of fat development. And in order to do that, you have to fucking sit in the pool and shit. You have to use, you have to use calipers. That's not even a joke. My only goal is running a 9-minute mile. I did run 9 miles with an 11-minute pace, slowly getting there. Most of these methods are just best used to determine a trend line. Inaccurate measurements moving in the right direction still mean something. Exactly. You are 100% correct, my friend. That is precisely the reason why you do it. But even then, I wouldn't recommend DEXA scans because those things are so wildly inconsistent that, like, I don't even think you could actually see a trend line on those, depending on how much water you've had that day or depending on how much sweating you did before you got scanned. Which is why, as I was saying, the best and most consistent way is just vibes based, looking at your situation, eyeballing it. Weighing your food is one thing, but eating the same meals every day, no snacks, and can't have a beer once in a while is why I'll never be sub 10. Too strict for me personally. If you can't cut, just bulk until you're a brick shit house, in my opinion. Why the fuck do you care? You guys care what body fat percentage you are? That sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know. You probably care about some dumb shit that I don't give a fuck about. I'm not saying it's profoundly important for you to know what body fat percentage you are and like to have a goal that you want to hit. But some people care about fitness and aesthetics, and that's perfectly valid. Ultimately, it's a healthier hobby, in my opinion. It can get out of control, but it's a healthier hobby, in my opinion, than plenty of other fucking hobbies that keep you sedentary. You know? I'll stick to smoking crack. Cheers. Let's go. Body fat percentage helps you stay in check as far as what kind of unhealthy foods you should cut back. No, I don't even think so. What do you mean you didn't feel good? What did you mean you didn't feel good at 12%? Okay. Really hot girl Asian. Let me tell you. So once you get, if your body is uncomfortable at a certain weight, once you get down, once you are beyond like healthy or in the bottom part of healthy for the average male, okay? Once you start reaching beyond what is normally considered to be in a healthy amount of weight, like to have a healthy amount of fat in your body, when you start losing more weight, when you start losing more fat, you actually end up having some negative side effects. Those side effects can go away when your body inevitably adjusts to that weight as your baseline. But ultimately, if you're a big boy like me, okay, and have been a big boy your entire life, my body chooses to be comfortable at a certain level, and then I have to work really hard to basically break through that barrier. It was 250 for the longest time. Now it's around 245. Inevitably, hopefully, it'll get to 235, at which point I will be around like 15 to 12% body fat. And once 235 will probably be around like 15% body fat. And then 225 will be around 12% body fat. But when I'm down there, when I get down to that level and you can see my abs and shit, I remember, especially when I was younger, even when I was younger, I remember having less of a sexual appetite, feeling groggy regularly. You know what I mean? Because my body was not used to it. My body was not used to being at that weight. Obviously, this is very different for other people. I'm just talking from my own personal experience. People just have a natural floor to what their body fat can be. Like, I know some motherfuckers who are fine at 8%, but anything under 10% for me, I get ravenous. My dick doesn't work. I'm always lightheaded from low blood pressure, etc. I'm the same. But for me, it's 12%. How many people mention that your body works against you when you're bigger? Props for calling that out. Eyeball my own body fat percentage. Copium intensifies. Wait, what do you mean? Are you trying to say it's It's copium to eyeball your own body fat percentage. I didn't mean like you yourself eyeballing yourself. Most people don't know what that looks like. I'm saying like a professional can probably eyeball you with more accuracy than the DEXA scan can. Okay. Let's move on to the other Supreme Court situation.
Now
the
to
web
the other
designer
big
one.
ruling.
So this one is actually really interesting because this, much like the previous Supreme Court decision, was a non-issue that the Supreme Court decided to take on. And I will tell you some details on this in a second. You're not supposed to take on hypothetical circumstances where there is no harm whatsoever. Okay? Why the fuck would you do that? There's no harm whatsoever. Why are you making up hypothetical situations to get mad at like a goddamn fucking hater of mine? You know what I mean? You just went there. You just decided, you're like, you know what? What if this happened, Hasan? What then, you fucking idiot? Huh? How would you feel then, you asshole? I bet you'd fucking hate it if that shit happened, huh? The guy named in the case didn't even know about it. The website doesn't exist. Let's continue.
That we got this morning handed down. This is the ruling on free speech case involving a familiar challenge here. The question whether businesses can refuse service to LGBTQ customers because doing so would violate the business owner's First Amendment rights. This was
once again, this didn't happen. But the Supreme Court basically was like, what if it did? Like it didn't happen, but what if it did though? Let's consider a world in which it did and then deliberate on it.
It was a 6-3 decision. The Supreme Court rules for a Christian web designer who objected to making wedding websites for same-sex couples. And we're going to go back to Devin Dwyer on this one because, Devin, we've seen cases like this before the court, but this one much more sweeping and broad.
A significant and sweeping decision, and surprising many of us who have covered the court on this issue from some time. You know, the First Amendment prohibits the government from forcing any of us from saying anything we don't want to say. At the same time, civil rights laws in this country say that businesses that are open to the public have to serve everybody. But what the court said today is that businesses in some cases can refuse to serve certain customers if doing so would force them to say something they don't want to say, like a business who designs websites, a stationer, maybe even someone who is landscaping your yard. If that is an expressive, customized, and tailored service, Neil Gorsuch said that the government cannot force you to do that business with someone that you don't want to do business with or something you don't want to say. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who was in the dissent with the three liberal justices, said this is the first time in history, in her words, that the Supreme Court has granted a right to businesses open to the public to refuse to serve a member of a protected class. She says this decision threatens to balkanize the marketplace and even wit, in her view, could allow some businesses to refuse to serve, say, interracial couples simply because if doing so would force the business owner to say something they didn't want to say. So a striking and sweeping opinion. Justice Neil Gorsuch didn't articulate the limiting principle, if you will, for this this decision, and so it's certainly going to invite much more litigation down the line.
Devin, and as you mentioned, the lack of limits as they're spelled out or not spelled out here raises a lot of questions going forward. It is worth noting that, again, what Sotomayor said in her dissent, she says, in her view, this allows a web designer to...
HasanAbi, I'm a seminarian, so I need to be a priest, and the fact that this is right-wing Christianity has become a cult of money and power should be opposed at every turn by every person of good conscience. I agree. But, you know, unfortunately, it will not. Let's be real. They have all the power. And I don't mean just like right-wingers. Most of this stuff is just used as a cudgel, as a way to divide the population. They're just basically throwing red meat at the psychopathic right-wingers to continue making it seem like they're doing something that's of use as they rob them blind. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is entirely a bad thing. I wouldn't want to give my business to a scum who would refuse someone for their sexual orientation or race. This is a way to call those people out. No. I mean, this is literally the basis of segregation. No, that's weirdly
to refuse to serve interracial couples if such a designer opposed interracial marriage. So again, raising a lot of questions here going forward. Let's bring back Kate Shaw. And Kate,
I think it's like one of those things where you're just basically supposed to, it's like an unwritten rule, right? Like, if you don't want to fucking work for someone, you don't have to work for someone, right? Like, I'll give you an example. There's a difference between a preference versus discrimination in like dating, okay? Like, you can have a preference, but shouldn't be a discriminating asshole, right? And it's kind of like that. Like, there is a million different ways that you could just be like, oh, I'm sorry, I have too much of a workload or whatever. If you don't want to fucking work for someone, right? If you don't want to like make a website for someone. But this situation, and that's usually how it's handled, by the way, in the real world. Okay? Don't say no, bad example. That is how it should work, and that is how it has worked. This, on the other hand, gives you basically a legal allowance to just be like, yeah, you're fucking gay and I don't want to work for you. Which also opens up the door to additional forms of discrimination on the basis of religious freedom. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. That's not a bad example at all. There are plenty of fucking people who choose not to work for people, okay? The most extreme will now call for denying interracial couples? Certainly. My point is, there are plenty of moments in your life where you might not want to fucking work for somebody, okay, as a contractor, and you can openly tell them, oh, I don't want to work for somebody. I don't want to work for you, or you can give them an example, okay? Like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I offer you plenty of opportunities not to see the ad break at the top of the hour because I know, you know, you can just say, no, I want to watch the ad. That's fine. But if you don't want to, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. All right? You can't have the Supreme Court interfere and then set legal precedent to basically give the open door and the go-ahead to fucking freaks. Thank you, Sovietus, for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Thank you, RGB Buddha, for another 5.
legally, what does this mean for businesses and customers?
You know, this really is, I think, an enormous change. Justice Sotomayor, I think, is quite right in her dissent. You know, these public accommodation laws have a lengthy historical.
I love when people say, why don't you mention Turbo rather than subs? I wonder why I don't mention Turbo. Because I don't want to give fucking money to Twitch, dumbass. Perhaps that's the reason. Like, what do you... Like, I get hating me, okay? You're the type of dude who's like, fuck you, Hasan. I think you're a hypocritical piece of shit. Fuck you and your socialism. I hate you. But, like, what's the alternative? You like Amazon? You're like a Jeff Bezos dick rider? Like, you're just like, hey, dog, actually, why don't you mention a alternative that just directly gives money to the fucking platform? Yeah, that's why I don't mention it, dumbass. It's more the court saying we are the final arbitrator. We control the government. These decisions are changing the status quo that was check on separation of powers. That's why the standing issue is wild. Yeah, no, the court is basically saying, no, we do legislate from the bench, by the way. Fuck your legislation. Straight up. If you recall, there was other alternative measures I used to mention all the time that I was barred from mentioning, but I still have it on screen. You know what I mean? Some of which sometimes works, So I don't know what to fucking tell you, idiot. Stupid. You already know, though. You're not in here to fucking actually hear me out. You don't care about my opinion. You're just here to, like, present an argument. And maybe, just maybe, you'll get a couple other people to go, yeah, this Hasan guy does seem like a bad guy, actually. Now that you put it that way. That's right. Let's continue.
Pedigree. They've been part of our federal laws for over 70 years. And in most states and localities, there are similar laws. And they just say that if you're a business and you provide goods or services to the public, you can't discriminate. And in recent years, discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and sometimes gender identity has also been prohibited in many places, including in Colorado. And until now, the Supreme Court has never said that one of those laws violates the First Amendment rights of a business or business owner who wishes to refuse service to some category of customers. So I do think that Devin is exactly right that this case has potentially sweeping ramifications for the ability of business owners under some circumstances to provide services and to the ability of customers, I should say, to receive services on a non-discriminatory basis, in the public square. And it's not something that the Supreme Court has ever blessed. As long as we've had public accommodation laws, there have been objections, sometimes religiously grounded objections, and the court has never sided with those, has always upheld these laws. And so this is a very significant and I think very new rule the court has set forth today.
All right, Kate, thank you. I want to bring back Mary Bruce here because, Mary, now we have two losses as they could be perceived for President Biden. Only so much he can do, but again, a message that he would take to the voters.
Exactly, and we haven't heard yet from the president in response to this case. I suspect he will speak out forcefully against this. Of course, Joe Biden is someone who has spoken passionately about how everyone deserves to be treated equally with dignity and respect, no matter who you love. His administration has already passed new federal protections for same-sex couples, the Respect for Marriage Act. And of course, this is Joe Biden, someone who led a real national political transformation on the issue of same-sex marriage, coming out in 2012, surprising many with his support for same-sex marriage. That was a watershed moment in this country, as you recall, then forcing then President Obama to come out and do the same. But again, this is an issue where this administration, the Biden campaign, is going to hope to mobilize voters, drive them to the polls next November.
Mary, thank you. Let's bring back Terry Moran here because, Terry, we had affirmative action yesterday. We have these cases today. This is another defining moment for the Supreme Court and its conservative majority.
Again, we're back. Hold on. We're back. We're back. We're fresh. The fucking second time this has happened. That's wonderful. Very cool. Love that. Big fan of everything that's going on here. This is the second time today that this has happened. I don't know what's going on. It's very, very, very frustrating. But, we'll figure it out, folks. As always, you know how it is. It is what it is, Fucking get through it. I don't think it's Twitch. No, I'm losing internet. I don't know why. I keep losing internet on my end. So, did you see Kick announce a toggle for gambling? Yes, I did, actually. Good for them. That seems great. Minus 25K keck. I know. I lose a lot of fucking viewers every time I go offline, and then they come back slowly but surely. I don't think it's a DDoS attack. Those of you who are claiming that it might be. The first ever you shot up to 60K viewers before you're coming back online. No, that always happens. That's normal. Extra Emily's dad is impressed with your sumo skills. Oh, what the fuck? That's sick. Get back to the gay story in a second. I do want to see this.
What are they saying?
He seems this person is just be polite.
Oh!
Almost, yeah, that's. This is a good video. Okay.
Okay, great.
I rank him. I want to rank him.
You want to rank him? Okay,
Yeah.
what do you rank him?
S.
S?
Yeah. Superior.
Why?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Just want to know this person.
Oh my god! Why? I mean, he's cool and everything, but why?
Yeah, why? No, the real why is why the backlash? Why the backlash? That's the real why. Why are you pushing? He likes me. That's cool. I need all the help I can get. Okay? Not a lot of people on this platform like me. Okay? If one content creator, even if it's their dad, likes me, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take that all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
Like this picture itself is a little too, a little bit too formal because he wears the suit, right?
Yeah. He's wearing a suit.
And the head is a little bit too small. So
His head looks small.
Yeah. But
Okay.
but once you listen to, so you like it. I don't like this picture itself. It's a little bit too, a little bit too formal.
Doesn't even look small in the photo. Can't even tell how small my head. My head is not small, but even if it were hypothetically small, in that photo you couldn't even tell. I don't have a small head. I have a large head. Actually above average large. Like people even too large. People are always saying, "Wow, Hasan, your head is so large." In the real world, that's what they're saying to me. Yeah, normal head, large shoulders gang, dude. Fucked up. It is fucked up. Hold up real quick. Oh, he said hair, not head. Let's go. He didn't even say fucking head. Y'all suck. Y'all took it there for no reason. Let's continue with the Supreme Court situation. that we were covering before I got
many
kicked off
with his
of
support
coverage.
for same-sex marriage. That was a watershed moment in this country, as you recall, then forcing then President Obama to come out and do the same. But again, this is an issue where this administration, the Biden campaign, is going to hope to mobilize voters, drive them to the polls next November.
Mary, thank you. Let's bring back Terry Moran here because, Terry, we had affirmative action yesterday. We have these cases today. This is another defining moment for the Supreme Court and its conservative majority.
It sure is. And you see how much elections matter, right? Since these three justices appointed by Donald Trump have taken the bench, you've seen how fast and far the court can go. Abortion rights gone. Affirmative action.
My arm, my bicep keeps cramping. I did buys today, and they keep fucking cramping. It's so annoying.
Gone. Today, a traditional understanding of public accommodation, that if you hold out your business as a public business open to all, you must serve all. The court limiting that today on the basis of free speech rights, and there's more to come. This is clearly a Supreme Court with the bit between its teeth, with the conservative majority not just in charge, but really eager to reach out and accomplish goals the conservative movement has had for decades. We're seeing the impact in.
By the way, miscegenation or anti-miscegenation was also fought for on the basis of religious freedom. So if you think that like, oh, they won't do this to black people, you're fucking delusional, okay? There has never been an ounce of fucking reactionary conservatism in this country that has not been absolutely defended by bastardized understandings and false interpretations of Christianity. Okay, here is the example. The restaurant owner in Newman v. Piggy Park in 1968 who would not allow black people to eat in his restaurant because he believed that race mixing is against the will of God, but would serve black people from a pickup window out back. Here it is. The majority protests that Smith will gladly sell her goods and services to anyone, including same-sex couples. She will just not sell websites for same-sex weddings. Apparently, a gay or lesbian couple might buy a wedding website for their straight friends. This logic would be amusing if it were not so embarrassing. I suppose the Heart of Atlanta Motel could have argued that black people may still rent rooms for their white friends. Smith answers that she will not sell other websites for gay and lesbian clients, but then she, like Ollie McClung, who would serve black people takeout but not table service, discriminates against LGBT people by offering them a limited menu. This is plain to see for all who do not look the other way. Just want to point that out for you. If you are confused by, this decision and how this fucking works, well, that's how it works.
The fallout.
Biden said this was not a normal
We've been
court.
reporting all morning long on the land.
But here is the U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona on the Supreme Court decision striking down affirmative action.
Decision by the Supreme Court striking down affirmative action in college admissions. The 6-3 ruling said race cannot be a factor in admissions. The U.S. Department of Education says it will study this ruling and send more guidance to schools in the next 45 days. We are joined now by Secretary of Education, that's Miguel Cardona, to discuss. Good morning, Secretary. It's very good to see you and very good to have you on this particular day. So I know you've been looking at the ruling as well. Thank you very much. Great to be with you. We're glad that you're here. What does this decision mean on a practical basis, realistically, for college admissions going forward? We know what it says. What does it mean to you?
Right. It's really disappointing. We're not at the point in this country where we're living up to our ideals to make higher education accessible to everyone. So what this does is remove a tool that has been used to help move our universities toward that goal of providing access to all students across the country. It removes race as a factor that could be considered in admissions, is what it does.
Mr. Secretary, why are you and the administration so committed to this particular tool to address inequality, given that it doesn't poll all that well? At best, public opinion, even among those likely to benefit, is lukewarm. And there are 9 states ranging from California down to Florida who've already banned affirmative action. So given that state of public opinion and public thought, why is the administration so committed to this tool in particular?
I think if the framing of the polling matters. When you ask people, is it important to make sure that all students have access to higher education? They would say yes. Is it important to make sure that we address inequities that exist in our K-12 system where place in race are still, sadly, predictors of ability to access higher education. And when you talk about California, look, in 1996, they shut down affirmative action, right? There was a decrease of about 50% of Black and Latino students in some of their top-tier schools. Now, they've tried to recover, but they haven't fully recovered from that. So there are less Black and brown students in higher education in those schools as a result of that decision. In this country, with a growing number of Latinos in particular, we need to make sure that we're providing access to higher education for Black and brown students. To be honest about the fact that even with affirmative action, the numbers are stark and that there are gaps in higher education achievement.
But, Mr. Secretary, the voters seem to be saying to you, to their leaders across the country, elected and otherwise, that they want this push for equality to start earlier. And that's kind of on you as the Secretary of Education. Can't you fix this problem before it gets to college admissions?
Yeah, you know, that's a really good point. And let's not ignore the fact that look at where we are, even before the pandemic. We know that achievement disparities exist. We know that health disparities exist. Access to mental health disparities exist. We are focused at the Department of Education. We have a strategy called Raise the Bar, Lead the World. You can see it on ed.gov, where we are focusing on literacy and numeracy because it's abysmal, the fact that the students across the country are not at the level they need to be. So we are focusing on that. But that does not give us the ability to ignore the fact that we are not providing equal access in higher education, and that's a responsibility for all of us, and that diverse student bodies in higher education make the learning better for all students.
Mr. Secretary, Nate here. The Supreme Court decision will not apply to military academies. What message does that send to minorities?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't apply there, but it applies everywhere else. It's unfortunate. I think what we need to do is collectively reflect on the benefit of having a diverse student body, one that reflects the diversity in our country. That should be universal throughout our entire country. At the Department of Education, we're taking this very seriously. We're going to focus on, within 45 days, providing guidance to college presidents, saying what the law, what the Supreme Court decision says and what it doesn't say.
The ruling was based on you can't make a decision based on race, but nothing was done about legacy students. You know, there are so many students who are getting into schools that some would argue are not qualified just because your family's name is on the building, your family has donated a lot of money. Some could call that also discrimination in reverse. What do you say about that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are several other things that are not targeted by this decision. It was only race. It doesn't, you know, legacy, as you mentioned, wealth. That's also a factor. If someone can just write a check and pay the tuition, that's a factor that's being used to allow for admission. And again, it speaks to the challenge that we're going to have in this country when the Supreme Court is making a decision that takes away this tool from higher education institutions.
Thank you very much, Secretary Cardona, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Well, in France, people are rallying for a third day.
Second, guys. Finally, Shaq can shut the fuck up. Yeah, we're going to cover France right now, okay? There are riots happening all over France. But this time, not for the old reason. This time for a very American reason, an incredibly American reason, as a matter of fact. Police brutality. A teenager, an Arab teenager, as far as I understand, was shot dead by the police, and everyone is up in arms over it. Because, you know, in a lot of circumstances, in a lot of other countries, police killing a citizen, or just anyone really, is often a unique circumstance. This time, the teenager was 16 years old.
Over the fatal police shooting of a teenager. You are seeing his mother right there leading a tribute march a short while ago. The boy, identified by authorities
17, sorry.
as M, is reported to be of North African descent. The shooting happened during a traffic stop on Tuesday in Nanterre, a working-class town on the outskirts of Paris. French officials say the officer who shot and killed the 17-year-old acted, quote, illegally. We're now learning that the officer has been put under formal investigation for voluntary homicide. Well, protesters have set fire to several cars.
That's
in Nanterre.
crazy.
French President Emmanuel Macron calling the shooting unjustifiable while also condemning the unrest. Our Paris correspondent Melissa Bell has more.
Cars.
Wait. The police immediately said this was crazy. They didn't say we got to review the body camera footage and then like. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Like, so a cop shot a teenager, a brown teenager. They lied at first? Okay, so I don't know the exact details of this, but the timeline here is pretty swift for the United States of America by U.S. standards, which is the worst in the world. Not just the developing world, or not just the developed world, but the developing world even. So yeah, they lied until a video came out. People are pointing out that the people of color are the ones rioting while white people want the unrest to stop. Okay. Everybody was rioting over the fucking pension plans. Who gives a fuck who's rioting? I don't give a shit. Also, who's pointing that out? So initially the officers claimed the driver rammed them. Is that what it is? Yeah, why are you pointing that out? Racist and also not true. I think it's the person that literally said that here. Wait, let's.
Town halls, school.
No, he refused to cooperate. They don't have body camera here. White people are lying about the teen, saying he has precedence, but it's not true. No, he refused to cooperate. So they're lying about the teenager's background. Okay, hold on. Doubt the amount of riots. Doubt these riots amount to anything either. Dude, I don't know if I should use Richie Medhurst's like takes on the matter. Okay, I mean, I don't know how valid this is going to be. I need better information. Here. Cobble's word is in, I'm going to shoot you in the head of the teenager. Do you have anything better than a fucking Twitter thread or no? Is that all we got? It's a good thread, not going to lie. It's still a fucking Twitter thread, man. It's just like, and it's not from a journalist, okay? It's not even from a French person. So, obviously, like, on the hierarchy of like media literacy and what I think is a good resource, $45,000 French police gendarmes mobilized overnight to contain unrest. Okay. Here, French football legend Mbappe. Okay, I don't care about all that yet. Hold on. Riders loot gun store in Central Marseille, steal rifles, clashes in Central Marseille, 49 people arrested. Geneva public transport stops at the French border. All right, let's get to the fucking start, God damn it. I want to get to the beginning. I want to know what happened originally. Okay, this is very frustrating. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And I don't care about like the actual videos either. This entire story seems to almost exclusively exist on Twitter. It's weird. All the videos are with very few people and don't look like riots, just vandalism. France shooting. Macron accuses rioters of exploiting teen killed by police. Okay, at a crisis meeting, France's president said more officers would be deployed to contain the violence, but stopped short of declaring a state of emergency. He urged parents to keep rioting children at home and social media platforms remove certain content. France has been rocked by 3 nights of unrest after Nahel M, 17, was killed as he drove away from a traffic stop. More than 915 arrests were made on Thursday night alone. Okay, they care more about like the subsequent things that have happened than the actual issue at hand. Do you guys get what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to learn every single minute detail about what led to a bunch of fucking French cops to behave like an American cop. Okay, that's what I want to know. I want to know what they did.
This morning, France is waking up after another night of clashes around the country in Lille and Toulouse, and predictably here in Nanterre, the Paris suburb that was the catalyst for all the disorder that has followed. Behind me over there, you can see fires burning in the middle of the street. We can see riot police officers there, just walking past us here, and the smell of tear gas still lingers. This is not going to end easily. And why? Well, because this area and all of France has now seen that video of a French police officer shooting a teenager in a car just a mile or so from where I'm standing. Now, that has been condemned by the president, by the interior minister, by prominent individuals, including Kylian Mbappe, the super famous French footballer who grew up also in a French suburb. And what has happened is
the reason why I wanted to know this was because of the people in the chat literally fucking shooting their mouths off in the most racist fucking ways possible. Now, are they all personally racist? Are they French type racists who are like, well, he was Algerian, so clearly, you know, that's why he was driving irresponsibly? No, I don't think so. I think they're just the regular type of racist that hears other actually super white nationalist French people literally fucking lie about the circumstance, and they come in here and repeat it. Okay? It's a negligence. It's the racism of negligence. Okay? Something seems right to you, you just repeat it in the chat. That is precisely the reason why I wanted to fucking see the exact circumstances, because there were people in the chat literally being like, well, he drove into cops. Well, he refused to cooperate after driving into cops. Like, he tried to kill cops with his fucking car. Okay?
Synthesis of all the discontent by people who live here about what they see as the brutality of the police, about the way that they think that the system has forgotten them, hasn't given them jobs or education, has left them behind in the economy. And that discontent has clearly simmered and boiled over here, driven by the fury over the killing of this 17-year-old. What will now happen is a march from the prefecture here in Nanterre, led by the mother of the teenager who died. The question here in Nanterre and for all of France is whether this discontent will continue or whether it will simmer out. And right now, nobody knows the answer to that.
The video of the shooting exists. You can't see the victim in the situation, but you can see like basically the whole video. This is the moment that a French police officer fired on a car as it drove away from a traffic check in a Paris suburb. I think he like drives away after he's shot at. Yeah. Like he fires off once the car starts. He fires off once the car gets in motion. Okay? It's point blank, by the way. I mean, I'll just show it to you. You can't see anything gory, but the shot is fired like at point blank range. The shot is fired at point blank range as the car is accelerating a little bit. The cop in the video, as far as I understand, so non-compliance then. Oh, dude. Oh, you're so right. I forgot. You can execute people in cold blood when you're at a traffic stop. Yeah. I didn't realize that that's the world we lived in, where cops can stop you and put a gun to your fucking face and say, I'm going to shoot you in the head, which is what I was about to mention. There's one part of the video. In which circumstance you get to be killed due to noncompliance. Yeah, no, I love that. I love when you're such a fucking American bootlicker that you're deciding to defend French boots. Like, where is your decency? Where is your sense of honesty? Where is your anti-French sentiment? Really? I mean, think about that. Like, you are bootlicking as a hobby made you fucking defend French police boots, okay? You're an American. Have a fucking backbone, you pussy. What is this? Refresh and I don't know. Tired of the JK actually Andes? Yeah, it was really funny, man. Apparently, cops are allowed to shoot after calling twice to cooperate. That is fucking insane. Apparently, police tried to say the teenager was trying to run them over originally, and then the video came out, it seems. And that's the reason why people are so fucking angry. Because the original narrative was very quickly and intensely falsified by the actual evidence. Yeah, so he was killed. His car was seen crash further down the street because he got fucking shot. The police officer suspected of firing on him was detained and faces potential manslaughter charges, according to Nanterre prosecutor's office. The death triggered unrest in multiple towns around Paris. Officials said 31 people were arrested, 25 police officers were injured, and 40 cars were torched. Another video shows the cops right before the first video hitting the kid inside multiple times before threatening to shoot the driver in the head. Have that one.
Tensions remain high across France tonight after days of protest over the fatal shooting of a teenager by police. The 17-year-old was killed on Tuesday in a Paris suburb during a traffic stop. The officer who fired the shot has been charged now with voluntary homicide. And today, a memorial march led by the victim's mother also ended with violence. 40,000 police are now on alert across the country.
17-year-old Nail's mother led a fired-up crowd in what started as a peaceful protest for her son. But simmering tensions boiled over as people threw projectiles at police who used tear gas.
17 years old, man.
The vigil turning to vandalism for some as cars were again set alight. It's the third day of unrest over Nail's killing. While the officer who shot him has now been charged, some say the problem goes much deeper.
We live in France, which is supposed to mean equality, freedom, fraternity, but that doesn't exist anymore. The police make the rules and do what they want. If they decide to kill someone, they just do it.
I would like it to never happen again. It shouldn't be possible to die like this, for no reason. I wouldn't want it to happen to my own children.
Bro, the amount of times I've told you European fucks keep laughing from over there at America, you're just basically laughing at your own future. I hate to fucking be the bearer of bad news, but that is now, okay? It's here. That fucking corporate brain rot, that hyper-capitalist brain rot that slowly but surely has eroded your own constitutions, your own checks and balances, the pervasive influence of lobbying that I told you was coming to your fucking countries. It's been happening for the past 10 to 20 years. And now you're finally starting to see the worst aspects of it. And get ready, Because the other side of it, it's already existed. It's already been in existence in places like Sweden and whatnot, where like any kind of fucking immigration is seen as like the main reason for why society's awful, any kind of like awful feeling that you have due to existing under this like these crippling conditions are directly related back to immigration, directly related back to refugees, directly related back to Islam. When you know. It has nothing to do with that at fucking all. So there's that as well. And now you have the police that are supposed to be controlling the population, that are there to protect and control, protect and serve the interests of capital, take carte blanche approaches to you know, wanton violence that is unchecked, unrestricted. And it's going to get fucking worse.
My eldest is 11. It could be him in 5 years. Dying from a gunshot wound. This really needs to stop.
Authorities have struggled for days to control rioters. Protesters have burned a town hall outside the northern city of Lille, with public transport in Paris also targeted. Tram and bus services in several regions have been shut down early.
Maybe there are other ways of discussing this problem, rather than making trouble for people going to work.
The government is deploying 40,000 officers and says it will take a zero tolerance.
I mean, it'll never not be wild to me to see an entire nation in a state of disarray and unrest with mass mobilization happening in public over one singular teenager being shot at a traffic stop. And of course, I'm not trying to belittle or minimize the violence that you are seeing, right? But I'm simply an American. So when I see a 17-year-old get shot at a traffic stop, I think, well, that's a Tuesday. Our police force kills 1,000 civilians a year. You know? So it feels wild to see an entire developed Western nation be up in arms for another unarmed killing of a teenager. Yeah, I did see Mbappe came out. Wait, he's now condemning the protest violence? Ay.
Tolerance approach to any torchings.
More than a dozen police stations or barracks have been attacked. They have shown great professionalism in very difficult conditions. And I want to reiterate my support and confidence in them. I am standing by their side.
Curfews have been announced in some areas on the outskirts of Paris as authorities brace for more fury.
And joining us now from Paris is Linda Givtash, a journalist with the news agency AFP. Linda, the officer involved has now been put under formal investigation. What can you tell us?
People are obviously very upset over the incident over the last 48 hours. There's a lot of emotions running high right now within the community. A young man is dead. The investigation is progressing quite rapidly. The fact that they have had this officer in question already detained, already bringing him to the magistrate's court, there's a lot of progress, really rapid, in the fact that, again, emotions are running high. We're seeing a lot of action on the streets in terms of protests, both peaceful and also violent at times. So tensions are quite high right now.
So to make sure I understand correctly, do you think the fact that someone has been charged will go some way toward easing tensions here?
That is up to the communities, obviously, in question, the people around. I think, and it's hard to tell, we'll see how this evening progresses. At the same time, while we're seeing, obviously, action being taken on the front of justice, at the same time.
They've raised more money for the cop than the kid's mom. If you have any questions, ask away. I'm French. That part is not all too surprising. Racists are racist universally. You know what I mean? And they do the same fucking racist bullshit all around the world. In that moment, that cop is no longer a person. He is a martyr behaving in the way that white supremacists want him to behave. He's acting out his role, his responsibility in the eyes of those racist people. So they're going to celebrate that.
We have communities where there's curfews being put into effect. They've already, even for the capital region itself, for Paris, there are limitations on bus service and tram service this evening. People are not going to be able to move quite normally. Obviously, the metro is still running, the underlying subway is still running, but bus service is going to be limited. So the movement of people is going to be obviously controlled to a degree. So there's multiple factors.
I can see this getting completely out of control to a degree where like TwitchCon EU might not even happen. As it stands, it will, it seems. But if the protests escalate to a point where a cop ends up killing another fucking teenager or some shit while they're violently apprehending them because they're dipshits who don't know how to act, they're fucking animals. I could see this completely escalating out of control. TwitchCon is like next week.
Factors in effect at this moment, but for communities who want to see action, who want to see justice, the fact that there is someone who is under informal investigation should mean something to them.
Yeah, so many protesters are saying that the death of this teenager is just the latest example of systemic racism inside French law enforcement and a culture of impunity. How big of a problem is police violence in France?
I think keeping in context, just the last few months of this year, not even looking earlier on, we just come off the heels of quite violent protests at times over the pension reform. I'm sure people around the world were paying attention to this, where the presidency and the government pushed through pension reforms to extend the age of retirement from 60 to 62. There were a lot of protests on that. And from that, also a lot of, they bubbled up into violent action. People were injured. Many people were arrested. And at that time, there was a lot of criticism over the excessive use of force of police. And that was called to question. And so for this to happen just months, practically weeks after those incidences where that's already still remains at top of mind for a lot of people here, it's just bringing up that entire question again.
Well, thank you so much for giving us that context. That is Linda Givtash from AFP. Really appreciate your time.
Are you justifying the rioting or no? Thousands of people's properties are being destroyed, whole businesses vandalized, people's livelihood burns down because dumb rioters, people taking advantage of the situation. People don't actually take advantage of riots. People riot because they've been taken advantage of. They've been abused. Like, we've talked about this quite a lot, as a matter of fact. I don't think you're in here to like genuinely hear my perspective, though. I'm going to go ahead and make an assumption here. It seems like you're just here to argue and then maybe clip something so you can turn around and be like, look, Hasan is on board with like rioting and stuff. Sounds like the summer 2020 with that take. Yeah. I think that they literally burned down a public library, bro. Yeah, I mean, they're also burning down fucking like subway cars and shit. Clearly, I'm not in support of either of those things being burned down. Are you stupid? Sure, gaslighting and no answer classic. No, if you want to understand my position, I've said this many times over. If you want to stop rioting from happening amongst the citizenry, riots don't happen when citizens are happy. Keep your citizens happy. One very effective method of doing so is not giving cops the legal go-ahead to shoot someone if they are not complying at a traffic stop. It's not gaslighting. It's not gatekeeping. It's not girl bossing. You're just too stupid to understand anything beyond yes or no, because you're like a fucking cackling hyena here for what you perceive is red meat that you can get Reddit karma off of. To be fair, Parisians are never happy. I mean, I understand why they're not. You're not happy either. The only difference is we don't have like the culture. We don't have the culture or the attitude or the organizational capacity to genuinely do something about it. His judicial file had 15 prior incidents. Those cops probably knew who he was. Dude, I fucking love that, man. That's not true, by the way. That's a lie. He did not have 15 prior incidents, as far as I understand. You just went along with a fucking lie, either because you yourself are racist, or you literally know better and you don't care. And even then, you think, first of all, let me just say something to you. I can't tell if these are like American losers who are just trying to defend French police brutality. Okay? I don't know if these are American losers trying to defend French police brutality. Wikipedia. Bitch, you can edit shit on Wikipedia. Let's look at this. Let's look at the situation on Wikipedia. But once again, it's always fucking funny when I can't tell if these are amateur French police brutality defenders or if these are American police brutality defenders who have a lot of experience with this sort of thing and are just doing it for the fun of it. Yeah, Reddit freaks, I was there and people are saying that the police should have used live rounds against the protesters. So let me explain something to you. Whether you are American or whether you're an American police bootlicker racist or a French police bootlicker racist, I've been here a million times over. Okay? Let me explain something to you, you dumbass eco-fascist fuck. That's an overpopulation measure. If there's a culling, never mind, I'm not going to say anything. Oh my God. Idiot. Too much Reddit. Too much fucking Reddit. You read too many threads and you now believe falsehoods like overpopulation is happening. Or that this guy actually at the age of 17 had 15 prior incidents without ever considering that maybe that's not the case and maybe you were lied to. But let me explain something to you. Cops do not know how many fucking priors you have at a traffic stop. Shut the fuck up. Not only did this kid not have that many priors, okay? Not only is the French police not defending these actions, you have taken a role that is further to the right than the French police. But last but not least, even if he had 15 fucking priors, does that give the cops the legal right to kill someone? Because if your answer is yes, I don't know what to tell you, but you deserve a lobotomy, okay? You need to be lobotomized if you legitimately think, like, the cops, one, knew that he had 15 priors, which, by the way, isn't even fucking true, okay? Like, you came to this conclusion with, like, 5 faulty premises. You need to believe that, 1, that this kid had 15 priors. You need to believe that, 2, cops already knew that he had 15 priors. You need to believe that, 3, cops should be able to reach the conclusion that he had 15 priors and therefore they are able to fucking kill someone on the spot. How do you think that this is adequate? How do you think that this is an appropriate thing to think? Smile, I said he didn't deserve to die. Yeah, what you're doing, okay, is being a gigantic fucking pussy, okay? You are a pussy. You're not saying that he deserved to die, but I'm going to try to imply it as best as I can without actually saying it. Just say it with your fucking chest, pussy. What's wrong? Just say it. You have no fucking repercussions for it. You fucking pussy. You stupid bitch. The Wikipedia is an ad troll. What? Shortly after his death, an ambulance man, Marone, launched a tirade against a police officer, explaining later that he knew the boy as if he was his little brother. He had seen him grown up as a kind, helpful child. He never lifted, raised a hand to anyone, and he was never violent, he told the reporters. Damn, dude. But Wikipedia said he had 15 priors, dog. Which also somehow means, by the way, I have no proof on this. Okay. Oh, yeah. You've been consistent on your takes on riot and looting. Yeah, this is 3 years ago. Dog is just biting her arm. The ambulance people were arrested for threatening the cops, too? That's awesome. That's crazy. A French ambulance worker explodes against the police. You can see he's just a kid for not having a driver's license. Nanterre will hit the roof. The police arrested him afterwards for allegedly threatening them and inciting hatred.
Vous allez voir, il a 19 ans, tu vois qu'il a une gueule d'enfant. Tu vois qu'il a une gueule d'enfant. Pour un défaut de permis. Pour un défaut de permis, frère. Pour un défaut de permis, frère. Moi, j'ai mes collègues qui étaient là. Je le connais, petit, je l'ai vu grandir. Sa mère, elle a élevé toute seule, son père, il l'a quitté. Elle a enterré son fils. Elle est toute seule. Pour un défaut de permis. Elle se connaît de notaire. Un défaut de permis, on s'en bat les couilles. À l'époque, notaire, il te laissait, il venait te chercher chez toi après quand il te reconnaissait. Notaire, il venait te laisser chercher chez toi. Appelle le PC Julien, un peu partout. On est connus. Comment c'était? Vous allez.
Oh, by the way. His record of attendance of college was poor. He did not have a criminal record, but he was known to police. There you go. If a dog is biting her arm and can be allergic to the chicken content in her food, I think so. I think that's what it is. You understand a bit of French? No. He was driving a rental car when the police pulled him over for breaking several road rules. You're known now. They're coming for you. Oh, he said, I saw him grow. His father left his mom, raised him alone. Now she's alone. You're known now. They're coming for you. Yes, every kid in a bad neighborhood had known to police in the end. College is the word for school before high school in French. Is this his Twitter? Twitter. Twitter is this. His colleagues were there and he's warning them about the riots that were which of course ensued. Yeah. Dude, I assume people are about to be like, dude, he missed attendance. Like, why didn't the cops shoot him earlier? What the fuck is going on? Missing attendance at school? Punishable by death, by the way. Fucking Kamala Harris chatters over here. Okay, I have this. I have this. I have this on the matter. Cover the I gotta take Kai out real quick.
According to the Figaro newspaper.
Hey, that's 30 seconds. That's not it. It was woke. I did not consider that. You're right. I should have. Here.
Set on fire across France.
Now that we know
as
more,
rage over the
we can look at the
shooting
story.
Of 17-year-old Nael continued into a second night. Enough to force the French president to call an emergency ministerial meeting.
The last hours have been marked by violent scenes against police stations, but also schools and town halls, and basically against institutions and the Republic. It's absolutely unjustifiable.
The deployment of some 2,000 police officers on Wednesday to the Paris suburbs did little to quell the anger, with 150 people detained. It's not the Republic that was in custody. It was not the Republic that killed this young man, pleaded the government spokesman Olivier Véran this morning. Another appeal in vain to calm the violence, as Véran described some of the attacks on government institutions as organized, almost coordinated. In response, a massive deployment of police forces on Thursday, some 40,000 across France, including 5,000 in Paris. But even before nightfall, a protest led by Nael's mother turned violent. Emotions still raw, even as the police officer accused of shooting the teen was...
If it's not the Republic, then what is it? Like, I don't understand. It's the state that executed a child. Like, oh no, it wasn't the state, dude. Actually, it was fucking, according to Macron, video games and Snapchat and TikTok. Here it is, France riots. President Macron blames video games for unrest, calls on parents to help, says report. Classic, dude. I in a way, it's pretty funny. If you were stretching your fingers to attack looting in 2023, you're a massive loser. What? It is kind of weird, and in a, like I said, in a tragic way, kind of funny to see their neoliberals behave exactly like our neoliberals. You know what I mean? In France, we're stealing your racism, hillbilly. Yeah, no, I mean, it's, well, first of all, let's be real. French people pretty much practically invented American racism. Like, what the fuck do you mean we're stealing your racism? You're just getting it back from us. We improved it, and now you're just taking it back. Okay? Europeans are the OG racists. They taught Americans how to do it. Americans were European, and then we improved on it, and now you're taking it back. Anyway, but it is funny. I know you are basically carbon copying like American institutional negligence.
Placed under formal investigation for voluntary homicide. Scuffles breaking out along the margins of the march, some 6,000 strong, according to local media. Anger on the streets of France remains all too palpable, with a family grieving and a community looking for answers as Paris suburbs and much of the country prepare for another difficult night.
CNN's Melissa Bell standing by in Paris. And as I'm going to pick up with what you left off there, Melissa, community looking for answers. I'm expecting that they will come out to the streets once more. How are authorities preparing for this?
Well, there's 40,000 policemen and women that are to be deployed, not just here on the outskirts of Greater Paris, Issa, and those neighborhoods, those communities so traditionally affected by these sorts of incidents and questions and tragedies. There is the deployment across the country, but the fear is that just as we saw last night, anything that represented the state, whether it was schools, police stations, town halls, they were targeted. The expectation is that that will happen again tonight because of that deep-seated anger at the fact that here in France, for many years, Issa, despite many of these tragedies over the years, allegations of police brutality and fears of the systemic racism that many believe fuel them or allow them or certainly have underpinned them are not sufficiently investigated. In fact, it is very difficult in this country to find even the words to do so, since state institutions cannot speak of questions of race and ethnicity in the tradition, in the respect of the institutions of the Republic. People are meant to be considered equal. What that means is that any hint of differences that are to do with race or religion or ethnicity are sort of drowned out. And that's part of the frustration that you're seeing in those neighborhoods tonight. We saw it this afternoon. It's likely to continue tonight because that anger is something that they feel a great deal and that they have a lot of trouble getting recognized by authorities. And it has made it traditionally very difficult for the police to address those issues of racism within its ranks.
We should be keeping a close eye on what's happening in the streets of Paris. Thank you very much, Melissa Bell, there for us. Well, rights groups in France have been speaking out against police violence and systemic racism within law enforcement for years. I want to discuss further. Mathieu Garodisky is an expert on security and police issues, as well as a political science researcher at the University.
Okay, so a couple things. The Aussie boys came back. Okay, and they have this like deck of Magic the Gathering cards. And they're like super stoked. They're like, yeah, we're going to get that one ring. Like we bought these fucking decks of cards and like we're going to open them and we're going to get that one ring. And I was like, bro, I got some bad news to tell you. It's been found as of like, 6 a.m. this morning. And they went from wanting to open it first wanting to sell it to XQC to then wanting to open it on stream to now just they're opening it on their own. In the corner, sad. Like I can see them from over here. They're just like sitting on my dining table. I just sucked the joy right out of them, dude. I didn't know. I didn't know it would like fuck you guys up. The prices dropped immediately as soon as it was found. So they probably didn't drop the price for you because they were like, "Yes, sucker." Yeah, these guys speak funny. Let's fuck them up. Don't open them. Draft. Wait, what? They already opened them. Alexa opened them and didn't even look through them. There's still other rings. Like there's apparently a dwarven ring that's worth thousands. Not true. They found it 2 weeks ago, but Dave and Adams kept it under wraps. I live in Buffalo, and the workers said they were being contacted literally the day the set came out. Wait, really? Oh, in order to keep the prices high? The One Ring card, Magic the Gathering's coveted collectible, has been found. PSA grades it a mint 9, but what happens next? A singular serialized one-of-a-kind card for Magic the Gathering has been found. Proof comes via grading company PSA. They posted an image this Friday morning. It was created in coordination with Middle-earth Enterprises to celebrate the original novels by J.R.R. Tolkien. The set includes many copies of the One Ring, including perforated versions meant to be torn apart at the table, but the publisher Wizards of the Coast also created a singular copy covered in gold foil and etched with the original Elvish black speech inscription. A card shop in LA had a $2 million bounty for it. When Tales of the Middle-earth launched at retail stores on June 23rd, the One Ring was said to be included inside collector boosters, high-end packs with 15 cards inside each one. The promotion caused the price of collector booster boxes to climb past $518, nearly twice what similar products normally cost at launch. No joke, they sent it to the wrong grading company. PSA takes a fee based on the estimated value of the card. There's another company that has a flat fee, if I recall correctly. Nah, how many trading cards do you have in your collection? I don't collect any cards. Magic the Gathering has sent me a fuckload of cards many, many times over. I have not even opened them. I usually give them as gifts to others who care about it. By the way, I'm still trying to figure out if it's legal to blow up a Vespa for no reason. Maybe we got some other methods. You know what I mean? Wikipedia says it's legal. Should the bearer of One Ring choose to accept it, a reseller in Spain is offering more than $2 million plus a trip to Europe in exchange for the card. On Friday, a New York-based reseller called Dave & Adams had reportedly taken receipt of the card, but is not able to exceed its previously offered bounty of $1 million. Turns out that this Universes Beyond set is actually great for teaching new players the game. Loads of powerful new cards as a starter set. Update. Polygon spoke Friday with Jeff Tyson, co-owner of Maximum Cards and Collectibles in Whitby, Ontario. Tyson said that the One Ring was found by the cousin of a regular customer who learned of the epic pull while in the store. That individual placed the card in a bank vault, secured legal representation, and then arranged for the card to be graded by PSA. It's not known at this time where the card was purchased or what the owner plans to do with it. That's awesome. I love that you just like fucking randomly pulled a card. I spent all my money on that ring. I am broke. What do I do? Socialism, dude. I'll give you $5 for the magic cards in the form of a sub at the bottom of the hour. Fuck. Did I run the ad break? Did I give you guys a debate? No, I didn't. Oh my God. That wasn't even a good segue from that chatter. Fuck. Listen, Nick, you got to spend money to make money, baby. You know what I mean? Turns out your broke ass did not spend enough money to actually find the card. That's it. Lord of Peacocks, thank you for the 5 gifted. Someone went in 10K in debt trying to find the One Ring. I stupidly spent $11,000 chasing these stupid Lord of the Ring cards that was supposed to pay off my credit cards and go towards my 401k, and now I'm screwed and I have nothing to show for it. I just don't get it. It's like gambling by a different name. XVX Colin, thank you for the 10 gifted. Allowing Lord of Peacocks, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, where there is a 3-minute ad break, as you all know. Gonna serve that 3-minute ad break now. A Yu-Gi-Oh card was sold for $300,000. What? The kid who got affirmative action overturned Calvin Yang because he was mad he didn't get into Harvard was a Fridays for Future and Youth climate strike organizer, led students for Michael Bloomberg, worked for the Green Party, and is now a member of the Canadian Conservative Party? Wait, how? I had really good grades and a spot in Canada's 30 under 30, but Harvard rejected me, so I hatched a plan to get into my dream school by overturning affirmative action in the Supreme Court.
History of Asian Americans. Today's decision has started a new chapter in the saga of the history of Asian Americans.
This proves my suspicion about Canadians further. Remember when I told you Canadians that come to America are either fucking super cool or just the absolute worst and nothing in between? This one is obviously not super cool. No mid Canadians. Only fucking gigantic assholes like the worst assholes you've ever fucking seen, or some pretty sick people, pretty talented, cool people. This is exactly, it fits in that second category, the asshole category, so perfectly. Flipped. HasanAbi likes punching down. Says Egoist TV. What are you doing? I don't even know what's happening. Why are you spamming this? Bro, are you okay? Brother, you good? Punching down. Let's go. HasanAbi likes punching down. Clipped. At HasanAbi loves punching down. Clipped. Called Nick poor. The joke, man. You okay? I think it's because you called me broke. Yeah. Nick says I have $10 million cash. Nick, why do you use the GoPro, or not the GoPro, the action cam when you do IRL backpack streams, by the way? I've been meaning to ask you that. I use the A6600 or whatever, 6600. I don't know how you say it. That's the one I use, but I know. Okay, take a second off and calm down, okay? Seconds off. But I don't like it and I want to change it, the camera that I've been using. I got suggestions from Connor. Lazy, it's super light. Oh, that's it? You don't think that like an action cam with better image quality is worthy of the weight? You can get a Sony X3000 and a Blackmagic Glimmer lens adapter. It's legendary quality and like 200 grams. Stabilization is good on it too. Yeah, no, I know that, but I'm saying like a good camera with decent image stabilization will, I think, improve the quality of the footage more. Can you explain the difference between capitalism and corporatism? What? Capitalism is corporatism. People that say corporatism is different than capitalism don't understand how capitalism works. Anyway, let's watch this fucking weirdo.
It marks the promise of a new beginning, a resurgence of the principles of the American dream, and a return to the egalitarian principles for all in this shining city on a hill. Today's decision.
This is a good day for Asians surrounded by white people that run the fucking company or run the org that he's a part of, that he's the mouthpiece for. By the way, I didn't realize a Canadian was unwinding like American civil rights. I think if you do that, you should not be allowed in the country. Like, I am so in favor of deporting motherfuckers that like come to the country and try to roll back civil liberties or any kind of amenities given to people as like a band-aid solution for all the racial wrongs that were committed towards them. You come in here and you do that, you're gone, Ted Cruz. I'm looking right at you, another fucking Canadian piece of shit. Tom McDonald. Oh, it's a civil right to be able to discriminate against people based on race. Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Yes. In your mind, you've made up a fantasy that like they are purposely saying like, oh, you're Asian. Oh, you're white. We don't want you here. We have a racial quota to abide by, right? That is what you said. No, that is not what I said. I chose my words very carefully, as a matter of fact, because I know that there's dickheads like thousands of you in here. By the way, none of you are getting into fucking Harvard, which is pretty funny. Like, your life is going to consistently continue being fucking miserable, number one. Number two, you're not getting into any of the top institutions. And number three, if you are Asian or white, you now no longer have the, affirmative action prevented me from getting in thing that you could have told you're disappointed as parents. But they all know you're a fucking loser at heart. Okay? They know you've been a loser from the jump. They started suspecting it when you were in kindergarten, but they were like, nah, he's just a little off. It's fine. He'll recover. And by the time you were in high school, okay, you were, at a certain point, your parents were agreeing with the bullies that were bullying you. You know what I mean? Secretly, they wouldn't tell you to your face, but they were like, yeah, we get it. There's not really much we can do. Hopefully he can get into any college so we can get his ass out of the fucking house. You know what I mean? Maybe even get divorced immediately afterwards, because we held on to this fucking bullshit relationship that you ruined, by the way. You're the reason. In many circumstances, almost 99.9% of circumstances, the child is not responsible for the parents divorcing, but you did that to your parents. Okay? And now, here you are, trying to cope with the reality that you've been an abject failure your entire fucking life, and maybe for a brief moment, you could just like write a couple fucking lines in a dumbass Twitch streamer's chat, make yourself feel alive again. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck, I really owned him with this argument. Okay? When people ask their parents about them, the parents quickly change the subject. They're like, yeah, it's fine. Fine. He's off twitching again, I think. I don't know what he's doing. Anyway. I love whenever I say this to someone and get like really fucking harsh with them, because there's got to be some really fucking awful things that have gone down in their lives. Other chatters that literally will go, oh, dude, you're actually talking about me, so I need to retaliate as best as I can. Look, he's still writing it. Brother, get lithium, okay? Get medical help immediately. Seek out medication and try to fucking save your brain. I wasn't even talking to you, but you're the one who's fucking writing it in all caps, freaking the fuck out. Calm down. There's one person who needs to be calmed down. It's you, my man. Get medication immediately, okay? I keep saying fat neck. He's hallucinating. Fat neck means you have a big head? Thank you. I agree. Anyway. He's pressed for no reason. I wasn't even talking to you. You just were like, oh, I'm catching a stray. Like you felt personally attacked so much that you were like, what can I say about this guy? Oh God, calm down. We'll keep him. We're not banning either of those guys. Anyway. Where were we? We were, before I started unloading onto that one chatter, because there's no other way that someone can be so fucking pathetic as to literally take matters into their own hands, to turn around and be like, actually, I know you were talking about like the Band-Aid solution that was offered to black people, like the tiniest little thing that wasn't even a fucking real restitution for any of the problems that systemic racism has caused for them. I decided to choose to turn around and say, well, those racial, the healing for those racial wounds is actually racism in and of itself, which is the Supreme Court's perspective on the matter. I was describing my position. Okay? If wrongs historically have been committed on racial boundaries, okay, then correcting those wrongs, righting those wrongs, must also be done on the same boundaries. Okay? You can't shoot person A and then turn around and give money to person B. Okay? And be like, well, you know, it's fine. I gave money to person B. You got to give money to the person A. You got to help heal person A, the person that you shot. Decision means that laws that benefit a race that has been historically discriminated against are unconstitutional. Race-neutral laws are only the new standard. If this guy just knew that banning legacy admission would free up 1/5, 1/4 of the spots at a lot of Ivy League schools, then he would have sought to ban legacy admissions instead of crying like a little baby. If only he knew that 74% of white students at Harvard are actually legacy admissions, he would have an entirely different perspective on the matter, I think. But of course he wouldn't. Also, that person's parents are not fucking legacy Harvard alumni. You know what I mean? He's just fantasizing about a fucking racial segregation that does not exist in college campuses. You know what I mean? Nobody's ever going to convince me they've been discriminated against in this way as a white person. This is part of the reason they got a bunch of Asian fail sons to go along with their racist plot. Yeah, because they tried to do it with white people and everyone laughed at them. So they were like, oh yeah, let's bring some Asian people here. Don't you get the same outcome with socioeconomic criterias? Most likely. And that is probably what it's going to substitute into. Might even be better. Extra Emily has rated you. Oh, thank you, Extra Emily. Shouts out to your dad. He seems like a very cool guy. M-Cell raid. Hope you had a good stream. Imagine being Canadian and trying to make America worse. Yeah. It's like, listen, if you're Canadian, stay the fuck in Canada. Wait, wasn't Extra Emily, what college did you go to? I heard somewhere that you went to Harvard. Columbia? Oh, nice. Utilize existing anti-black, anti-brown, colorist sentiment in some Asian conservative communities to cudgel against those groups. Yeah, and also the model minority myth on top of that as well. And it worked because I always say this. I said this about the transports thing. And the same principle exists here. Americans have this like weird understanding of this false notion of meritocracy where they think like the concept of fairness trumps all. So when you can convince someone that like this shit was unfair, and you absolutely have convinced a gigantic swath of Americans that this is unfair, that they're only like letting black people that don't deserve to be there into these colleges, and you're doing that by like telling Asian people and white people they can't go to these colleges even though they deserve it, and not like the holistic approach, and not a racial quota, but instead a holistic approach that determines why someone should be able to get into these schools. They believe it. It also falls into their like understanding of the world that they themselves are not necessarily at fault, and it's actually systemic discrimination against white and Asian people. That is the reason why they couldn't fucking make it. You know what I mean? That's it. Now you don't have that. So how are you going to cope with the reality that if you place this level of emphasis, this level of importance on getting into an Ivy League and you don't make it, how are you going to cope with that reality? The reality that you're a fucking failure all on your own, I guess. You know? Are you going to go to the Anime Expo? Yes, I plan to go to the Anime Expo tomorrow, alongside Connor Dog Veterans Affairs Office, and also alongside Ludwig. I'm proud to say I've made it despite being a white man in America. Yeah, same, brother. You know, society has had it out against us white men, okay? For far too long, we've been under attack, it seems. But some of us still make it, you know? We worked hard, and nothing else, by the way. Definitely not luck. We overcame great odds, and we persisted. Oh, man, it's hard. Hard, folks. Hard being a white man. Never forget that one of the first school integration cases was Asian people trying to get their children into white schools, and the court said, nope, back to the railroads. I did not know that. Okay. Are you white? Well, according to some. I think so. Dude, you know this guy's a hardcore insult, by the way. Try adding affirmative action to some pussy, dude. What is
For
this?
more than 50 years, colleges have taken different approaches towards admissions to make their campuses more diverse. Considering an applicant's race, generally called affirmative action, has long been standard at universities from UPenn to Harvard, but not anymore. The Supreme Court has ruled that no college in the US can consider an applicant's race in admissions. 9 states have already banned this practice. California did almost 25 years ago. Just enough time for a detailed study on its consequences.
Once you have the data set in hand, there's an awful lot you can learn, honestly, pretty quickly, right? Basically what I'm doing is just differences in means. What happened to the kids after 98? What happened to the kids before 98? Just those comparisons tell you an awful lot about not just what happened in California, but I think what we can expect to happen across the country.
Here's how affirmative action changed college admissions and what the future of higher education might look like without it. Before affirmative action, selecting which of these student applicants would be accepted was fairly simple. Most colleges would essentially filter students. They'd set factors like a minimum GPA or a minimum test score, and voila, there's your pool of accepted students. Obviously, the more selective the school, the higher those standards were. But
a big part of both test scores and grades are pre-18 educational investment and, honestly, non-educational investment. The degree to which you had a stable household, the degree to which you had some notion.
There are some criticisms about affirmative action that ignores class. Is that true? I think affirmative action is a separate thing. The real thing that ignores class is legacy admissions. So if you want to tackle classism in these institutions, then 1,000,000% you should tackle that instead of affirmative action. That is a significantly larger factor and significantly more problematic than affirmative action. Make no mistake. Okay, I've told you this already. Like, affirmative action is not necessarily a decent solution to any of the racial issues that persist in society. Not the Band-Aid, which is why it was allowed to exist. Because it's not like they were down to offer serious economic restitution in the form of reparations, for example. So legacy admissions don't ignore class. They are all about class. Yes, I'm saying legacy admissions are classist.
notion of being able to focus on your work. The better a high school you go to, the better the test score you get. The better sort of access to resources outside of high school, like tutoring or other services, that you had access to before 18, the better you test.
It's clear if you break down SAT scores by the background of the student. Students from higher income households score higher. Same if you look at who grew up in a household with a parent with a graduate degree versus no degree. That also reflects in race, with Black and Hispanic students scoring lower than white and Asian students. So in the 1970s, when UC Berkeley's admissions really just looked at GPA and test scores, the student population was less than 5% Black and Hispanic.
Students who might have been really high ability just weren't able to get the kind of education that would lead them to the kind of high standardized tests that would get them into a school like Berkeley. These schools recognized that they needed some way of admitting those students, and so they started affirmative action policies to try to bring in students from sort of every part of, in this case, the state of California.
So in the 80s, they began considering race in their admissions decisions. It worked. By the 90s, they would chart students on a social diversity index. If you were low income and a minority and had moderate grades and test scores, you were in. If you were high income and white, you needed higher scores to get in. Some colleges, like the UC Davis School of Medicine, used quotas, utilizing a similar filtering system, but a few spots would be reserved for minority applicants. In the late 70s, a white student named Backy fell here. Not good enough to get in among other white applicants, but with higher test scores and GPA than the minority students who got in. He sued, claiming discrimination. It made it to the Supreme Court, he won, and was admitted. The court ruled that while the goal of achieving a diverse student body is sufficiently compelling to justify consideration of race in admissions decisions, specific quotas went too far. More than 24 Supreme Court cases have followed, including the landmark Grutter v. Bollinger in 2003, which upheld that race could be considered as part of a highly individualized, holistic review of each applicant's file. That's essentially how affirmative action has worked the last 20 years. Instead of just filtering a pool of applicants, most colleges look at each person individually. Like Harvard will look at SAT and GPA, but also things like extracurricular activities, essays, awards, life experiences, recommendations, leadership, and yes, race. But this is exactly what the Supreme Court has now struck down. In 2 separate cases against Harvard and the University of North Carolina, plaintiffs argued this holistic approach was just a cover for discrimination against white and Asian students. The Supreme Court agreed, ruling that eliminating racial discrimination means eliminating all of it. The student must be treated based on his or her experiences as an individual, not on the basis of race. Many universities have for too long done just the opposite, which means in this holistic review, race can no longer be considered.
To the degree that these universities want to maintain their current level of racial diversity, California has shown that that is infeasible, at least given the policies that California has tried to implement.
In the 90s, Californians voted for Proposition 209, which banned public universities from considering race. Zach Bleemer conducted a massive study in California, following students that applied before and after Prop 209, looking at where they eventually enrolled, graduated, and then at their wage statements.
So you can see, so long as they stay in the state of California, where they work and how much they earn all the way through 2020, 25 years almost after the affirmative action ban was implemented.
What he found was that Black and Hispanic enrollments at more selective schools, like Berkeley, dramatically fell when they couldn't include race in their admissions process. Moderately selective schools had almost no change, but enrollment at less selective schools actually rose. Because most Black and Hispanic students didn't not go to college, they just went to less esteemed ones.
You got this cascade effect of Black and Hispanic students on average enrolling at a university that's just a little bit less selective than the universities they used to have access to. Kids who used to go to Berkeley are now going to UC Davis. Kids who used to go to UC Davis are now going to UC Santa Cruz. What happened is pretty substantial negative ramifications for these students.
They became less likely to earn STEM degrees, less likely to go to graduate school. Those with the lowest GPA and test scores became less likely to even graduate. And overall, Black and Hispanic students earned less in their careers than those admitted before Prop 209.
One thing we've learned from affirmative action bans is that the kids who are admitted to more selective universities as a result of race-based affirmative action tend to receive greater value from those institutions in terms of the degree to which those institutions lead them to more successful jobs or more success generally in the labor market than the whiter Asian students who tend to take their places after the end of affirmative action programs.
Bleemer has also studied the effects of what's called race-neutral admissions policies, which can include outreach and income-based admissions, as has Georgetown University. They both found the same result.
It seems like all of these race-neutral alternatives that universities can implement have a tendency toward increasing the diversity of campuses, but they don't get you anywhere close to the level of racial diversity that's provided by race-based affirmative action.
Harvard said if it were to not include race in their holistic review, Black and Hispanic enrollment will decline by almost half. Berkeley, even though it has made strides since Prop 209 to enroll more Hispanic students, the Black student population is still below where it was when it could consider race in admissions.
I think we'll see declines in Black and Hispanic enrollment, potentially in some cases quite severe declines in the next couple of years. And as a result, you're going to have this sort of downward shift, Black and Hispanic students enrolling at less selective schools than they had access to previously. There's no clear silver bullet for such universities just to maintain diversity as it is right now.
Fucking schools are paid. Why do they have to obey this ruling? Private, you mean? Well, because they... Okay. The ruling in and of itself is addressing a problem that does not exist. Do you understand? Limiting schools to certain criteria and what you should look at is really fucking stupid. But you can't really do that. So what you try to do basically is claim that like schools have racial quotas and they are abiding by said racial quotas by, not allowing certain races of certain people from certain backgrounds to come into the school and instead opening the doors to others. When schools time and time again have said, we have a holistic approach to admissions. We have a holistic approach to admissions. We are looking at your background, including your race, as a part of these holistic approaches to admissions. Okay? Because in the United States of America, your class position, especially your class position built on top of race, plays a role in your development. Okay? It's ridiculous. We already know what color blindness means in a society where systemic racism and systemic discrimination still certainly exists. When people say, oh, I see no color or I'm colorblind, they're just saying, I don't see the injustices that certain races face or certain people face due to their race. That's it. So that's precisely what the Supreme Court is trying to enforce here. It's not like people going to turn around and change the K through 12 education, especially in public institutions, or the funding mechanism for K through 12 in public schools, where the overwhelming majority of Black and brown children attend. Okay? That's how it works. Schools actually have quotas? Maybe. Ultimately, I'm pretty sure quotas were banned, but regardless, ultimately, the reason why there is a certain racial makeup in schools is because it reflects the racial makeup of modern American society, okay? Which universities certainly recognize as the best approach to creating a modern environment. College is supposed to make you a smarter person. College is supposed to get you ready for civilized society. Doesn't matter if you're from some bumfuck town. Doesn't matter if you're from a segregated, gated white community. No matter what, you're supposed to go to college in a diverse environment and learn to behave. That is the real world. That is the purpose of college. Purpose of college education. That is the point of why some college campuses want to have a specific racial makeup that is more balanced, similar to the racial makeup of the United States of America. Okay? So on that front, hitting a real visible quota versus maintaining a level of diversity in your college campuses is just two different ways of, slicing the apple in a similar fashion. Okay? America loves diversity. Well, it doesn't matter if America loves diversity or not. America is diverse. More diverse than a lot of other countries, as a matter of fact. That's how it works. No matter what. I work in pharma, don't hate me chat, and clinical trial diversity is a huge topic and policy push, but they do it exactly as half-assed as the way they do affirmative action. If you do either one without actually correcting for why you ignore certain people in the first place, you'll never reap the benefits, nor will anyone else. America claims to love diversity. It doesn't matter what America claims. We're talking about what America is. So you disagree with Mehdi Hasan on the quota versus diversity level distinction? A quota has to be rigorously enforced. That's the main distinction, no? I mean, I don't know what Mehdi Hasan's take is on it. But my take on it is that a quota is supposed to be like, we need 10 black people. Whereas, and it wasn't Mehdi Hasan. I think you're talking about Hasan Minhaj. Whereas a need for diversity is like, we want to make sure that the makeup of our student body accurately reflects society. The whole point of conservatives framing quota is that less qualified applicants are displacing more qualified whites. I mean, that's how they're framing it, and that's what they're claiming, but the qualification is not stuck on the metric that they claim it's supposed to be on. That's the point. If the qualification of a student enrolling in college exclusively revolved around your GPA, then that's one thing. But that's not what college campuses want. They don't want the fucking biggest nerds, okay? Do you get it? Do you understand? It's not just about whoever looks the best on paper. Qualification for colleges do not exclusively revolve around whatever the fuck these dumbasses claim it revolves around. Oftentimes they claim it revolves around what your grades are, what your SAT scores are, and maybe a couple extracurriculars that you put on your resume. That evaluation is not the case. I don't even think it ever was the case, but it certainly isn't now. Okay? That's why you write an essay. There wouldn't be a need to write an essay to share your perspective, to share your experiences in a better way if it was just about how you look on paper, what your resume looks like, how many extracurriculars you've done. You end up beating your hardcore run in Diablo 4? I did, yes. What do you mean they don't consider grades, or did I misunderstand? They look at your grades, yes, but your grades are not the final concluding factor. It's one of many factors. Your SAT test scores, your grades, these are only some parts that make you whole. Are we really trying to explain to Twitch chat how unis and jobs don't want nerds but want more well-rounded, balanced, socialized people, lol? I mean, they want nerds too, don't get me wrong, but also it's not like Twitch chat is all fucking nerds that excel in school either. Let's be real. In Finland, they literally only look at grades. Great. That's how they do it in Finland. Finland and Norway, which is another place that you were talking about with respect to grades, also have a significantly more balanced education system leading up to university. And I don't even believe that they only look at fucking grades in Finland. I'm just taking you at face value here, but I don't even believe that that's the case. Doesn't Finland have like incredible fucking new age modern educational principles that they abide by, which is like very different, and Americans would scoff at it actually? UCs only care about ECs, awards, and essays. Got rejected by UCLA and UCB with perfect SAT and grades. Wait, really? I thought UCs only cared about SAT and grades. I thought that was the argument.
Upper middle class black children are not failing standardized tests.
Yes,
they're doing
because
just as
they're
well as other
rich.
middle class kids.
So
Yeah,
then
there
there
you
is
go.
not a race problem.
There's a class
There's
issue.
a poverty problem that has been exacerbated by first slavery, then segregation, then
Yes.
Jim Crow,
Yes.
then bias.
Yes.
But what are the answers to help to help ameliorate all of these problems?
Let's say it at the
And
same
that's-
time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Reparations. No?
Reparations in the form of making school teachers work 240 days a year instead of 180.
You
Make
want them to
work
work more?
8 hours a day. Make school go from 8:30 in the morning to
Oh, fuck? I mean, she was right to say that. That counter is wild.
5:30 in the evening.
What?
This is absolutely correct. You cannot dismantle the legacy of racism without addressing race. That's it. Racial violence oftentimes manifests in the form of class violence. That is the reality. Black people are in the position that they're in because they've been relegated to the underclass, a permanent underclass, a permanent position. They've been systematically discriminated against. But ultimately, this was done on the basis of race for a very long time, a lot longer than America has. In the United States of America, that racial disparity existed for a lot longer than it did not. And some would even say correctly that it still exists to this day. Okay? Don't know why we can't have a normal conversation about this without everybody just taking it to like a million different directions. Adam Conover. Unbelievable. If you need to prove to the companies we are striking against do not care about diversity and inclusion, here it is. The Writers Guild will continue to fight for inclusion in our industry no matter what the companies or the courts say or do. News. Warner Bros. Discovery cuts respected diversity and inclusion leader Karen Horn amid restructuring. Industry-wide retrenchment is leading to the departures of several major Hollywood diversity chiefs. I'm going to be honest with you. This was already a fucking... this was already like a position that I don't know how great it was to begin with. It's just like last to come, first to go type situation where they're like, we're restructuring. We're going to be more lean. What's your stance on Asians being screwed over for overachieving? Bro, this is so loaded that it's like, I don't know how to... loaded more than a powder keg, brother. What a question. A lot of Asian students load up on sports, music, and other extracurriculars on top of maintaining top GPAs and still get rejected. What's your stance on Asians being screwed over for overachieving? First of all, which Asians? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, you're just looping up, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of students into one neat little overgeneralization. What's your reasoning for pretending that it's because of 4 black students? What? Yeah, that's a great question, actually. Bro, to all of these Asian students who feel fucked over by affirmative action, I ask you, the percentage of the student body that is the percentage of the student bodies is black is marginal. It's tiny. Okay, the black population in America in general is 13%. The percentage of black students in these colleges are tiny. The percentage of legacy admissions almost always is significantly larger than the percentage of black students on college campus. Okay? So even from that perspective, it's silly. It's stupid. If you think that there is an unjustifiable quota system or an unjustifiable leg up that people are getting, and you want to eliminate the problem, why the fuck are you trying to tackle a much smaller issue rather than the much larger one that absolutely plays a role in destroying this meritocracy argument that you think exists? What are legacy admissions? I am not American. Legacy admissions are a process when you have an alumni or a teacher or someone working for the college, and then their children get into the college, even though their scores are oftentimes much lower than what you would have to get. Anti-black sentiment is so ingrained into Asian and South Asian communities based on affirmative action. I've heard this shit my whole life from my family and friends. Yeah, I mean, it's the white man finding a really good way to, you know, instill white supremacist values in every other subsect of the population, while simultaneously also harming said marginalized communities as well. Yet another fucking way of doing it. Anyway. I'm a guidance counselor at Title I school. My hope is more colleges become need blind, do away with legacy admissions, and make SAT scores optional because these are all tied to students' socioeconomic status. This will have the biggest impact on the most selective schools, so these policy changes would even the playing field more. An example of legacy, I went to school with a kid whose dad was personal friends with the Dean of Columbia. He knew he got in a month or more before Ivy Day decisions were released. New rare Trump just launched. Trump and Walt Nauta spotted at Pat's King of Steaks in Philadelphia. Dude. Pat's is the perfect place to go to. Wait, was it Pat's or Geno's that was more racist? Or are they both racist? Which one's the one that says if you can't order in English, get the fuck out? I mean, both are racist. It's Philly cheesesteaks, let's be real. But like one is more racist than the other. These are two famous tourist Philly cheesesteak spots right across from one another. One of them literally has a sticker. They compete against one another on who's more racist. One of them used to, I don't know if it still does, but when I went, had a sticker that literally said, if you can't order in English, you can't order at all. Ironic because it's also objectively the worst Philly cheesesteak you can get in Philadelphia. And I do love Philly cheesesteaks. Don't get me wrong. It's delicious. Okay? But it's pretty funny that like these guys who happen to be like tourist spots, they just are known for like being iconic Philly cheesesteak locations, even though they are objectively some of the worst Philly cheesesteaks you can get in Philadelphia. How can they know what the sticker says if they don't speak English? Brother, that sticker is not for non-English speakers. That sticker is for the Americans who read that and go, hell yeah, it's my spot. They're just having a mid-off, dude, in that corner right there. I thought you said racists cook the best. What the fuck? This is one of those instances. Well, it's South. Man, it's Philadelphia. There's plenty of racists who aren't as overt with their racism that make delicious cheesesteaks, is my point, okay? I understand my statements are overgeneralizations, but what are you supposed to say when immigrants work their butts off and then target? Dude, you're still doing it. You haven't stopped. We know that white women actually benefit most, and we recognize that our minority brethren still need help as well. But why does it still need to be the model minority that gets shot down? Dude, if you put the model minority in air quotes, why are you still literally farming the model minority sentiment here? I love that even when you accept people's made-up scenarios on things, they're still wrong. A different angle is that if there isn't a quota, it would stand to reason that more Asian people wouldn't get accepted without a minimum quota. It's the same as minimum wage. People think if you remove the minimum magically, businesses will give you more. The reason why you put model minority in air quotes is because it's not real. It's not a real concept. It was carefully crafted by, some ways, the American government. Why are people so bent on what school they get accepted to? It doesn't determine their life or success, and they always get into a college anyway. Yeah, if model minority was a real concept, then Nigerians would be considered the model minority. I wonder why they don't. Wonder why. And that's like way more specific than just an entire race of people. You know? Just saying. Isn't that based on the racist bell curve shit? What? No, I'm talking about fucking college admissions. What? I'm bringing up college admissions numbers and also the most educated. Nigerians happen to be the ethnic group that has the largest percentage of higher education, specifically graduate school degrees. That's just the truth. It's not like has anything to do with IQ or anything like that. We had this exact same conversation yesterday, and people got mad at me for it yesterday because one issue for a lot of young people that strikes at their heart. You know what I mean? They get very frustrated. Anyway, the one aspect where affirmative action won't work is the top of the hour ad break. Everybody gets hit with the top of the hour ad break unless they're subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime accounts to their Twitch accounts. Those in the chat will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. I hope the Supreme Court strikes you down. I wanted to show you guys something. Here is former President Jair Bolsonaro, who recently was declared ineligible by the Electoral Court, reacted to the decision by posting a shirtless photo shoot named Victim. I fucking love that, man. This is what he's reacting to. Brazil's Bolsonaro has been blocked from office for fraud claims. Hasan's new pharmacist, thank you for the 5 gifted. A majority of Brazil's electoral court voted to block Jair Bolsonaro, the former president, for spreading false claims about voting. He is expected to appeal the decision. Dude, imagine if that's how it worked in America. Shit would be crazy. You wouldn't have a single Republican left. There it is.
Extrema-direita fascista, nem do Brasil e nem do mundo, como organizações democráticas. Eles nos tratam como se nós fôssemos terroristas. Ele nos acusa de comunistas, achando que nós ficamos ofendidos com isso. Nós não ficamos ofendidos. Nós ficaríamos ofendidos.
Says they would accuse us of being communists, thinking that would offend us. That wouldn't offend us. We would be offended if they called us Nazis or neo-fascists.
De neofascista. Não somos vistos pela extrema-direita.
Bolsonaro doing Bolsonaro things. I already just covered it. I know. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking about this. Conservatives, yay. LGBT people can legally be discriminated against and young people will be tied to debt until they die. Young people, we want America to collapse. What's happening to America's youth? Why are they so radical and they hate us? People wonder why we don't have kids, why we hate America, why we believe in communism is the only way forward, why we have faith in zero existing institutions or a future for this earth. This is why. This is literally why. I mean, yeah, there's not much else to say about that issue. Fuck. I'm fucking tired, man. What is this? YouTube scammer who made $23 million by false copyright claims nearly sentenced to 6 years in prison. Wait, what? That's awesome. Holy fuck, that's fire. Who was it? When did you cover the student debt part? Bro, come on. My first 3 hours of the broadcast was student loan debt relief. Come on, man. Come on, man. Here's Dylan Mulvaney, by the way.
Hi.
This is the last thing I wanted to cover from the news section before we move on to some more fun shit.
One thing I will not tolerate people saying about me is that I don't like beer, because I love beer and I always have. I built my platform on being honest with you, and what I'm about to tell you might sound like old news, but you know that feeling when you have something uncomfy like sitting on your chest? Well, that's how I feel right now, so this feels like the right thing to do. I took a brand deal with a company that I loved, and I posted a sponsored video to my page. And it must have been a slow news week, because the way that this ad got blown up, you would have thought I was on a billboard or on a TV commercial or something major. But no, it was just an Instagram video. And the wildest part is that they also sent me one can with my face on it. You might have seen it.
One can.
And funny story.
One can.
I had the can around my house, but then I realized, wait, I need to protect this can. So I hid it somewhere. And now I can't find it because I hid it so well. But when I do find it, I feel like it needs to go in a museum, preferably behind bulletproof glass. And you might be thinking, Dylan, why bring it up now? I'm bringing it up because what transpired from that video was more bullying and transphobia than I could have ever imagined. And I should have made this video months ago, but I didn't. And I was scared, and I was scared of more backlash, and I felt personally guilty for what transpired. So I patiently waited for things to get better. But surprise, they haven't really. And I was waiting for the brand to reach out to me, but they never did. And for months now, I've been scared to leave my house. I have been ridiculed in public. I've been followed. And I have felt a loneliness that I wouldn't wish on anyone. And I'm not telling you this because I want your pity. I am telling you this because if this is my experience from a very privileged perspective, know that it is much, much worse for other trans people. For a company to hire a trans person and then not publicly stand by them is worse, in my opinion, than not hiring a trans person at all, because it gives customers permission to be as transphobic and hateful as they want. And the hate doesn't end with me. It has serious and grave consequences for the rest of our community. And you know, we're customers too. I know a lot of trans and queer people who love beer, and I have some lesbian friends who could drink some of those haters under the table. But to turn a blind eye and pretend everything is okay, it just isn't an option right now. And you might say, but Dylan, I don't want to get political. Babe, supporting trans people, it shouldn't be political. There should be nothing controversial or divisive.
This is a really well-spoken, short way to describe the events that unfolded. Bud Light wanted Dylan Mulvaney's audience. Bud Light worked with Dylan Mulvaney on a very limited campaign. The actual people that brought this audience to the forefront of the American public was not Bud Light, and it was not Dylan Mulvaney. It was Matt Walsh and the rest of the right-wing psychopaths. And as a consequence of that, Dylan Mulvaney got a fucking target on her back. And also, even on top of that, a target on the backs of all trans people. That target grew. It already existed. I cannot believe that Bud Light straight up just left her out to fucking dry on her own. It's so shitty. And the reason why they did it wasn't because they were like pro-trans, by the way. The reason why they did it was because, Dylan's right, queer people drink beer too. And they wanted to get queer people who have a lot of disposable income spend more money on Bud Light. But the worst part of it all is that they capitulated to the right-wing mob. It's perhaps the absolute worst thing you can ever do because these freaks get off on this shit. Once you give them an inch, they are going to take anything and everything they can. And they have, and they will continue to do so. And as Dylan also mentioned, it would have been better not to work with any queer people whatsoever than to work with them and then do this shit. It's so fucked up. I don't know if I want to watch Matt Walsh's response to this video. Oh, it's not a video. He just says Dylan made herself the mascot of transgenderism, profited immensely from it, used her platform to push for the mutilation of children, and then experienced a completely justified backlash. I have no sympathy for her. I hate Twitter so fucking much, dude. Holy fuck. This further proves your point that corporations are not allies. Everything they do is in the best interest of making most money. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this, and hopefully more people will get to realize. Hopefully more people will realize that. The quicker you realize it, the better it is. Like, Dylan Mulvaney did not make herself the face of transgenderism. Whatever the fuck transgenderism is not a thing, okay? It's not an ideology. It's not a real thing. But even if it was, even if Dylan Mulvaney was like, I'm trans, and I want to be the spokesperson for trans people, you still didn't describe why it's okay to just fucking try to get this person to kill themselves. Like, you never really mentioned that at all. You just kind of assume, these guys always do, that, oh, trans is bad and everyone agrees with me, so that's it, you know? Like, you made zero arguments. And then on top of that, the only thing that would resemble an argument as to why Dylan Mulvaney would be a bad person was just a lie. The mutilation of children. Just straight up a lie. Really fucked up.
About working with us. And I know it's possible because I've worked with some fantastic companies who care. But caring about the LGBTQ plus community requires a lot more than just a donation somewhere during Pride Month. And all this to say, bottom line is that if you follow me, if I've made you smile, if you care about me, I need you to care about every trans person. And I need you to support us, and I need you to stand by us. And hey, it's still Pride Month. So I'm going to celebrate being alive. And I'm going to celebrate.
I want to believe that there is some justice out there, and that will happen one day. It will come one day. Okay? I want to believe that. That's all I'm going to say. I can't say anything else. Can't say anything else because I'll fucking say some bannable shit. Okay? It's hard. One day.
Celebrate the trans people in my life and the ones I haven't met yet. And I'm going to celebrate the fact that no matter how many thousands of horrible messages or news anchors misgendering me or companies going silent, that I can look in the mirror and see the woman that I am and that I love being. And I know you were probably here for the tea of it all, but I would love for something productive to come from this. So there is a link in my bio to the Trans Law Center, who is doing some wonderful work if you have the means to donate. And to the good people out there, I love ya. I really do. And cheers, but only if you're of legal drinking age. Okay, I love you. Bye.
Do you speak Russian?
Yeah, I'm fluent.
Okay, maybe can you ask me out in Russian?
What's this?
All right, this is the last news thing that we're going to do. DeSantis War Room did a Trump fan cam. To wrap up Pride Month, let's hear from the politician who did more than any other Republican to celebrate it.
I will do everything in my power.
Okay, now I think that DeSantis War Room is watching my shit because you are biting my steez, my friend. I literally did this. Remember when and not in this like incredibly I'm a Barbie girl type cut. We covered all of Trump's like pro-LGBT sentiments expressed not that long ago. A month ago, I think, is when we covered it. And now they're just biting my shit.
To protect our LGBTQ citizens.
If Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses.
That is correct. In the future, can transgender women compete in Miss Universe?
Yes.
You know what's funny about this? Like, this is just weird. This is just like a very weird campaign ad to make because people like Trump more than they hate trans people, brother. You got fucking caught up. Like, you're not converting anybody. Even Matt Walsh would not probably convert with this ad. Maybe Matt Walsh. But who else is going to look at this and go, yeah, that's fucked up, actually. I really like DeSantis because he's extra hard on trans people. Matt Walsh is the only motherfucker who will watch an ad like this and go, okay, I'm voting for DeSantis.
Make America great again.
Psych!
Oh my God. Giga Chad guy, Patrick Bateman walking. Oh my God, they even put Peaky fucking Blinders. Funk music. Oh my God, what the fuck, dude? Dude, no. Dude, they're so online. I'm imagining, dude, I'm imagining like 58-year-old HVAC business owner living in a fucking Missouri suburb watching this and immediately having an aneurysm. Like his fucking just like foam coming out of his mouth trying to comprehend what he just saw. Because like the average voter isn't the fucking groiper that's on TikTok. Okay? Like you tailored this message to XQC's audience. You know what I mean? And none of those juicers are voting. Like, this is the type of shit that, you know, people that watch Aiden Ross would respond to. And those guys, maybe some of them are eligible to vote, but do not have the mental faculties to be able to get out and vote. Okay? Like, who are you targeting with this, man? It got 3,000 likes, too. It just, like, fucking flopped. Or not even 3,000. It got 1,000 likes. It's just like, oh, no one's more dangerous for trans people than me. Dude, guys, guys, if you vote for me, I will literally fight. I will engage in fisticuffs with a trans teenager. Please vote for me. I am Ron DeSantis.
I cannot think of anything more horrifying. It really has shut down.
And also, if my candidate is DeSantis, I wouldn't be using this emoji. I would just be trying to move away from the usage of this as much as possible. Okay? Because, you know, if there's a Republican candidate that best embodies that, it's motherfucking Ronald DeSantis. Okay? I'd be trying to run away from that emoji as best as possible, you know? I wouldn't even mention it. Actually, I hate trans people more than Donald Trump. This entire ad is that. Okay? This entire fucking ad is literally him going, actually, Donald Trump is very pro-LGBT. I, on the other hand, hate LGBT more.
It really has shut down drag.
Just produced some of the harshest, most draconian laws that literally threaten trans existence.
Congratulations, Ron DeSantis. Mission accomplished.
Like, even the people that they're posting are like fucking... like the most niche, no disrespect. Like, and I would say the same thing if I was in this ad as well. Like, we are so niche, okay? Like, nobody fucking knows or cares about these people for the most part. Come on, dog.
You win.
This is my favorite because it's like, what was it? It was like, wait a minute, you have a wife and children? No. Like, that's what the soy guy is saying on the other side. And then Chad DeSantis going, yes. Are you sure it's not a chatter in here that works for DeSantis doing this sabotage? Yeah, they called him Top Gov. This is awesome. This is awesome because anyone that responds positively to this ad is not voting. Straight up. Anyone that responds positively to this ad is never voting, okay? The guy who made this is the Proud Elephant guy. A constitutional conservative, breaking news and political commentary, God, family, and America. People so much, they're so sad. Wait, what is this? Oh my God. Did Jesse have DeSantis on the Tucker Carlson slot? Oh my God, Fox News is out of control. Wait, hold up. None of you guys told me that Jesse Waters had Jesse Waters now has Tucker Carlson's time slot. And what is he doing with that time slot? Interviewing Ron DeSantis, and you didn't tell me about this?
What is Bidenomics? Bidenomics is you pay more for the necessities of life. And he has this grand global warming vision.
Yeah, Bidenomics. Dude, it's awesome. Yo, this is so bad. Oh, this is so fucking bad. Oh, that's awesome. Bidenomics? Dude, Joseph Robinette Biden is 750 years old, okay? His brain is actually tapioca pudding.
New York.
And even then, he's like cooler than Ron DeSantis, okay? Objectively a better retail politician throughout his career. Definitely better at like kissing babies and shit, you know what I mean? But this...
Why? Because they say they're causing global warming. Well, the DeSantis campaign heard that and reached out and asked me if I wanted to grab a slice with the governor. I said, sure, let's go to Grimaldi's.
It's sugar, man. I can't have this. Please tell me there's a point where he actually mentions that he can only have a cauliflower crust pizza or something. I'm trying to cut back on carbs.
Governor, this is Anthony. He's one of the co-owners here at Grimaldi's.
It's a pleasure, Governor.
We got a
Thanks for being down in Florida.
Oh, you're the best.
Yeah.
crazy oven the government wants to crack down on. What's going on here?
Dude, stop. Dude, no, dude. Oh, what is this crazy oven? The government wants to crack down on it. First of all, he's the government, okay? What the fuck do you mean? No one is trying to stop this oven from being it. No one is trying to stop pizza parlors from using ovens, dog. What has the culture war become? What is happening? Oh, that's so good. I gotta pee. Hold on, I'll be back.
Corporate over here, this guy. This is 100% American. This is U.S. coal from Pennsylvania. It's the best, cleanest burning coal there ever is.
Well, I can
See, they're still using Trump lines. The cleanest burning coal.
tell you this. So in Florida, when they went after the gas stoves, we just made gas stoves tax-free in Florida, no sales tax. We will do something similar for these coal-fired ovens. And so if we need New York City pizza to come down to Florida, we're going to roll out the red carpet for you guys.
Thank you, Governor.
All right.
Just let her rip like this?
Yeah, let it rip.
All right. So this is the coal-fired oven pizza.
Yeah.
And according to the government, this is killing the environment. Let's have a slice.
Let her rip. Oh, man.
That's good.
Really good. The idea they would be going after this, I mean, honestly, I see a lot of the people leaving New York who complain about what goes on up here, but even I wouldn't have believed that they would have dreamt of going after this. This is a staple of this city.
Of all the things going on here, you got crime, you got homelessness, you got drugs, they're going after ovens. Why does the government do that?
They just want to control. You have an itch on the left. They want to control behavior. We saw the same thing with COVID. A lot of that wasn't about your health. It was about they wanted to control your behavior. So they just don't want people to be happy and be able to make their own decisions. They were going after gas stoves in Florida. We made them tax-free. We may have to do some incentives for the coal-fired pizza because you know what? We'll take it.
They're going to want us to microwave this pizza. So you're running all over the place. You're in the border. You just got back.
Okay, while I was pissing, I was thinking about what's going on here. Let me explain something to you. The Republican Party has done one thing very good for a very long time, and that is take things that are like hot button, take things that like the most radical elements within their audience enjoys and talks about, and basically turn them into policies that help capital owners. What do I mean by this? It's not just vice signaling, right? Vice signaling is good at galvanizing the public, but usually you don't just galvanize the public, you also use it for a specific purpose. Best example I can give you is QAnon. QAnon protesters always accompanied school choice narratives for some reason, you know? And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck does QAnon have anything to do with anything? Schools are vaccinating your children. Schools are requiring vaccines. Schools are requiring masks. That's why we need school choice. That's why we need to abolish the Department of Education. Why do they want to abolish the Department of Education? Well, they want to do that because they actually want to completely defund public institutions in this country, completely defund public education in this country, and only allow private institutions to exist. This has been a long-standing Republican project for a very long time, but they basically would take a culture war issue and turn it into Republican policy, right? Firmly. They would take that and firmly place it under regular Republican policy. So the ultimate goal is still to defund public institutions and public schools. When Ron DeSantis talks about like making gas stoves tax-free or clean coal tax-free or some shit, there is no immediate capital interest there. He is once again putting the fucking cart before the horse. He is so stupid that he's like advocating for culture war policies and actually enacting legislation on behalf of culture war issues without any sort of tangible goal that will help capital owners. And it's really odd. He is almost exclusively a culture war candidate. It's weird. Additionally weird and stupid, specifically for the Florida governor to do, because 93% of Florida is using electric ovens, electric stoves. 93%. Chat. 93% of Florida uses electric stoves. Understand something here. Like, he's trying to do populist rhetoric for a group of people that aren't even like going to benefit from this. Like, who are you advocating for these policies for? Like, you made up a new culture war thing around these like gas and electric stoves. Not a single person bit, because in Florida especially, 93% of people are already 93% of people are utilizing electric stoves anyway. Like, he's just fighting battles that no one asked him to fight. It makes no sense.
From Texas. It was about they wanted to control your behavior. So they just don't want people to be happy and be able to make their own decisions. They were going after gas stoves in Florida. We made them tax-free. We may have to do some incentives for the coal-fired pizza, because you know what? We'll take it.
They're going to want us to microwave this pizza. So you're running all over the place. You're in the border. You just got back from Texas. After seeing what's going on down there, has that changed your opinion of immigration?
It confirmed what I had known. I've also been down at the border in Arizona, and it's worse than you think when you actually get down there. And the impunity with which the cartels operate. I was literally at a place in Arizona. There's a piece of wall that it just kind of stops. So the guy just goes on the other side of where the wall ends, look out, he just motions for people to go. There's no border patrol to be found. They're in town processing people. And so they're bringing product into our country. They're killing a lot of people. So one of the things that what I saw, the places where there were barriers, the cartels will actually cut through the steel beams and they'll smuggle in backpacks with a lot of drugs. So what I said is, wait a minute, we defend the territory of our own country. We'll have military, we'll have everyone down there. If you are in the cartels cutting through our fence to bring drugs in, that's going to be the last thing you do, because we're going to leave you stone cold dead. We are having adequate rules of engagement.
What is Bidenomics?
Bidenomics is you.
We're just going to kill Mexicans at the border, dude. That's his policy. I love having the cadence of a Midwestern wine mom while talking about just ruthlessly massacring any kind of, because let's be real, they're not talking about like cartel members they're going to shoot at the border. They're talking about killing anyone at the border that is brown, okay? But like, he's talking about something that's like gross and insanely violent, okay? Talking about something that is fucking insanely violent with the cadence of a Midwestern wine mom.
You pay more for the necessities of life. And he has this grand global warming vision with all the Green New Deal. You will pay more for everyday energy, transportation, and groceries. We've seen it happen in other parts of the world. That's what he wants in store for the average American.
He's listening a lot to AOC. AOC is probably right around the corner here. She has huge influence on this administration. Some people say the squad calls the shots at this White House. How do you interpret that? You're a Florida guy when you see these people up in New York saying these crazy things.
Well, you know, the last time I saw AOC was during COVID when she was attacking Florida for being open. Next thing you know, she's on South Beach just living the life. You know, look, we welcome all comers. We can be the world's
I thought you guys didn't want socialists. What happened? Isn't that what they were saying? Going on?
life. You know, look, we welcome all comers. We can be the world.
There's something really weird about the way he talks, dude. I don't know what it is. I just like, it just seems like he's piecing sentences together at the last second. We welcome all comers.
World's dominant energy producer. AOC and the Green New Deal they want to do, they'll let
Sure, we can just ignore all those people. Those drugs are killing. What? Yeah, dude. Drug dealers are the ones. Yeah. No. Drugs are certainly one coming over the fucking border through regular border crossings. Illegal border crossings. And those guys are the ones who are killing everybody in America with their drugs. That's really good. I don't know if you've ever looked at the Department of Homeland Security's internal numbers. I have. I could tell you that 99%, I think it was 94, but I'm exaggerating a little bit. 94% of drugs that come into the United States of America, illegal drugs, come from regular points of entry. You know, ports. They're coming in shipping containers. They're coming in cars. They're not coming in with like abuela who's trying to fucking pass into the goddamn country. Shut the fuck up. Don't say definitely not ports. It absolutely is regular points of entry. The fuck are you talking about? And it's not my shit. Like, I didn't make this up. This is the same as like when police release crime statistics, which shows that crime is not on the rise, but they go on TV and say, crime is on the rise. And it's like, well, your numbers don't say that, but no one in the fucking media will actually question it because it gets good ratings and it freaks people out. Okay? Oh, this was awesome. The San Jose Police Union executive
became saddened.
Yeah, remember this one? She's the best, dude. She's the grandma police union executive who was just like fucking selling so many drugs so openly. Anyway, as I was stating, though, it's not like these guys are illegally sneaking in metric tons of fucking fentanyl into the country. Why the fuck would they do that? That is not an adequate form of transportation when they could just get it through regular points of entry. That's where the drugs are coming in from. You guys are so fucking stupid if you still believe that is the undocumented immigration is where the actual drugs are coming in from. Fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers. It's usually done by U.S. citizens. 99% are funding the fentanyl smuggling, obviously. U.S. citizens were 86.3% of convicted fentanyl drug traffickers, 10 times greater than convictions of illegal immigrants for the same offense. Over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points or interior vehicle checkpoints, not on illegal migration routes. So U.S. citizens who are subject to less scrutiny when crossing legally are the best smugglers. You know? I mean, yeah, Cato Institute. Libertarians, you know, don't ask them about their opinion on age of consent laws, but this is like the last bastion of freedom of travel libertarianism. The location of smuggling makes sense because hard drugs at ports of entry are about 97% less likely to be stopped than are people crossing illegally between them. Just 0.02% of the people arrested by Border Patrol for crossing illegally possess any fentanyl whatsoever. During the travel restrictions, fentanyl seizures at ports quadrupled from fiscal year 2019 to 2021. Fentanyl went from a third of combined heroin and fentanyl seizures to over 90%. And given which time annual deaths from fentanyl nearly doubled. It is monstrous that tens of thousands of people that are dying unnecessarily every year from fentanyl, but banning asylum and limiting travel backfired. Reducing deaths requires figuring out the cause, not jumping to blame a group that is not responsible. Bro, how do you know this shit is true? You're reading a stupid article. The reality can be different. How can you know? Well, what? I don't know what to say to that. Brother, this is all sourced from the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security. Like, you're joking, right? Think the Customs and Border Patrol is a woke organization? Like the Department of... I don't know what to say to that guy. By the way, these numbers are not just Biden's DOJ. This was Trump's DOJ as well. Or Trump's DHS and Trump's CBP. What? Nah, you can't do anything to that. No, he got me. I can't. I'm done. No, he got me. I can't do anything to that. What was the name of the user? I need to see if he like responded. I don't know what to say. I hope he's not banned. Oh no, he hasn't said anything since. That was... Not saying the conclusions of this are false, but wouldn't the stats be skewed if smugglers at illegal crossings are not caught and searched as much as legal points of entry? All this shows is who gets caught. Do you think you can traffic any drugs whatsoever through a vehicle by using an American citizen who is less likely to be searched? Or do you think that you are more likely to traffic drugs over the border, okay, through like shoving them in an abuela's pants? Will 100% get apprehended by authorities because they always do. Especially because like their goal is to be apprehended so they can go through the regular process. What do you think is going on? It was a philosophical question. Yeah, I got nothing, dude. He's right in a way, though. One is industrial scale smuggling law. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you're proving my point. Drugs are not coming in. Drugs are not coming in with like in people's pants in this country. I'm agreeing with you. Oh, okay. I don't know how to answer this. Like I just gave you the like I gave you the statistics and people are still like trying to find a way around it.
China do this stuff with impunity, impose draconian restrictions on us. It makes our manufacturing less competitive with China, and we've had a hard enough time keeping up with China.
Do you think China has something on the Bidens?
I think the Bidens have lined their pockets in a variety of different countries, including China. And I think Biden has been very deferential to Xi Jinping. And you have to understand, why would you be doing that, given that China clearly represents our toughest adversary right now?
When you see Hunter get away with tax fraud and you see all this money flying into the family bank accounts and all these lies being told by the president, if you ever to become president, would you have an attorney general that would look into these crimes?
We are going to have one standard of justice. And right now, if you are connected to the D.C. ruling class, you get a pass on a lot of conduct. If Hunter were a Republican, he would have been in
Brother, you're the governor of Florida. What do you mean the DC ruling class? Like, you are a career politician. What?
jail a long time ago.
Rob, you went to Yale and Harvard, dog. What the fuck are you saying?
And so there's not going to be any preferential treatment for these people. If they've committed crimes, they are going to have to live under the same set of laws that the rest of us have to do.
Let's talk less and eat more pizza.
All righty. Let's do it. Now, what's your favorite type of pizza? I mean, you've spent time in New York.
I like the grandma.
What's your favorite type of pizza?
Now, what's your favorite type of pizza? I mean, you've spent time in New York.
I like the grandma.
Bro. He's using, like, there's like words are coming out of his mouth, but it just sounds so wrong.
Slice. I love the margarita. Grimaldi's has the best slice around. And they're good guys. They love Fox. And that's one of the reasons we're here.
And they have outposts in Florida. And I'll tell you, what they do in Florida is excellent.
Your wife, they say, is your secret weapon. Why is that?
Well, one, I mean, she's just a good person. She's a great mother. She's a great wife. And she's been a great first lady that's really helped a lot of less fortunate people. And so people just are drawn to her. But she's very passionate. I mean, she's a true believer in what we've done in Florida and that this country needs to get on a better course. And so I think when it's authentic, people can kind of see that and it becomes infectious.
More popular than you?
Look, I'll tell you this. I mean, she would never want to run, but I would, if I were like a Republican running in a primary, I would never want to run against her. I mean, she'd be really, really tough because people like her.
Do you hear from voters in Florida, Ron, we miss you? You're out in Iowa, you're out in New Hampshire.
I'm still working, though. So, you know, we're signing bills still. We're vetoing bills. We're still doing all of that.
I'm doing both. You're running for president and you're governor.
I'm just sleeping less. Yeah. I mean, in fact, you know, we vetoed a bill on Monday. They wanted to raise interest rates on consumer loans. And I'm thinking, like, they already have enough Bidenflation. Let's stand up for the little guy here. So we did that. You know, we've signed some good legislation this week, and we do more. You just got to prioritize. I don't watch TV. I don't do a lot of the other stuff. I kind of like look after my wife and kids with them, do what I have to do as governor, and then do this.
You watch Fox, though, right?
We do,
okay,
yeah.
Good.
Well,
That's
we're definitely going to start watching at 8 o'clock when you take over, man.
There
Congratulations.
You go. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Is this where you'd expected to be right now when you announced right now you're about 30, maybe 40 points down in the primary? How would you assess yourself?
Yeah, look, I mean, most people aren't even paying attention there. I don't expect to see any major shakeup. I think as we'll go, we're laying the groundwork to be able to do well in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, and Super Tuesday. It's laborious. And what I found in the early states, they know I'm a good governor. They know Florida's done well. They like me. And then when they get to see me talk about the vision, some of the things you and I've talked about, some other things, you know, they're really impressed, and a lot of them want to help. And so we're just going to have to take that case in all those states for the next many months.
Don't pet her while she's
When
jumping.
you approach people, voters, in these town halls and these diners, when they come up to you and shake your hand, what's the main thing they tell you?
Well, a lot of them say, you know, thank you for running. You know, I was really impressed with what I saw, and I want to be helpful. I mean, we've been winning a lot of people over. These are very discerning voters, and kind of the people that are coming out now are like...
We have a guest.
Okay. Oh, hey. Howdy. Kaya, get down. I'm not giving you any attention while you're being naughty. I'm not doing that.
Down.
There we go.
Girl.
Good girl. That's it. Yes. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. You stay down. Yes, you do. You're so... God, you're going to be bigger than me next time I see you. Oh, yes. Happy Pride, everybody. Since the Supreme Court said that you can stop working with gay people on the basis of their sexuality, my fucking graphic designer quit, which is very strange because he's also gay. So...
Good.
Don't know why that happened. But thanks, Supreme Court. I don't have a graphic designer now.
He said Pride Month is over, bitch.
Yeah, he said. And then he called me the F slur. I kid you not.
Oh, yeah, you're the only person that actually uses the microphone properly here, so I'm going to actually put the noise gate back on.
Wow. Wait, really? I scream into it?
Yeah, but it's correct. You're supposed to do that. Here, keep screaming into it.
No,
you're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. Okay. Good to see you. I see wow, right in the back of the... What are you doing? Kaya, what are you doing? We talked about this.
She loves
we
you.
Talked about. I know.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. She's giving me extra love. You didn't like what the Supreme Court said today, did you? No. No. Supreme Court was so mean. Oh, buddy.
This is what happens when you call her the F slur. She loves you.
She loves the F slur. Is that right? Who loves the F slur? Who loves the F slur?
Get down.
Down, Kaya. Kaya.
Oh, God.
Kaya.
She's so big. Get down.
Kaya. Down, Kaya.
Down.
Kaya.
Get down.
Down. Good girl. Sit. Stay.
Good girl.
Good girl. There you go. That's good. That's good. Oh, no. Meatball Ron, folks. Very sad. He's very sad.
Got no riz.
Very sad. Flaccid Dick Ron. Running for president. He really shouldn't be, but he is. Really shouldn't be.
Yeah, let's finish this off.
Little Dick Ron.
Really engage voters. I think as we get closer, you're going to start to see more voters engage in the process. People want to see you, and they want you to make the case to them, and that's what we're going to do.
Trump says you're disloyal. Do you feel that way?
Disloyal to who? I mean, politicians have to earn support. They're not entitled to support.
I mean, I
did a
agree
lot
with
for
that
him
take.
in 2016 and 2020, by the way. I was happy to do it. But at the end of the day, I'm loyal to my family, to our Constitution, and to the good Lord. And I have a vision. I think I'm the guy that can beat Biden. But even more importantly, no more excuses on these issues. I'm going to get all of this stuff done. We'll have a plan on day one to get going and get cracking. We'll give you 2 great terms for 8 years and really get the country on a fundamentally different path. I think I'm the guy to do it, and so I have the responsibility to step up and serve.
What's with Gavin Newsom?
Well, I was born and raised in
hot.
Florida. I never saw a California license plate my whole life. In Florida. And why would you? Why would people leave San Diego or Los Angeles? And yet, since I've been governor,
He's sweating.
we've seen a huge rush of people moving clear across the country to leave California, leave San Francisco, leave LA to come to Florida. California had never lost population for its entire history until he became
I mean,
governor.
we could lose a
And
little
so
population
I think he sees
here,
people
to be honest.
leaving. I think he sees that there's deterioration, and I think he.
Why? You're going to move?
Oh, I got to, yeah, they need to make room for me. That's it.
No, when is that happening?
Well, I've been looking at places. In fact, I'm about to sign a lease.
I don't believe you.
I keep, every time he asks me, I just keep telling him that. I just said, I've been looking right on the verge of signing the lease. But I just don't get this. Everybody's like, move to California. It's like, I'm here all the time. Nothing's going to change. You're just going to save me money. That's it.
Yeah.
It's going to save me money.
Yeah, that's the point.
I'm signing a lease here with Hasan.
People said he loves hotels so much, except he's staying with me.
Yeah, tonight, because we got to film the podcast. So,
yeah.
I actually left a hotel to come here. That's how good of a friend I am. Can you believe that?
I can believe it. Don't know if it's about being a good friend, though.
I stayed 4 nights in a hotel, and then I came here.
Yeah, I could have stayed here earlier. I mean, I already have 2 of the rooms booked.
Yeah,
so.
I know he did. He booked up 2 of the rooms. It was really hard to get a room. I had to use my status with him as a friend to somehow get a room here. Yeah, no, I was working all week. I was filming 12 hours a day. Do you know that?
I do. You were also trying to schedule a shoot for me to do.
Yeah, I was trying to get Hasan on this shoot that it was a very secret shoot about Name Your Price. And I was trying to get him on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get him on somehow later.
We'll figure it out.
He's lashing.
No, the Aussie boys don't sleep in the same bed, chat. That would be insane.
Out.
No, they're not allowed to sleep in the same bed.
Yeah,
that would be gay.
That's very gay.
And that's illegal.
Very much.
We do not allow grown men, and even men and women really, unless they are legally married to one another, to sleep in the same room.
Every time I stay here, Hasan arranges a marriage for me with a woman. Very true.
Yeah, I try to. The month of June I haven't, but hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Count your last couple hours, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, I know. Wait, is this is this homophobic Eve?
Yeah. You want to try some Japanese Kit Kats?
Oh, yes. God, it's homophobic Eve.
It's so bad.
Oh, my God.
Try the sake one. Oh, it's in the box. In the red box right there. Red box outside of the bag. Yeah.
I don't even know what why would you make a sake Kit Kat?
Try it. I want to hear your take on it.
Here we go. Oh.
You got to eat both now. You opened it.
That is vile.
What do you mean? It's great.
Oh.
It's so nasty, right?
It tastes like if you were to take a Kit Kat.
Oh, it smells like sake. It's so potent.
If you were to take a Kit Kat and dip it in sake.
Yeah, it's awful. Let me see the bag.
Oh.
Let me see the bag.
Oh.
Yeah. Tell you which ones are good. Oh, here. Cookies and cream. I mean, that can't be bad, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Here you go. Try it.
Cookies and cream. Here we go. Here we go. It's better than the sake one. God, what the fuck, Japan?
Yeah, it's real bad. This one's actually good.
Oh, did you go to the Tokyo souvenir shop? Was the line in? Dude, what the fuck was at that airport? There was no air conditioning.
No. Oh. No, I didn't get this from the Tokyo Souvenir Shop. I got this from Shibuya.
I met the nicest fan at the airport. He was a really nice guy. But I met him in the security line. And he's like, can I get a picture? And the security line was like roped and like you would go in around. So like I'm kind of awkward sometimes. And so like I had to like spark up a conversation, I think 6 or 7 different times as we were walking, as we were going through the rope. So he'd ask me a question. I'd be like, all right, up, see you on the other.
Okay, no more memes. This is a good one.
Oh, okay. And so I had like several different conversations. So it was like when you walk, when you say bye and you walk in the same direction, it was that 6 different times. He was a really nice guy.
I'm not lying. I gave him a good one.
What is one?
Yeah, it's the wheat one. Or the wheat biscuit. Good, right?
Yeah, it tastes a little bit like a Kit Kat, basically.
No,
a little bit of a cookie, just a little bit of a cookie taste.
Another good one. You like matcha?
A little more. Fatten me up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose my abs. Oh man. I learned how to use a trash can in Japan.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Ooh. Matcha's good.
Matcha's good. You can buy those Kit Kats in the world market, really?
And, I've been reflective on my bouginess. I actually stayed in a Motel 6.
What?
I did. For 5 days.
Why?
I thought I was just being a little too bougie.
Where?
I'm fucking kidding. I didn't spend it in Motel 6.
I don't believe it.
Oh.
I instantly did not believe you.
No. I stayed in a really nice hotel. Ah.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
Oh, you are leaving? That's why we're doing the podcast so early.
Well, because I got to go to Paris.
I got to go to Paris. Wait, you're going early?
Dude, I'm leaving like Monday.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea. I got a killer deal on airfare. I kid you not.
Bro, it's going to be really funny if the riots heat up.
Dude, I know. And I was like, I'm on the front lines.
And then TwitchCon is literally canceled.
And then I'm stuck in Paris. I know. I literally thought about this. And I tried to change my flight. But you know what the cost is to change a flight?
How much?
$7,000. $7,000 to change a flight.
Why?
Well, I don't know. It's because I got a killer deal, and now the prices are really high. I got my ticket for $42.
Oh yeah, Twitch didn't pay for your ticket.
No, well they would have. They did. They ended up paying for my TwitchCon ticket and hotel, but then they, Wait,
so why did you get a killer deal then? You should have just not gotten a killer deal. You should have just gotten a fucking expensive ticket if Twitch was paying for it.
Well, no, but they didn't. No, it was too late. Like I got into the deal, the Twitch deal, too late because it was like last minute. So we're doing our meet and greet.
Oh yeah, our meet and greet.
Yeah, our meet and greet. That, by the way, it's so funny because I jumped in on it and they didn't tell Hasan.
Yeah,
at all.
Not only did they not tell me, they didn't even tell Will. They didn't buy Will a ticket, nor did they buy Will a room and board, and assume that Will and Austin were gonna do my meet and greet together. And I was like, sure, that's fine. Yeah. Have you told Will this? This is what I told Twitch when they approached me with this. And they were like, no, we thought he was coming. And I was like, okay, did you pay for his ticket? And they were like, no. I was like, will you? And they were like, oh, no, we can't do that. And I was like, okay, so he's not coming then.
Yep. I, on the other hand, I paid for everything. And then I
I'm going to be on a panel with Ranboo, I think. And so they're like, okay, we'll pay for your stuff now.
Alert, alert, don't go to France. It's a no-go zone. Yeah, we know. I'm glad that Austin is actually going to France early because he can be our frontline correspondent.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the fields working. I'm gonna be in the field.
I bet there's some hot ass twinks that love radical.
Oh, I already know. I've already been speaking to them.
Anti-police action.
I've already been speaking to them.
Austin, in order to impress twinks, you're actually going to do some frontline reporting.
Yeah, I'm gonna be frontline report. No, I've already been speaking to them. I've got a coalition that's on the ground right now. At Le Depot, which is a very famous gay club in France, in Paris. And we've got a coalition that is, they're already on the ground doing some field reporting.
Okay.
Right when I land, we've got a very important meeting in my hotel room.
Okay, say it with me. Nique la police.
That's a very...
Say it. Nique la police.
Is there another word?
Why?
Nique la police.
There you go.
What does that mean? Fuck the police?
Yeah.
Nique la police. All right. Well, I thought about hiring security. Just
you have to watch La Haine
Haine?
in order to understand what's going on in France right now.
So from what I understand, they raised the retirement age from 58 to 60, right? Which I think the retirement age should be 45. That's just me. Which I understand people are very upset about it. Oh, 60 to 62. Okay.
What is that?
The retirement age. That's why people are upset. And then they shot a 17-year-old. I knew that. I heard about that.
Yeah, you know whose retirement age they didn't raise to that?
What?
The police retirement age.
Wait, no fucking way.
Yeah.
Wait, they're anti-police in France too? Are their cops worse than ours?
That's why there's riots right now.
Oh shit! This is anti. Oh shit!
Yeah, cops. Police killed a 17-year-old, I think, Algerian kid.
So I'm going from like Portland to like Portland, basically.
Yeah. Well, Portland they use water guns. Like this makes Portland look.
Oh, they're like. I saw a bus drive through a ball
I saw
of flames.
grenades being thrown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I saw like videos of black market weapons being sold. It was just a video of like just a gaggle of grenades.
Dude, all I want to do is have a croissant and a cappuccino and maybe an omelet at a beautiful breakfast place with a nice view. I really would prefer not to get involved in whatever's going on.
Yeah, we can have the croissants with a nice view of on fire buses.
Yeah, so what I heard there's certain neighborhoods that are affected by this, right?
Banlieues that you will probably not go to, so you don't have to worry
I probably
about
won't
that.
be there. And I heard that like the central Paris area is pretty safe. Like central Paris, like where the touristy areas are, they're pretty safe and protected. I don't know. There's a lot of copium in the chat. I haven't read the news. I've just been hearing Will talk about it all day.
Austin doesn't care about police brutality. He should help with the grenade throwing. I know. That's what I'm saying. Would they cancel TwitchCon if the protests keep going hard? Depending on the intensity, they might.
Which would be very insane.
Yeah. Rioters in France burned down the largest public library in the city of Marseille. I mean, that doesn't make it better, though. Chatter, who sent this to me, in 1962, days before Algeria got its independence, French colonists burnt down the Algiers library, and hundreds of thousands of books and historical manuscripts were lost forever.
Did that library, was that like...
Oh, sorry, I said Marseille. I should have said Marseille.
Marseille?
Marseille.
Map of riot locations. Do they have like an app or something? Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh. There's a riot location. Wait, what? It says TwitchCon. That's a riot location?
I don't know. Is that a riot location?
Oh, no.
Wait, I'm staying like right over there. What the fuck is that?
Cook Sucks did a 12-hour stream into the night in Central Paris. Is literally fine right now. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm trying to freak him out.
I'm already scared already.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, my name is...
This is what we're going to do.
Right.
Oh, you guys...
What are you doing?
You guys scared? Kaya! Get down.
Kaya,
Down.
What are you doing?
Get down.
Kaya,
Down.
down.
Get down. Unruly right now. You see one gay man, you lose your mind.
Okay. Oh shit.
What? Use of automatic assault rifles in Leon tonight?
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know about
There's
this.
guns in France?
This is the.
today. Hi, my name is Luis, and today I'm in Paris to try.
I love this video.
And we're gonna see which one is the best. So the first one we're gonna check is called Tuto. Excuse me. How do you pronounce this?
Is he trying to?
Tuto du pain.
All around the bread.
Boulangeries.
Oh, foundé in 1859.
It's very cute inside. It's cute and little. They offer some coffee from the coffee machine.
This guy's cute, right?
Yeah, he's cute.
That's what I mean. You can get cutie pies like this at protests, looking for boulangeries.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean,
and oui, on les protestes. Omelette du fromage.
Omelette du fromage. I would wait. Omelette du fromage is.
Not, I don't.
I would like a
recommend the coffee they
omelette
serve,
du
but let's
fromage.
try what-
Omelette du fromage.
I would like a omelette. Omelette du fromage.
No, omelette du fromage means just omelette with cheese.
Oh, okay. Omelette du fromage.
Fromage.
Omelette du fromage.
Is le cheese omelette.
Omelette du fromage and the cheese and the tomato.
Voulez-vous?
What is twink in French?
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? We gotta do this. We gotta fucking brush up on our French in the same way.
Are we gonna go riot touring?
How do you wait in Japanese? How could you? If I was in Japan and I wanted a ham sandwich, what would I say?
Wow. Hamo sandwichi o negashimasu.
Whoa!
Hamo sandwichi o negashimasu.
Okay, you got to learn how to say that in French now.
Hamo sandwichi o negashimasu.
That's just gay Japanese. I think. I don't even know what you just did there.
It is a French accent, and I am speaking. I can't even do a French accent. I got to pick up on it. French is gay.
Une hamburger, s'il vous plaît. Une hamburger, s'il vous plaît. Une hamburger, s'il vous plaît. Une hamburger, baguette, s'il vous plaît.
So, am I going to land and see a lot of this, like face to face, or what?
What?
Wait, is there something?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got to leave soon. Yeah.
You're gonna be proud of the outfit I'm gonna put on.
Yeah?
I bought a new outfit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
I bought a new outfit.
Go put it on right now. Let's let the
It's
chat
a little
see.
wrinkled. Can I? In one of the rooms, I got some wrinkle release spray that I ditched in a closet.
Okay, wait.
Can
really?
I bust? Yeah, in one of the.
Go knock on the doors and tell the Aussies we got to leave soon as well.
Are they there?
They're probably upstairs. Yeah.
What are they doing? Are they sleeping? I don't want to
I
wake
don't
them
know.
up. I gotta
Go-
wash my face.
Go knock
I
on
gotta
the
get
doors.
ready. What time we leaving?
Soon. Oh, there they are. Never mind.
Fucking good day, mate.
How you guys going?
How you going? Austin is trying to figure out his orange wrinkle release bottle that he left in. It's probably in his room. Are you talking about the balcony room?
No, it's the one not balcony.
Oh, okay. Then Alex is in that room.
It's a fabric refresher.
Go tell them as well. Okay, that dog needs to slow down on growing. I agree. What the fuck? That's insane. Sorry for the spam, but this is the craziest video. Pretty sure the rioters just stole a bus. French protests are wild. Be safe out there. Remember, no small business or private citizens. Focus on the oppressors and corporate puppets. Kaya coming to the meet and greet? No. Unfortunately, Kaya will not be coming. France. I do not want her to learn about the existence of such countries. Not in this environment with riots. No, I don't really have an issue with that. She'd be great at riots. You be bringing us with you? Yes. I'm going to be filming. Shield her from so-called French people. Exactly. That is what my plan is. You got scared by fireworks? Oh, 4th of July is going to be her first time. Her first time with fireworks, actually. I don't know how she's going to behave. Fish never gave a shit about fireworks. I wonder if she will be scared. When she was with Ray, she got scared by them. Wait, there were fireworks? No way. Anyway, oh God, I have such a headache. Anyway, all right, Austin, did you put the new clothes on? Did you put your new clothes on? No, it's fine. It's fine. Anime Expo this weekend? Yes, I'm planning on going to Anime Expo tomorrow. I will be accompanied by most likely Carl Jacobs, Will Neff, Ludwig Ogren, and Kono, the dog, voice acting, which is, I feel like, going to be even crazier than last year. Kaya firework experience timestamp?
Oh, but we can't put that there because that's like, so I guess.
No, the oil counter will turn into a regular counter once you move it.
Yeah.
Oh, she's running away. She's running away.
Hey, Mia. Wait, Mia, do you hear that?
Wait, I realized you grabbed the other
Is that gun or fireworks?
It's fireworks.
Bro, it sounds like guns.
Yo, we're in LA, guys. Run.
Oh, it is fireworks. I can hear the after explosion.
That's because it might not even be a good one. Like,
Oh no, it's okay.
Then we spent all our money.
Oh,
Oh God, I want to feel bad, and I kind of do, but she's so cute when she gets scared. She's so cute when she gets scared. It's hilarious. Like when she runs really fast and goes, she got spooked. How is that cute, bro? Dude, it's so funny. I'm sorry. It's fucking hilarious. This morning she's playing with Huxley, who's a much larger. Whoa. What the fuck? Wait. Is that a Y3 shirt?
Yeah.
Wait, where did you go to the Y3 store?
No.
Where did you get the shirt? Wait, I have that same shirt in black.
Yeah, I know, but look at the pants.
Pants are sick too. Kaya! Enough! God damn.
Look at the pants.
Yeah, pants are sick too. Austin, this is a fucking fit, dude.
And
I'm proud of you.
I also I got the fit like this, but I just popped the Adidas.
Oh my God, I'm proud of you. Is this because we took you to the Adidas store and now you just have like only Adidas?
No, this isn't Adidas.
Like Adidas? Oh, that's Y3 as well. Yeah, no, that's in collaboration with Adidas.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Y3 collabed
God
with
damn
it.
it! I thought I got something new.
No, you did. You definitely did. That's well, I'm wearing the look. So what you're wearing and what I'm wearing is the kind of the same brand.
Yeah, okay.
Pants wise.
Yeah. I mean, okay, but the thing is like the shirt's a bit basic, but like I don't know. Can I wear this chain with it?
Yeah. So Y3 is the collaboration between Yohji Yamamoto and Adidas. So my pants are Yohji Yamamoto. Your pants are also Yohji Yamamoto in collaboration with Adidas. That's Y3.
Pants are pretty saggy, but this is like the
No,
look,
it's
right?
sick. It's actually very good. And with the Rick, it works.
Yeah, I use them with the Ricks. I need to get some. I need to get new shoes.
Um,
I stick out like a fucking fire hydrant in the Abbey.
You're great, dude. Look, launched in 2003, Y3 is the collaboration between Paris-based Japanese designer Yohji Yamamoto and German sportswear brand Adidas, blending Yamamoto's idiosyncratic approach to fabric, layering, and poetic approach to the wearing of clothes with Adidas' dynamism and technologically progressive approach to apparel. Y3 produces a range of street and sport-inspired clothing and footwear in a muted, often monochromatic palette, highlighting the textures of materials used and the experimental approach to their cut and line.
So I look like a traffic cone.
Don't listen to them. Don't. They always give you. They always lead you astray. They always lead you astray.
I know. I like it though. I feel good with it.
Okay. Well, now that we showed the chat your fit, that about does it for today. I'm gonna run the last ad break here. AustinShow lying on his TikTok.
Honestly, I kind of want to be a bottom. Will you me?
In Japan, sure.
Jesus. What? You surprised that I say that?
No.
You're not my type, but I do respect you.
Thanks.
I'm curious who has a nicer between the two of you.
Are we gonna go to the onsen and you're gonna measure?
No, hold on. I'm the weird guy for saying I wonder who has a nicer. You guys want to see mine at the onsen? Like, I'm gonna wear a sock.
This is a funny ass clip. You're not my type is a signature catchphrase. Rioters in France. Laverne Cox on trans existence. Republicans attacks. Fighting back with Olayemi or Olurinati. That's a 1 hour and 25-minute video with 41 views from friend of the show, Olayemi. If you think I'm going to watch that, I already said I was like literally ending the broadcast. I think I'm going to watch that right now. You're out of your mind, okay? Time and place, chatters. Time and place. Anyway, all right, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm probably gonna do my regular broadcast and then swap over to the IRL, just like in Japan. Okay, just like in Japan, and we're gonna do a anime expo stream. Hope you guys are excited for that. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, He talks of champagne bourgeoisie, a Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, AustinShow chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find